but you got to be feeling really good about their postseason chances. Or is this a team that's going to be legitimately competitive? Beating Pittsburgh shifts the mentality if you're not already there. I have to admit, I'm kind of already there. I do feel like this team is going to be competitive, but a win against Pittsburgh today at home really influences the way that you're going to look at this team ahead of the Thursday matchup against Philadelphia. Welcome in. It is the Burgundy and Gold pregame show, your favorite Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We are interactive on social media as well as on YouTube. You can find us there, Denton Day and Linnell Willingham at the Denton Day at NELL BTP. This is the most excited I think I've been about a football game this season, certainly since the Baltimore matchup and the Cincinnati matchup, because it really feels like the Commanders have the opportunity to continue to showcase that this is not just oh, you're beating teams with bad records. This is not just you're getting away with wins that you have no business winning. They've stomped a bunch of teams, Linnell, and now they get an opportunity to take a 6-2 Pittsburgh team coached by one of the great coaches in the NFL with one of the great defensive players, and they get an opportunity to stun them as well.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity for this group. They still don't have a signature win under their belt, in my opinion. Now that you look at Chicago, that's their only win against a team with a record of 500 or better today. As you mentioned, another opportunity. And I think the most important thing about today is I look at Pittsburgh as probably, outside of Baltimore, hands down the best defense that you've gone against to this point. This offense has been rolling at a historic clip. Can they continue to do it against another bona fide group? My money is on the good guys. I mean, Jaden Daniels has been awesome this year, and I don't think this week is going to be any different.
I would argue that win against Arizona continues to look better because they're right now
You've said it every week.
The NFC West, which is crazy, and they stomped them. I mean, they beat the brakes off of Arizona, but this does feel different because, as you mentioned, TJ Watt is a one-of-a-kind type of player in this league. And they've done a really good job with guys like Myles Garrett, the entire New York Giants defensive line. Last week, they did a really good job stifling them. That's a team that's been super good at getting after the passer, and they didn't touch Jaden Daniels. But you're going to have Brandon Coleman versus TJ Watt. The Steelers would be idiotic to not put TJ Watt over top of Brandon Coleman. I hope what we saw last week is more of a consistency rather than a flash in a pan in his first start.
Yeah, I think he's been awesome all year long, splitting snaps for Cornelius Lucas. You mentioned last week, first week, really playing 100% of the snaps. This week against TJ Watt, I think he's going to have a lot of help. Cliff Kingsbury's been really good at that, not leaving these tackles out to dry when they've gone up against some of the big boys this year. We saw them do a really nice job against Myles Garrett. We saw them slow down the New York Giants pass rush last week, who was the best in the NFL according to the sack numbers. But yeah, TJ Watt and company are a little bit of a different beast. They're like a whole entire quartet. Preston Smith expected to get, active today as well as he comes over from Green Bay.
No revenge games.
Yeah, no revenge games.
No revenge games for Preston Smith. Sorry.
None at all. But it is going to be the interesting matchup. But Denton, when I look at this game and what probably, determines it, will they be able to score touchdowns in the red zone? That's the big thing to me. I think they'll be able to move the football in between the 20s against anybody. When you get into the red zone, are you scoring touchdowns? Are you kicking field goals? And the kicker situation is something I know we'll touch on here momentarily, but yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Well, I think we touch on that now because it's a very important factor of this matchup. No automatic Austin Seifert. I mean, he's been so good, Seibert. He's been so good for the entirety of this season, and then he's dealing with a hip injury, so he's not going to be good to go. You're not getting Brian Robinson for the second week in a row, which means more of Chris Rodriguez. And then, as you mentioned, and I mentioned, Brandon Coleman is going to be getting his second start because you don't have Corn Lucas. So that's what you're dealing with. I don't think it's crazy to say, all right, just settle for touchdowns.
I mean, that's always the plan, right?
I mean, that's what they've done this year, though. Like, I think if you said that with any other team, I'm just going to pick on the Giants. If you said that with the Giants, they clearly have shown the inability to do that. But Washington, you could legitimately settle, even if it's not every single drive. If you're scoring touchdowns on 5 drives, do you really think Pittsburgh's scoring 5 touchdowns? No.
And I'll say this about the Pittsburgh defense, and I've tried my best to be objective all week and give them the credit that they deserve, rightfully so. But if we're looking at this year, I think the namesake of the Pittsburgh Steelers defense is a lot of what's being talked about. When you go inside and crunch the numbers and even look at their games the past couple of weeks, the Giants were able to move the football up and down the field against that group. They had ridiculous turnovers in that game, but still managed to score, 18 points. So it's not like they're a defense that's can't be, moved on. And we know what Washington's been this year offensively. I don't think there is a defense in the NFL that can stop Washington from moving it in between the 20s. It's all about the red zone stuff. And once again, not having Brian Robinson, for the second straight week. I mentioned it during the week. I would have sat him this game because, you got to get 4 days for him to get ready for the Philadelphia game. So I think it's going to be interesting. How do they manufacture points in the red zone? Terry McLaurin was the answer last week. He had one on a slant. So continue to find your matchups, man.
I'm curious to see because we have a lot of people tapping in with us on our YouTube chat. You can join us on YouTube. We're also on Twitter at the Denton Day at NELL_BTP. At 11:50, we're doing a bold prediction segment. So give us your bold predictions. We want to hear from you. Kevin Sheehan's going to join us at 11:30. But I think, we've seen a lot of guys in the chat saying you should do some quick game stuff. And I do think Washington has shown the ability to be productive with the quick game stuff.
Sure.
But I do think Pittsburgh, if nothing else, you give them the credit for their namesake. But I do feel like fundamentally this is a team that's going to be able to tackle really, really well. I think you got to hit him deep. I think if Jaden Daniels connects on 2, 3, if it's more than 3, this game's going to be a blowout. But if he connects on these deep shots, whether it be to Terry, and it doesn't have to be like, straight go routes, right? Even if it's just a deep post that's a 30-yard gain to Zach Ertz, something like that. If he's consistently connecting on those sorts of shots, it's going to force Pittsburgh's defense to adjust the way that they play. And I almost feel like that might open up the quick game stuff. I don't know if you start trying to push the ball down the field immediately, but you have to find ways to keep them honest and really fluster that defense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the overall bigger point is just, try to find a way to manufacture these chunk plays. That is how you move the ball in the National Football League. It's going to be hard to, eke out these 12-play drives against Pittsburgh without making mistakes. They turn people over. That's another part of this game that'll, really determine things is the turnover margin. But I think for Washington, my confidence in Jaden Daniels, no matter who the opponent is,
sky high.
To me, just really is the story. I mean, he has been that good this year. I think he's already starting to show himself. This is another proven opportunity for him. And it feels like every time he's been put into this spot this year, he's passed with flying colors. So it's going to be interesting to see ultimately what happens.
Are you worried about the running back situation with no Brian Rodriguez? The question for me was what we saw from Chris Rodriguez. It felt like, given the context of the game and the fact that it was a game that actually matters, because a lot of the games he's played in at point in the season were just duds. Do you feel like what we're going to see from him today is more of what we saw last week, or was last week that was his moment, but then it's going to be more of Austin Eckler or Jeremy McNichols? Because I didn't feel like McNichols played great last week.
I just feel like he provides you to the best of his ability, right? Because there's no replacing Brian Robinson and what he has meant to this offense this year, but he's the closest thing to it. So I think you got to give him the football just for the physicality purposes and for the sake of keeping your identity of who you are. Brian Robinson's dirty 3 and 4 yards matters so much because it's put them in these manageable third down situations, and it's allowed Cliff to have that entire menu of plays wide open for him. So I think that role in this offense matters. And I know as good as Austin Eckler is, it's tough as Jeremy McNichols is. One of the great stories of the NFL being ready when your name is called. You don't want to run those guys in between the tackles on a consistent basis. So I think that's what Rodriguez can provide you. I like his pass protection as well. He had a cut block last week that was incredible, where the guy flips over and then lands on his feet somehow because he's a great athlete. But yeah, he's good. I would like to upgrade if I'm being real, but
a little late for that one.
Little late for that.
They had that opportunity, then they did not take advantage of that.
But I think he's serviceable. I want Brian Robinson back, though. I'm glad they're actually making the decision to be smart, rest him, give him more opportunity to get ready for Philadelphia. If he would have played today, this is the type of game, Denton, that you come out black and blue after. I've been saying it all week. Like, he wouldn't have been ready for Philadelphia if he would have played today. So I like the decision if that's what it ultimately came down to.
It certainly would have been tough. We mentioned, or at least we alluded to, the trade deadline. Obviously, Washington did make a huge move this week with the acquisition of Marshawn Lattimore. He's not going to go today, Dan Quinn said earlier this week, so we're not expecting to see him make his debut in burgundy and gold. Dealing with a hamstring situation. Hopefully, he's going to be good to go against Philadelphia, because I do think he puts your defense in a completely different zone with the ability to play man up on A.J. Brown, because Lord knows Washington does not have somebody prior to the acquisition of Marshawn Lattimore that could do that. But I do wonder, what do you think this defense is going to look like against a Pittsburgh offense that just recently went to Russell Wilson? I have never been a huge Russell Wilson guy. I understand the idea we're going to let Russ cook. I think today might be the day he sets the kitchen on fire. But what are your expectations going up against a guy in George Pickens, who's been a really good wide receiver from a young wide receiver perspective, and then a veteran in Russell Wilson?
Their offense has taken a step forward here the past couple of weeks, and Russell Wilson has come in there and calmed things down and given them more explosive plays in the pass game. But I think it all stems from what they're doing in the run game right now. Najee Harris has been over 100 yards each of the past 3 weeks, and I think establishing him is really the priority for Pittsburgh and what they have to do in order to move the football on a consistent basis. It's allowed them to hit some of these play action shots and give you one-on-one opportunities with George Pickens because you got to stack the box to try to stop a group like this. It stinks that you're not going to have Marshawn Lattimore because this is the type of game where you need to be able to maybe, allocate an extra guy to the box and leave your corners on an island. And guys like Benjamin St. Juice, Mikey Sanders still going to have to step up today because they're going to be in those one-on-one opportunities.
I do like Mikey Sanders though, stepping up.
Situation.
He is a step up to the moment
Yeah,
kind of corner. Sure. If Russell Wilson throws more than 25 times, Washington is probably winning the game. That is, if I break it down just to a number perspective, if he's thrown more than 25 times, it means more likely than not they're not running the football or not having success running the football. Or I think the most likely option is that Washington is score on every possession and they can't run the football anymore. If you're going to force Russ to throw 25 plus times, he's going to make a mistake.
100%. And I had your co-host on Overtime Friday night or Thursday night. We talked about this. When you look at what Washington's able to do offensively, it's helped their ability to stop the run a little bit because you can't if Washington's continuing to go out and score touchdowns. That's why the red zone stuff is so important. That's kind of what happened last week, it felt like. The defense forced a turnover, and then they kind of got the Giants away from running the football. We saw how well they were able to do it in that first half. Making them one-dimensional is so key, but Washington's offense also plays a key part in that as well. If they can finish drives and score touchdowns, you now put the pressure back on Pittsburgh offensively. They got to score, and you can't just run it all the way down the field.
You can't run it all the way down the field. And
maybe
Dante Fowler Jr. started to play really well. I mean, the Washington pass rush is starting to come into their own a little bit. They'd always had success getting to the quarterback in the first couple weeks of the season. It was just they never finished at the quarterback. Pause. But now they're bringing him down. They're coming away with sacks. And Fowler, as I mentioned, he's been a beast. He's going to go over double-digit sacks if he continues at the pace that he's currently at. We're going to shift this conversation to the offense. Jaden Daniels and the expectations for him against a Pittsburgh Steelers team, but not just that, Linnell. It's a little chilly outside. Jaden Daniels hasn't played in a lot of cold weather games. We'll talk about how we expect him to perform when we get back. Kevin Sheehan's going to join us in 15 minutes on the show. Don't go anywhere. It's your Burning Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, and the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Burgundy Gold pregame. The Pittsburgh Steelers coming to town. Kickoff in a little over 90 minutes from Northwest Stadium. The Commanders looking to get to 8-2. They've never been 8-2 in either of our lifetimes, Linnell. It would be even just seeing them on the graphic as 7-2 is like a whoa, hey.
It honestly is the craziest thing. And when you turn on the TV, every national network wants to talk about it. You can't watch NFL Live without, seeing the Burgundy and Gold. You can't watch NFL Network. So it's fun. Like the kid in me, like younger me, would have been freaking out over this. I still am being mature about it, but like you said, waking up and looking at it and seeing the graphic is like nuts.
You see, you're like, holy smokes, this team's
Nuts.
actually good. And it only gets better if they improve to 8-2. Now we know if they want to improve to 8-2, not all of the responsibility, but a lot of the responsibility falls on the shoulders of the guy whose jersey you have on, number 5. He has not failed this fan base yet. In fact, in the biggest games, it seems like he plays his best. Cincinnati game, Baltimore, even though Washington lost, he played, I thought, maybe his best quarterbacking performance of the season. He had that Hail Mary against Chicago. He finds ways when it feels like regular quarterbacks do not. So what are your expectations given that this is a Pittsburgh Steelers team and a Mike Tomlin coach team where Mike Tomlin's going to do his due diligence and make his life, Jaden Daniels' life, as difficult as possible for 60 minutes?
Yeah, and the extra added layer to this is Pittsburgh's coming off a bye. So they've had 2 weeks to prepare
I know, it's terrible.
For Jaden Daniels. So I am interested to see how they try to attack this thing. As you mentioned, Mike Tomlin and that coaching staff, one of the most respected units in the National Football League, they're going to have a plan for him. The counter is going to be the big thing here. Like, this is where you get to see coaching stand out and really matter. There's going to be gamesmanship throughout this one. It may not be pretty right out the gates, right? But we've seen them battle through adversities, talking about this offense and Jaden Daniels for that matter. So I don't worry about them in this spot. They've proven it all year long. No matter who the defense is, they're going to move the football. It's about finishing these drives. But for Jaden in particular, man, he has played like a top 4 to 5 quarterback in the NFL this year. And I may not even be giving him all the credit I should when I say that. Like, he has been that good from every angle of the quarterback position, layering the football, checks at the line of scrimmage, making big time throws. It's special to see a guy like that at the quarterback position in this town, because me and you have just never seen it. It's different. Kirk was good. Kirk had his moment, but Kirk was never talked about as a legit candidate for MVP or the best guy.
Kirk never had aura. He only discovered aura when they made a bit out of putting chains on him in Minnesota. He was a good player. He never had the aura that Jaden Daniels does. When he walks onto the field, the expectation is they're going to score.
Yeah.
Every single time. Every time. It is official. Andrew Wiley's going to be out as well. That's a big loss. I don't know what they're going to do with that right tackle spot. Well, I don't see a guy that I trust there.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist?
Doesn't exist. So they signed Bobby Hart to the practice squad this past week. He is going to play today at some point. Pittsburgh's quartet of pass rushers is legit, and I do worry about that. I saw him pop up on the injury report kind of like later in the week. I didn't notice it at first. I was like shocked when I just saw that. Like, I wasn't expecting him not to play. That changes how I'm looking at this football game. And it honestly, to me, raises the importance of Chris Rodriguez. You got to be able to run the football today.
You have to be able to run the football.
You cannot leave Brandon Coleman and Trent Scott on an island against these 4 pass rushers, because it's not just TJ Watt, right? You got Alex Highsmith coming off the edge. Preston Smith's active today. Nick Herbig's done good things for this group. So, like, they have legit guys that can get you off of the edge. That scares the hell out of me.
It's not just TJ Watt, but I guarantee Trent Scott's going to see a lot of TJ Watt.
Oh, for sure. Why not?
I mean, you saw the way that Brandon Coleman played last week, and if your options are send TJ Watt to Brandon Coleman or send him to Trent Scott, you're going to pick Trent Scott, because he's going to be the guy that right now is projected to start in favor of Andrew Wiley, as you mentioned. We'll see kind of how long that goes. I hope that I hope we get to the point where we never talk about him. If this segment is the last time we say Trent Scott's name, he played really well.
He was listed as limited.
Right.
I hope that Trent Scott's been getting reps in practice, is what I would say. Because he didn't play well when he had to play extended time against Chicago. And he really stopped them from being able to run the football to the left side. Mm-hmm. If that happens on the right side, then whoa, you become like one-dimensional.
You become one-dimensional
in terms of your running game because he stood out for all the wrong reasons.
Because you effectively negate out how good Sam Cosmi is.
Exactly.
If you cannot
that helps him,
held up.
obviously.
It should
he's
help
got
him,
Sam
right.
Cosmi next to him, but it's on Cliff. This is where Cliff makes his money. We've talked about wanting to build statues for him. Think about this. Biggest game of the year.
Wait, who's wanting to build statues?
Well, I wanted to build.
Jesus,
Wale put out a tweet and said that we got to build Cliff a statue and take him to a go-go before he gets hired as a head coach. That was the whole thing.
Oh, we should take him to a go-go. I don't know about the statue.
I can see Cliff beating his feet. He got to beat his feet today because the play calling menu to me shrinks when you put Trent Scott at right tackle. Your ability to take the deep shots, I think, is limited. But one thing that we've seen from this young quarterback, and it's all about him.
It's all about him. It really is all about him.
But it is, though. We've seen him be able to get out of harm's way a lot. And I think that's a special, innate trait that he has. He's going to have to put it to the test today. I can see it now. Free rushers coming because guys just get beat. And it's no disrespect to Trent Scott. You just don't expect to be playing your backup right tackle. They didn't build this team this way to where they had solid depth. This is year one of a rebuild. That's the one thing that could derail this great feeling that we have. And I'm not trying to be negative about it. I'm being real.
No, I mean, you have to be honest
injury situation
about
changes things completely. But I think the quarterback is good enough and the coordinator is good enough to where they can negate some of the shortcomings with the personnel.
This is the toughest 2-game stretch on the entire season because Pittsburgh is good, and then you have such a short turnaround to go on the road to a division rival that's playing the best they've played all season. Sure. I mean, unless Cooper Rush goes Superman today and gives Philadelphia a loss, it's not going to happen.
Wouldn't surprise me, though.
It wouldn't surprise me, but it also
would.
Right. So you put Jaden in a position where you're going to kind of ask him to be Superman. Now, the nice thing is he can be Superman.
Well, he
is Superman. He has been kind of forged in the fire of having to be Superman in his days in college, which is one of the reasons he came in to this season and been so good immediately. He is used to everything that's going to be thrown at him, but you're just going to have to ask him to do a little bit more. It's on the running game, and it's on Jaden Daniels to make plays and be that guy, and he's been that guy. So, as
my money's on 5.
My money's going to be on 5 every single time.
Today in the
like, as frightened as I am about having Trent Scott there and not having Brian Robinson and all of the injuries that have stacked up and not having your kicker that's been really, really good for you this season, everything goes back to 5. And if I got it, I'm putting 5 on it.
100%. I mean, he's been that good this year. Someone in the chat just wrote, lean on the run. It's going to be important. There's a thing that Cliff's been great, and the offense is functioning at a really high level. We all know that. We all know the numbers. But the one gripe I've had is against the 2 best defenses that they've played. They've gotten away from the run. That Baltimore game, you didn't have Brian Robinson, so it obviously changes how you're going to call plays regardless. But they got away from it, and like having the patience to stick with it, early on and eat those 2-yard runs and those 1-yard runs can have long-term benefits when you actually have a real play action and it gets the defense to bite up because you've been running it. The balance has been really key for this offense this year. They've got to find a way to manufacture some sort of running game today. Because that pass rush of Pittsburgh, while it hasn't been what it's been in years past, they're still a good group. And down, no Andrew Wiley, no Corey Lucas. Like, this is a tall task.
It's a tall task, but as that play action starts to work, man.
Yes, for sure.
You're going to eat them alive. There's so much talent on this. Like, I feel like a big Zach Ertz day is coming. I
that's interesting because I feel the same way.
Yeah, you feel the same way. I also feel like we might
in a game like this where you got to get the ball out, tight end's your best friend.
Or Luke McCaffrey. I'm dying on the hill.
The money's on Luke.
10-1. Anytime touchdown, Luke McCaffrey. 10-1 today. He is going to score eventually. I'm dying on the hill.
I'm speaking it into existence. Today is the Sunday you hit the Luke McCaffrey.
Today is the Sunday. I tried to look for him for 2 touchdowns, and FanDuel didn't have it. I was really upset about that. It was such a long risk. So I went for OZ to score twice as well at 120-1.
Hey, look, it's that type of day though. We saw it against Arizona. OZ get involved when Austin Eckler was out. It's one of those situations where all hands are on deck. If you can run the football, you're probably going to touch it.
Get creative. I mean, Cliff has all these
especially
wrinkles.
with no tackles.
Get creative in ways to get your guys in open space, and you have the guys that once they get the ball in their hand. I mean, that's one of OZ's biggest issues right now. Is he's had a tendency in recent weeks to drop passes. Once you get the ball in his hands, though, he's great. Like De'Ami Brown on that play last week, where it's 3rd and 18, and he picks up 24, and he's just willing. the second half of that run. Like, get guys the ball in space, and you have dudes that are going to step up and make plays.
Chunk
that
plays.
does excite me.
Gotta have the chunks.
You gotta have the chunks. All right, when we get back here, Kevin Sheehan, the Godfather of radio on the Team 980, going to jump on with us. We'll see what he feels about some of these injuries. And reminder, at 11:50, we're doing bold predictions, so we want yours. Jump in the chat if you're watching on YouTube, or you can tweet us at the Denton Day, at NELL_BTP. Your bold predictions in 20 minutes, but Kevin Sheehan in 5 when we get back here on the Burning Gold pregame show. The saying usually goes, I got good news and bad news. Well, I got good news and good news. The first bit of good news, Linnell, is that I don't have bad news. The actual good news is that the Commanders just put out their inactives list, and Andrew Wiley's name is not on it.
Thank God.
Which means he's going to play. I texted a couple people to see if that means he's going to start or if he's going to just be another body, but Trent Scott is going to be the one starting. As soon as I get that information, I will relay that to you and our wonderful listeners. But the full list of inactives, you got Automatic Austin. Obviously, we knew that. Brian Robinson Jr., Jeff Driscoll, he's the emergency third. No Derek Forrest, no Marshawn Lattimore, knew that one. No Dominique Hampton. That's been pretty consistent this year. And then no Corn Lucas. So there's really no surprises on this list of inactives outside of the fact that Andrew Wiley's name is not on it.
And that's a great thing, because I'll be real. When we thought that Andrew Wiley wasn't going to play, I'll be real, my confidence level sunk, because Trent Scott, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible, is just not a good football player. And when you have to play him, you're going to suffer the consequences of that. And I want to keep 5 upright. But it's an interesting situation, and it's not their fault, right? This is the first year of a rebuild. The depth is obviously not going to be there. You can only, get so many new players. The offensive tackle depth's not there.
Before we get to Kevin, if that was the nice, what is the mean way of saying what you were going to say? Well, the nice way was saying he isn't good.
We've had some off-air conversations. So.
All right, let's get to Kevin Sheehan, host of the Kevin Sheehan Show, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. every Monday through Friday on the Team 980. Kevin, we're just learning Andrew Wiley is at least going to be suited up. Does that impact the way you feel about this game?
Well, I mean, it really makes me feel thrilled because Trent Scott's just not a good footballer.
Thank you, Kevin.
We are such a charitable crowd here on the station. Yeah, that's good news. Hopefully he's healthy and ready to go, because I think everybody understands what Pittsburgh offers with Watt and Hayward and Highsmith and the whole gang. And, like you and I talked about this weekend. I mean, even you have to stay out of being one-dimensional when you play Pittsburgh. With that said, we've got one of the cheat codes in the league. If you are one-dimensional, it doesn't mean it's going to go poorly. It just, it increases the odds of it going poorly. But I wouldn't put, one-dimensional and Jaden going back and making people miss and scrambling for yards or making big plays downfield. I wouldn't put that out of the question either. But I think, one of the benefits to having Jaden Daniels, you saw it a little bit last week, is teams are going to play, even if they send extra men, they're going to play more contain rush. They don't want them to get outside the pocket. They want to keep them inside the pocket. That hasn't worked either, but it's better than him getting outside the pocket. So sometimes you're not going to get the all-out, rush versus the contain rush. So we'll see what happens today.
Kevin, how confident are you in the patience level of Cliff Kingsbury to stick with the run game today and have some sort of balance, even if it, doesn't go their way, from the get-go, if you have to live with 2 and 3 yard gains to start? Because I just think it's so pivotal, especially against a defense like this, knowing your tackle situation right now with Wiley being banged up, even, you got to have balance here.
I mean, I have trust right now in Cliff Kingsbury to do anything. They've punted the fewest times in the league, and it's not even close. So, whether they've been in drop back mode, whether they've been balanced, whether they've been run heavy, they've moved the football, they have kept, and they have scored on more drives as a percentage of their drives than any team in the league, and it's not even close. So, yes, this is the biggest test defensively they've had since Cleveland. And they should be a little bit better offensively than Cleveland was, because almost anybody would have been better than Cleveland offensively that day, which makes it, context game-wise a little bit different. But I don't care how they move the football, Linnell, because one of the things you don't want to do with our defense is you don't want to be punting more than 3 times in a game.
Yeah.
And I have total trust in Kingsbury. I think he has figured it out each week. This is a big test. So is Thursday night upcoming. It's really kind of a telling moment in the season. We're going to learn a lot about this team over the next 4 days and nights. But I have total trust in him. And if it's pure drop back, if it's throwing 80-20, 70-30, and he thinks that's the way to beat this Pittsburgh team and score, I'm all for it.
Kevin,
I prefer once though, but
yes.
but I trust in him.
Kevin Sheehan, our guest here on the Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Dale and Linnell Willingham. Kevin, is what we saw from Chris Rodriguez last week, is that just like a one-off story, or are you expecting something similar today now that he's going to go?
Watch the way he runs, guys. Going back to the first time we saw him in preseason last year, and Denton, for you and me, we watched him at Kentucky. This is a guy that has great feet, great vision. He's powerful. He's got a burst. We've seen it every single time he's had a chance to play. He put the ball on the ground a couple of times last year, which wasn't good. But I thought he did a great job last week coming in. So I feel good about him. I feel good about the whole running back situation, to be honest with you. It has been, going back to the beginning of the year, it's been a strength of the football team. Eckler's been, I don't want to say a revelation at this age, but if you watched him last year and you've seen recent years where he's been banged up, he doesn't look anything like that. He looks like the old Austin Eckler. So, but I like Rodriguez, and I'm not concerned if he ends up needing or getting, 10, 11 carries like he did last week.
Well, Kevin, this is what my main concern is about this week. The Pittsburgh Steelers, the last 3 weekends, have figured out how to run the football. Najee Harris has gone over 100 yards. Washington, second most, runs in the league allowed of 10 or more yards. They struggle in that category. What is your confidence level in Washington to be able to bottle up Pittsburgh and make them one-dimensional?
Well, because we talked about this the other night, that's my biggest concern just with the team in general. And the next 2 games are going to be a major test for the defense because they couldn't stop the Giants, and the Giants have run the football. I mean, Tyrone Tracy's a good back. He's having another big night, big morning this morning against an, albeit not as good of an opponent, but they're 30th in the league in rush defense. They are in yards allowed per rush. They're 29th overall in rush defense. They're 26th in DVOA against the run. They're just not a good run-stopping team. And it's really not easily explained because they've got some decent players. And we know that Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. can coach, but they have been gashed when teams have focused on running the football. And Najee Harris is a beast. So is Warren. They've got Cordarrelle Patterson back. By the way, that could be an issue on kickoffs if he's back. Washington doesn't like to kick the ball deep, and we'll see what Zane Gonzalez is capable of doing today. But that's the number one limiting factor to this football team right now is being able to stop the run and get off the field enough against better teams. And they're going to have an opportunity to prove that they've made some progress here over the next four days and nights.
They better.
Kevin, earlier in the show, I told Linnell that if Russell Wilson throws upwards of 25, potentially 30 times in the game, it's going to be a really good sign for Washington because it means that run game isn't working. Is there a number that you have in mind that you want to see Russ drop back because the run game is faltering?
Well, they've done a good job since he's entered the lineup of being, keeping teams off balance. They did it to the Jets in the second half. They did it last week or in their last game against the Giants, who, by the way, have Dexter Lawrence and have been decent in some games this year defensively. So there's not a number, but if you start talking about 25, 30 passes, but you also have 30 plus runs, now you're talking about getting into the 65 plus offensive snap, territory, which means you're not getting off the field enough. So I think the more important number, Denton, is keeping them unbalanced one way or the other. If it's 28 pass attempts and only, 19 run attempts, then that they got behind and needed to throw the football. But just because Washington's a really bad defensive team against the run, that this is what Pittsburgh will do exclusively. They've been really good at keeping teams off balance since Russell Wilson came back.
That's true, but you got to think if you're Arthur Smith and company, you're looking at Washington on tape and saying, yeah, they're soft in the middle. We could double team. They're getting Zach Frazier back. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think that's the key to it. Can they stop the run in this football game? But my money's on 5. I mean, Jayden Daniels has showed up in every big spot this year. It's going to be a tough task for him offensively with this Pittsburgh defense and their ability to get after the quarterback. But I just look at him and the way that he's played here over the past month. He looks like a top 5 quarterback already in the National Football League. He is in that special category of guys at the position. Today, another test for him to prove himself, against a legit Pittsburgh defense.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the same page. Like any game this team goes into with him at the quarterback spot healthy is a chance to win. It doesn't matter what the defense does. They've already won 3 games against the Giants twice and against Cincinnati in which they could not get off the field defensively. They held up, in the red zone a couple of times, certainly against Chicago, but bottom line is they've overcome some of those games. They were not able to overcome Baltimore. They couldn't get off the field against Baltimore defensively, but they were right there, still with a chance. So he gives you a chance to win every week and makes the margin for error much greater in the areas of weakness for your team. That's what great quarterbacks do, and we're seeing it play out, certainly through 9 games. But the next 2 opponents are going to be major tests for everybody.
All right, Kevin, we'll get you out of here on this. Who wins? And give us a bold prediction and go along with your game prediction.
Well, I think one of the keys to the game is red zone defense, red zone production. And Pittsburgh is near the bottom of the league in red zone production. They kick a lot of field goals. Boswell does, just like Austin Seibert's been kicking field goals. And now we got a new kicker. So I'm going to go 27-26 home team, as in Washington, to win the game. And I think red zone defense, they hold up on 1 of 5 in the red zone, forcing that's going to be the story of the game is Pittsburgh kicks 4 field goals in 5 red zone trips.
Sounds like a recipe for success.
A recipe for success. I'll take it. All right, Kevin, enjoy the game. I'm looking forward to your breakdown on Monday.
All right, boys. Thanks for having me.
That is Kevin Sheehan, the host of the Kevin Sheehan Show, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. every Monday through Friday on the Team
closer.
980. It's time for some bold predictions,
Let's get
Linnell.
bold,
you can drop them in the comments section. If you're not watching on the YouTube stream, you can drop them on Twitter at The Denton Day, at NELL_BTP. Our bold predictions, your bold predictions when we get back. It's a Bernie Gold pregame show. All right, it's bold prediction time. The Commanders and Steelers squaring off in a little over an hour at Northwest Stadium. We asked for your bold predictions in the chat and on Twitter. We got a couple of good ones, Linnell. A couple different guys saying we're getting a pick six. One guy, Thomas, says it's going to be Mikey. Lord Bling says it doesn't matter who. It's just going to be a pick six by a corner. I'd love if Russell Wilson throws his first interception of the season and it ends up as a touchdown for Washington.
I'd love that too. The one thing about Pittsburgh is they've been really good in the turnover margin. Like that's the strength really of this football team. That defense is turning people over, but Russell hasn't made mistakes since he's entered the lineup. They gotta make them one dimensional though. You can't give him these play action opportunities because I can see it now. George Pickens making plays.
We got another guy who says defense coming up huge and pitches a near shutout. And Russ looks awful again. That's microphone glass. I like it.
That seems feasible. Our defense is playing really well, and the pass rush has gotten juiced up here over the past couple of weeks. Dante Fowler playing really good football. Pittsburgh has big, lumbering tackles.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a game where Dante Fowler can get underneath a little bit easier, and use his athleticism,
bend the edge a little bit?
And they have some injury issues on the interior. Can we see Johnny Newton, have a couple of sacks here today? But if I had one bold prediction, I think Jayden Daniels continues to show us why we're around here feeling like we're the best team in the NFL. Some folks feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jayden Daniels has his signature performance as a passer. Pittsburgh's pass defense, 19th in the NFL in terms of yards per game allowed. Touchdowns, they're good in that category. But there are yards to be had in between the 20s. The red zone stuff's going to be key. I think Jayden Daniels throws for 300 yards for the first time in his career. I don't believe he's done that yet. Has he done that yet?
I don't believe that he has. That would be huge. That would be massive.
I think Jayden Daniels has a big day passing. I think Pittsburgh, in their fear of him running, allows them or makes them rush him with this contained method. He hangs in there, makes some big-time throws.
He did throw for 300 yards.
Well, I think he throws for a career high in passing yards today. I think he's going to be able to have some big-time success through the air.
Yeah, a final 50-yard pitch and catch to Noah Brown against Chicago put him over
there we go.
The 300.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. And it was a great play to do it on. I can tell you that. Jigs24 on Twitter says that Luke McCaffrey gets over 5 targets. Please let one of those be in the end zone. And Ben Sinnott gets into the stat column as well. It'd be really. They've targeted Ben Sinnott a couple of different times so far this season. I would love them to continue doing that. But my bold prediction is a player that you just mentioned. If you look at PFF and the Dorks, I'm going to call them the Dorks, and I mean that as a term of endearment, kind of, mostly. If you look at the Dorks, Johnny Newton has had an insane run the past couple of games as his reps have gotten greater and greater with the absence of John Allen. My bold prediction is that Johnny Newton has 2 sacks today. I think he becomes a legit game record to the point where those that were skeptical about that draft pick because they already had 2 defensive tackles that they were paying a lot of money to are going to start to see the vision that Adam Peters had when he decided to make that pick. He's been really, really good so far, and as his responsibilities grow and get deeper in the defense, I think you're going to see more plays being made from him. So I think Johnny Newton gets at least 2 sacks today. And if you're really feeling bold, and I'll sprinkle a little bit on here, I'm going to say he forces a turnover as well.
That would be huge. We mentioned Pittsburgh and the turnover margin, how that's huge for them. Yeah, Johnny Newton has been playing well. The Dorks see it. The eyeball test shows you. He jumps out and has made some splash plays, playing in the other team's backfield. He's been really good. I was one of those guys that initially was questioning the pick because of a guy like Kamari Lassiter out in Houston who's playing really good football, went, right behind Johnny Newton. Should they have gone corner, the position to need? But looking how things have played out with the John Allen injury and then Daron Payne, Kevin loves him. I don't know how you feel about him. He's been a dud. He's been a complete dud.
I would like to see him more.
Johnny Newton has stood out a lot more over the past couple of weeks. I need more from Daron Payne, but yeah, Johnny's playing good ball right now, man.
I
for
do.
sure.
I don't have the actual numbers. My guess is that in the absence of John Allen, Daron Payne's double teams have increased, but it also
Yes,
kind of
for
feels
sure.
like the double team thing is becoming a crutch
Well, here's the
for
thing.
Daron Payne.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a schematic issue or what, but like I think Phil Mathis plays the double team the best. He's the biggest. Maybe Washington needs to change how they look at the defensive tackle position philosophically in this defense. Maybe you need bigger guys because that it feels like is the crux of the problems in the run defense problem is that they're getting double teamed and moved off the ball, and because they're smaller defensive tackles. If you look at a Daron Payne, a Johnny Newton, they're not your big girthing guys.
But that then has to fall on the linebackers because you can only double team so many guys.
For sure.
Like there's just physically not enough bodies to do it unless you're getting 3 guys on 2 guys and you're just kind of getting, washed that way.
You know what it is, though. You know what it is. As well as the stat sheet has said he's played and he's communicating well, Bobby's been slow to some things. There has been issues at linebacker.
You're the one guy still that's on the Bobby train because everyone says that he's playing awesome. By the way, I don't disagree that he looks slower than normal. I don't disagree with that.
He's a little late getting to things, and that's okay. They didn't play in the preseason, so yes, his play is improved, but I still think that's also that's a great point that you bring up. And Frankie Louvu has been great. He flashes, but sometimes you get caught guessing. You're in the wrong hole. So
it feels like there's a lot of times where someone runs B gap and the linebackers are standing C gap, or somebody runs C gap and they're standing B gap, and then they just get caught in the massive bodies that are then making up the line of scrimmage, and they're not there to make plays.
Yeah.
But when those 2 guys in particular, when Bobby and Frankie are flying around, that's when this defense is at its best.
Yeah, 100%. And today, I didn't see Pittsburgh's inactives but is Zach Frazier back? Do we know that? Because if not, you're playing against a backup on the interior, and that should help. That should help a lot.
That should.
I need to see more Phil Mathis, though. I'm really liking what Phil is doing. Stopping the run is the most important thing to me, first and foremost. And maybe it's a situation where you don't play Daron and Johnny together all the time because they're 2 smaller defensive tackles. Like, I've been thinking about this a lot because it drives me crazy. Denton, you realize if they shore up the run defense, can you name me a problem on this football team?
Now they have Marshawn Lattimore, no. Before they had Marshawn Lattimore, it was the corners, but is that big of a deal? It is by far the most glaring issue that the team has. By the way, to answer your question about Frazier, he is not on the inactives list. Pittsburgh's inactives list is incredibly small. There's 5 guys on it, and one of them is Kyle Allen, Redskins legend. Ron Rivera still thinks he's a great quarterback. He's their emergency 3rd quarterback. Yeah. But outside of that, there's not a whole lot of guys that are on this inactive list.
Cordero's back in the kick return game. I hope they don't kick it to him because I don't even want to worry about that. But yeah,
I know with Nick Ballore flying around,
Cordell Patterson, special teams unit is.
Cordell Patterson hates to see Nick Ballore screaming down the field.
I think anybody would. Shout out to Coach Izzo. That group balls sets the tone for the defense in a way. Jeremy Chin, one of the only starters in the NFL, feels like playing on teams and coming down and trying to break people's face masks.
And he's been really good lately.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about helping the run game. Obviously, you don't want to play your safety in the box for the entirety of the game. But Jeremy Chin's been playing really good as of late.
He has.
He's attacking the football. He's making tackles, fundamental tackles that he was not making in the first few weeks of the season.
Yeah. And if you bring him down in the box, Jeremy, keep it up. Keep the consistency up. Because it's different playing in the box versus playing the post. Your fits are different. And, like, that's the one thing where it's like adding a guy to the box, does it confuse them at all?
Right.
Because I think that's the key to it is adding the extra body. But it's not going to be some right away quick fix. I think it's going to take us a couple of weeks. Pittsburgh's going to have success running the ball today. I just know it.
They're gonna have some sort of success. It's all about surviving through the success.
Exactly.
They're gonna have one quarter where they look really, really good, and then you have to do defensively what you did last week against New York, which is they had that 115-yard quarter, and they finished with 160 yards, which means you held them to less than 20 yards a quarter for the remainder of the game. And some of that's because offensively you just kept scoring, but you got to have some sort of performance like that. Now, in a perfect world, the team does not have to go for 115 yards and a quarter on 17 carries to start the defense playing well, but at this point, we'll take what we can get. All right, when we get back, you'll hear from the Sports Junkies. Grant Paulson going to join us in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's a Bernie Gold pregame show with Denton Linnell Willingham. Burning Gold pregame show, Denton Day and Linnell Willingham with you. Linnell talking to me during the break. We found out some information. Andrew Wiley is active. He was on the injury report for the entire week, limited with a shoulder injury. Reports had surfaced that he was not going to play. Then they posted their full inactives list, and he is going to play, but you just learned he's not going to be able to go in the starting lineup.
Yeah, I missed this. Ben Standig, 24 minutes ago, was told Andrew Wiley will not, all caps, start. Guess he can go in an emergency situation, says Standig. I look at this game completely differently now. I do. It makes a tall task even taller. And this is no shade. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. Trent Scott, I don't know if he would be on anyone else's 53. This is a guy they inherited. I remember at the owners' meetings, Adam Peters was asked, was he comfortable with this before the draft with Corn Lucas and Trent Scott? And he said, yeah, as the starters. And he was just saying that. I feel like, man, Trent Scott, I hope he goes out and balls today. It makes me look stupid. But he has not been good when he has been inserted into the lineup. We saw him against Chicago at left tackle. Maybe it's better at right tackle. Maybe that's the hope, right? It's different on that side. But woof, if he has to play, it limits what you can do as an offense in terms of how comfortable you're going to be putting Jayden Daniels in these drop back situations. It makes the balance so much more paramount to me now that he's in the lineup. And I'm not trying to, he's just not good. And it's not Adam Peters and them fault, right? They just inherited this football team. They turned over the roster at a historic rate. There are going to be some holes.
Really historic.
It's year one. It's year one. There are going to be some holes. Right now, one of your holes is the depth of this offensive line. If there was something that can stop this magic carpet ride, it would be injuries up front because Jayden's great. It's going to be tough if you're playing with nobody's in front of you.
So that's going to be something that we keep an eye on throughout the course of the ball game today. Reminder, we're live for the entire game right here on the YouTube and on the Team 980 1067 The Fan Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. But before we get back into our performance and what we're going to be doing, how about the Junkies? They swung by our studios to preview this matchup. Fellas, how do we see this one playing out?
All right, boys, here we are. Commanders against Steelers. Commanders sit at 7-2. First time since 1996. Massive home game. The terrible towels are going to be here, but the burgundy towels are going to be out. Can the Commanders continue to roll against the Pittsburgh Steelers and that vaunted defense?
If they stick to their roots and are able to run the ball effectively like they have all season, they can absolutely hang with, if not beat, the Pittsburgh Steelers. If the Steelers can solve their rushing attack, it could be a long day for the Commanders. I feel like the Commanders are going to impose their will on basically any team they face. They're not intimidated by the Steelers. Their offensive line is way better than anybody expected them to be at this point. I still think the Commanders are going to be able to run the ball in this Pittsburgh Steelers defensive unit.
Mr. Bickle, I just can't get over the numbers that Mike Tomlin, coming off of bye, has as a coach and his record against rookie quarterbacks. Not that Jayden Daniels is playing like a rookie. I get that. But TJ Watt's a difference maker. They added some guys before the trade deadline on the defensive side. Mike Williams on the offensive side. They had a week off to prepare for this game. This game isn't as big for the Commanders as next Thursday when they play the Eagles, but I understand it's big because you got two division leaders. But I don't think that the Steelers are going to overlook Washington.
There's something about this team, though, but they just have an aura about them at this point, right? Where they're just kind of they're winning on Hail Marys and
they're getting the breaks.
I don't know. They're getting the breaks. They're all talking about the brotherhood. They all love each other. And they add Lattimore, even though he probably won't play this weekend. I just feel like there's something special in the air. It's a home game. If you look at Pittsburgh's schedule, they haven't really beaten anyone. I know people can say that about us too, but their most impressive win, I guess, is maybe a win over the Chargers. I'm just going to go with my tingle, and that is that we have one of the best offenses in the league, and there's something special about Jayden Daniels. So I'll take our guys 27-23. I don't think it's going to be easy, and it could certainly go either way. But there's just something special brewing here in D.C.
My lean was to go with Washington, but then we had that guy from Pittsburgh on the Junkie Show, and he had Pittsburgh winning by 3 touchdowns. And I think that was a joke, very hot take-ish. It's got Abraham on. He was kind of picking the Steelers. And Jason mentions these numbers. It's hard to escape. 13-4 is what Tomlin is after a bye. And then since they've had TJ Watt on the team, they're 10-2 against rookie quarterbacks. They're plus 10 in turnover differential. And then I was just thinking about this. Like, Dan Quinn is proving to be a good coach, right? Took the Falcons to the Super Bowl. People goof on him for the collapse, but so far looks like a great hire. Good coach. We know Tomlin's a great coach. Mike Tomlin had them over 500 with Kenny Pickett at quarterback.
Yeah.
Think about that. He makes the bold move to go from Justin Fields to Russell Wilson. Most people, conventional wisdom, thought they're going to stick with Justin Fields. They're 4-2 with Justin Fields. He only has one interception. Well, he gets paid the big bucks to make those decisions, and it's worked out with Russell Wilson. They're a better offense with Russell Wilson. I think they're probably going to be just a little too much for the Commanders. It's a litmus test game. I think they're going to come up just short, 24-23 Steelers.
All right. I'm with you. I think it's going to be a tight game, of course. I think the Steelers get it done 26-23.
Shocker.
And again, if they beat the Steelers and Philly beats the Cowboys, next Thursday night is it's like a Super Bowl. That's how monstrous that game's going to be. But I'm still going to take the Steelers.
I think the Commanders run the ball effectively against the Steelers like they've run the ball effectively all season long. I think they rush for between 135 and 150 yards on the ground.
Jeez.
I think Jaden continues his hot play, and I like the Commanders to beat the Steelers by 3, 24-21.
Here's what I know. Half of us are going to be correct.
That is correct. That's right.
And hopefully it's a Victory Monday on the Junkie starting at 6 a.m. Back to you, boys.
Fellas, appreciate it. I certainly hope that half of you are correct, and it's the ones that picked the Burgundy and gold to come away with the win. If they have success running the ball, the game is they're gonna kill them.
Yeah,
And I'm talking Washington. If they have the success that Cakes just laid out running the ball against Pittsburgh, this is going to be a very big win for the Commanders.
And it can happen, right? Because we saw the Giants do it in Washington's run game, for the majority of the year, all year long, has been better than the Giants. So if they can do it, I think we can do it. It's always about matchups. Obviously, it's players, not plays, they always like to say. But I think Chris Rodriguez has to be a part of that run game. I don't want it to be Austin Eckler and Jeremy McNichols in between the tackles. I think Rodriguez is a different style back and gives you that physicality. Those 2 and 3 yard carries turn into 4 and 5 yard carries as the game wears on. Washington has to continue to keep that element of who they are offensively for them to continue to have success in the passing game. If we continue to look at the numbers, they're at their best when Jayden Daniels is throwing it 25 to 30 times a game.
Right.
Give them balance. They got to run the ball 25, 30 times.
Or less than that. If Jayden Daniels was 20 times, they're winning by 12 at least.
And him scrambling. Don't just the rushing yards today may come by him scrambling too. But one thing Pittsburgh's really good at is keeping quarterbacks in the pocket. They have Justin Fields simulating, Jayden Daniels in practice this week. They go against Lamar twice a year, so they know how to handle these mobile quarterbacks. I think Jayden, though, is a special cat. I just trust him. That's just no real analysis there. I just trust the guy.
Which he has earned
that, yes.
the trust. An interesting stat, though, Pittsburgh has only allowed 56 rushing yards to opposing quarterbacks this year. Bo Nix leads the way. He had 4 rushes for 25 yards. Then it was Anthony Richardson that had 3 rushes for 24 yards.
Yeah.
And then it was Dak for 3, Joe Flacco for 3, stunned. Flacco didn't have more, old ass. Daniel Jones for 1, none for Herbert, none for Kirk.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough. Now, they're not going up against guys that are the caliber of Jayden when it comes to running the football.
That's the other thing.
But they play really good contain in the pocket. Now, I dare them. Kevin Sheehan mentioned this when he was on with us. They blitzing contain. If you're going to send extra guys while still playing contain, they better get there quick. Because if they don't, he is going to be firing the football off, and then you're losing valuable yards, and Washington is just marching right down the field.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. My bold prediction was that he throws for a career high in passing yards today, but they've got to maintain balance. Like I especially with not Andrew Wiley. Maybe it's a situation where if Trent Scott's like as bad as I'm saying he potentially could be, they just put Wiley in and say forget it. Like you
done, Joe. Yeah,
like,
we need you. Please go into the football game.
That's my concern here.
All right,
Is
when we get
tackle
back
spot.
here, Grant Paulson going to join us, get his thoughts on this matchup. Does Washington advance to 8-2 against Pittsburgh? Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold pregame show with Dan Day, Leno Willingham. Game show, Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 1067 The Fan, the Team 980, and the YouTube stream on both 1067 and Team 980's YouTube page. We'll go to the phones now. I got Grant Paulson standing by. You can hear him every Monday through Friday. Co-host of Grant and Danny, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. on 1067 The Fan. Grant, we found out Andrew Wiley not going to play. He's suited up. He could play if he needs to, but he's not going to start. How do you think that impacts the offensive game plan today for Cliff Kingsbury?
Well, I think it changes everything, if we're being honest. I mean, it's not to say that Wiley's an all-pro or the best right tackle in the league, but Andrew Wiley is a competent starter who's played very well this year, and not having him means you're now down to likely Trent Scott, Chris Paul as a swing tackle, some variation therein. Those are backups for a reason. When we've seen Scott in a limited capacity this year, he struggled. And you would say, well, maybe you could get by if you're taking on an edge in the matchup that's not particularly good. TJ Watt's the best pass rusher in the league, probably. He is a game wrecker. He is a defensive player of the year type. So that means you're keeping tight ends in. It means you're chipping with backs. It means you're accounting for him on every single snap. Here's the other problem, though. So let's say you put all of your eggs into the stopping Watt basket because you need to help your right tackle. Well, on the other side of the formation, you got a guy in Brandon Coleman who's the second-time full-time starter this week against Alex Highsmith is really good. They've got a potential future Hall of Famer in Cam Hayward in the middle. So it's a really, really good defensive front with quality personnel.
Yeah, it is, Jeeps, and it makes it, more paramount to run the football. They've done a really nice job maintaining balance this year offensively. They've gotten into some spots where they've had to drop Jayden Daniels back more than I would maybe like. Today, though, with your tackle situation being the way it is, I got to think it's a lot of Chris Rodriguez, Jeremy McNichols, Austin Eckler, Pittsburgh, not giving a lot of yards rushing to the quarterback. How important is it for Cliff to keep that balance offensively?
Yeah, I think if in fact they're going forward without Wiley, and I still am sitting here right now looking at the, for what it's worth, they're just going through their stretches, but he's with the starting group for the moment. I know the report out there is that he's not going to go, but the team has certainly not said that. He's not listed as an active. I just want to cover our bases there. But assuming that reports are correct and he's not going to start or play in this game, barring any kind of an issue, I think you got to run the football.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy because the Steelers know that, and they're going to stack the box. But look, you've not really had a game where Jayden Daniels, since probably week 2 in the first half against the Giants, was harassed and under pressure and under siege. I think there was a 4-sack first half by New York. Some of that was his doing before he really got his footing. I think the second half of that week 2 game is kind of when he took flight, and he's been elite and MVP caliber ever since. But this is going to be the ultimate test for him. Can he make enough plays and help out with his feet and not only keep plays alive like he needs to, but not run into added pressures and drop to the correct depth and get the ball out when he's supposed to. It's not easy. This is a really, really difficult task here. This is going to be a real challenge for him. It's not going to be pretty, but this team's scoring, remember, on 60% of their drives.
Crazy.
The best offense over the last 20 years, that 07 Patriots offense with Brady and Moss, scored about 50% of their drives. There's long been considered, an expectation of regression here. I don't think 60% is in the cards. But if they're able to get through today and have another strong offensive outing and go put up a bunch of points, light at tackle against this Steelers front, my goodness, man. I just don't know if there's a regression coming. Then it just starts to feel like nothing matters,
At that point, right.
Nothing mattering in the best way possible. You mentioned the run game. Chris Rodriguez obviously was the story of the weekend last week. Do you expect his success to continue, or do you think that maybe Jeremy McNichols has a much better day production-wise?
Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like against the Steelers, this is just my own working through this game last night, I feel like it'd be more of a McNichols situation than a thumping Brian Robinson. Work that battering ram style against the New York Giants. But Pittsburgh is just a more physical, imposing defense. They're number 4 against the run. This is a lot more like that Baltimore matchup, if you remember. And in that Baltimore game when they didn't have Brian, but it was a little bit of Eckler. It was a good bit of McNichols, and they threw the ball a lot. I don't know if you want to do that because I don't think you can hold up in pass pro. Maybe than Rodriguez, just based on personnel for Pittsburgh. But, hey, Rodriguez got into a rhythm. He was the best.
We'll put Grant on hold here for a second, Grant. Get your phone situation together. But, no, I think that was a great question you asked. It feels like because Pittsburgh – I kind of thought the other way, not going to lie. Because they're a fast defense. How do you beat speed? You just run right through the face. I mean, so I kind of thought it would be one of those thumping games. But look, the bottom line is they got to figure out a way to manufacture it. And to me, as I said earlier, it's about Cliff having the patience to stick with it, because there's going to be 1 in 2 yard gains. If you're Cliff, you just got to maintain the patience. That to me is the bigger thing there, because you're going to have your 1 and 2 yard gains. It's just how willing are you to stick with it there and make your play action effective when you go to it. Grant, I wanted to ask you about, if we've got you back now, wanted to ask you about this defense of the Commanders. The pass defense, statistically, they're top 5 in the National Football League, but we know where their issues lie in the run game. Najee Harris has been over 100 yards each of the last 3 games for Pittsburgh. What's your confidence level that Washington can keep Pittsburgh bottled up enough in the run game?
Well, so that's where I think, Pittsburgh will have success, and frankly, I would allow them to. I would try to do everything I could to take away vertical passing game and chunk yards down the field. They traded for Marshawn Lattimore for a reason. That's an indictment on their personnel in some way. They know that they need help in their secondary, right? I think that if they want to run the football downhill with Harrison, you let them. And, that's going to take 11, 12, 13 play drives. And this is not a elite offense. They played really well, and Russell Wilson's played 2 really good football games in a row. But I'll take my chances that they make a mistake. They commit a holding, get behind the sticks, mediocre offensive line. They miss a block and you get a sack or something, and you can play from ahead that way in terms of the chains. But that would be my plan. I think they will run the ball successfully against Washington. I think they will run for over 100 yards today, and I expect that Washington will be okay with that. The big thing is don't let Pickens beat you. I like the matchup for St. Juste against Pickens a lot more than I do a Zay Flowers type, smaller, twitchier wide receiver. I think the longer, more physical guys are players he can defend a little better. So I'm excited for that. And then on the other side, I think it's kind of by committee against what is a pretty big drop-off in personnel for the Steelers. It's not like you're playing the Eagles on Thursday, A.J. Brown, Devontae Harris, where you need Lattimore a whole lot more. So I don't think you're going to win or lose the game based on the Steelers' wideouts. You just got to make sure you don't give up anything super easy.
Do you think that they're going to shadow George Pickens with anybody, Grant, or will it more just be like a schematic? We're just going to hope he doesn't beat us deep by committee.
I would guess it's mostly the second one. But I do think if they choose to, I think this is a good matchup for St. Juste. Pickens is really good, and he's going to make a few plays. Like, if the expectation is he's supposed to shut him out, like that's not realistic. But I think a 4 for 50 kind of day is probably in the cards more than an 8 for 125 if you let St. Juste run around with him a little bit. But my guess is there's one receiver you're really worried about on this offense. They've had problems with like I said, the Flowers types, the smaller, shiftier, twitchier guys for sure that run the crossers and the drags. I don't worry as much about that with Pittsburgh. It's not to say that they don't have players like that, Calvin Austin, there's others that are going to make catches today. But I think for the most part, you probably just do it by committee and, you hold your nose and see what happens. Again, before the last couple of weeks, the Steelers passing game with Justin Fields this year was pretty inept.
Yeah.
They've opened things up with Russell Wilson, but I still don't think it's anything to be scared about.
Yeah, they've been able to open it up based off of a lot of the play action stuff. They're running the football really well. It makes that part of it just paramount to me. When you look at Jayden Daniels, though, offensively, Grant, I said this when we had Sheehan on. I've just grown to have this confidence about this football team whenever he is under center and healthy. And I know the deck is stacked against him this afternoon. But whenever he has been in these big time spots, because let's make no mistake about what today is, it's a huge matchup. I know Philly in a couple of days is even bigger, but another opportunity to kind of get that monkey off of your back if you haven't beaten anybody. He has rose to the occasion in these type of football games. What do you expect from him today? Because I think that to me is going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, for me, I think this is the last hurdle that you can kind of throw it in front of Washington and say, yeah, but. That the ellipses, right? The ... Like, oh, but you haven't, proven you could win on the road. Okay, you haven't proven that you could handle prosperity. Well, you haven't come home and beaten a bad team. Like, they've done everything each step of the way that supposedly they weren't going to do. And now the last thing anyone can say is you haven't beaten a really good team. And that would happen today. Steelers team that's 13-4 after the bye under Mike Tomlin won 7 in a row in that situation. As an underdog under Mike Tomlin, This is an elite operation. They don't lose these games against the spread and oftentimes straight up with teams with better records than them on the road. It's crazy. I mean, he's the most profitable coach in terms of the betting market against the spread in history over these last 20 years. Him and nobody else in the category. So if they win, it's going to be earned. This is going to be the last time you could say they haven't beaten anybody. And then you throw in the problems on the O-line, health-wise, going up against Watt in this defense. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the last kind of big test maybe for Jaden Daniels. And I'm at a point with him where, like you, if you got 5, you got a shot. I mean, he's played that kind of football. He has not really been under pressure or rattled a whole lot. This offense is protecting him well. So that would be telling today if, in a hypothetical, and it's hard to imagine, but if he was out on the field making mistakes and he was pressured for the first time, maybe that would be a blueprint for what to do moving forward if teams could pull it off.
All right, Grant, who wins? Does Washington get to 8-2?
I actually do have them winning a close game. Before the news this week on the show Friday, I said that they were going to win. Here's how big of a difference the Wiley setback is. I will now pick Pittsburgh to win the game. I've gone from thinking, 27-23 Washington. I'm now going to say 24-17 Pittsburgh. And I think, he makes a game-wrecking, drive-ending, game-altering play or two off the edge.
Wow, that was the fear.
Yeah, that is certainly the fear. Grant, enjoy the game. Looking forward to your breakdown on Monday.
I pray you're wrong, GP.
I appreciate you, fellas. Enjoy it.
That is Grant Paulson, co-host of Grant and Danny from 2 to 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday on 106.7 The Fan. Before we break, Linnell, it's time for our Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on. Baldino's Lock and Key is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. I'll give you one on offense and defense. So who are you locking in on offense today?
I'm sorry. I know you would have taken this if you would have gone first. It's Trent Scott for me. I mean, I'm circling him. He cannot get abused today. He cannot stick out for all of the wrong reasons. It's going to be a tough matchup going up against Pittsburgh's rotation of pass rushers. Highsmith, Watt, Preston Smith going to get in there too. He cannot be in one of those situations where the penalties and getting the sacks and getting you behind the sticks. Like that's been, the reason for Washington's offensive success. A lot of it is their ability to convert first downs. Trent Scott can't stick out like that. To me, it crushes me because I know I have no confidence in him. I'll be real. Like it's even hard for me.
I picked up on that.
It's hard for me to come to grips with like that it's happening because I didn't really know. Maybe I haven't been paying attention this week. I didn't know Wiley was actual like threat to not play.
Well, yeah, he was just limited the entire week. But at this point in the season, just being limited
it's
with
not good.
No real discussion of not practicing or any kind of heads up that he might not go. It is a little surprising to see that he's out. I was not going to go with Trent Scott, but I'm instead going to go with the position group that plays right next to Trent Scott. And that's going to be the tight ends because of the Trent Scott injury. And because you still have a rookie on the other side, how is Cliff Kingsbury going to utilize tight ends to help in that department, whether that be in the run game or by chipping at the line of scrimmage on passing downs? And then what is that going to look like for the offense? So whether it be Zach Ertz, Bates, Ben Sinnott, whoever, I'm looking at the tight ends and saying these guys need to be productive and help in whatever role they're going to be placed in to make sure that Jaden Daniels stays upright.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And it feels like Ben Sinnott's like, each and every week it's like, it feels like he's doing a little bit more.
Right.
I think you make a great point. The tight ends are going to be used a lot today. You got to do whatever you can to help out these tackles. I even think in the pass catching role, you're going to see them involved as well because, if you're going to be running 3 tight ends, you don't want it to be a situation where you're only running out of it. So
right.
I think if Cliff's going to stick with the run and really protect the tackles, you will see a lot of the tight ends. On defense, if I had to go with a player to watch, I won't go player, I'll go position the way that you did. Steve's defensive tackles. I mean, Deron Payne, Johnny Newton, Phil Mathis, Sheldon Day, whoever's going to get reps at that position, they got to play big. Last week we even saw Dorrance Armstrong line up inside a couple times. So
creative.
Seeing the creativity continue to come to life with that is going to be huge. But for me, it's the same thing I've been talking about. Feels like every week this season. You cannot get displaced in the running game. The one thing that Washington struggled with is their run defense, and the big reason for it is people are double teaming on the interior, and they're giving up 2 and 3 yards a line of scrimmage, and it's tough. and the yards before contact for Washington is one of the worst in the NFL. So that group has to play big against a Pittsburgh team that is going to test you. It's not going to be a question as to whether or not they're going to do it. It's how they do it, to me, is the bigger question. Cordell Patterson coming back this week, he joins that fray as well.
So my defensive player to lock in on is a guy whose name I don't know that we've mentioned on the pregame show for maybe a month, but it's Quan Martin. Knowing that you are going to have to stop the run and knowing that Pittsburgh is going to try and exploit you in the play action, he is likely going to be the guy that has the responsibility of playing that high safety role. If Jeremy Chinn's going to come up into the box for the first portion of the game, probably the first half, maybe even into the third quarter as well, depending on how the game flow actually goes. But if Quan Martin can be a guy that becomes a ball hawk in the back end of that defense, I think that really limits what Pittsburgh is going to be able to do. And I'm not saying he needs to come away with a ton of interceptions like we saw the late, great Sean Taylor do on a number of different games. You remember, I mean, everybody remembers that Packers game where he's just flying all over the field. I don't know that he needs to do that, but he needs to be enough of a threat to where he hampers what Pittsburgh is trying to do offensively by the time they get to the play action. So I'm looking at Quan Martin saying, I'd love a big game from him to really make this Pittsburgh offense easier, I should say, to stop.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know how Washington's going to choose to play Pittsburgh. That's one of my, big things I'm looking for too. Do they come out with a light box off the rip and trust that their guys are going to win, or do they add the extra guy for support? If they add the extra guy for support, Quan becomes even more valuable and important because he's got to show off that range.
When we get back, our keys to the game, our windows of opportunity. What does Washington need to do to be able to win this football game? Don't go anywhere. It's Bernie Gold pregame with Denton Nail and Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. I think I've been a bad host today, Linnell.
No, you haven't.
Not once have I mentioned there's a game going on in Germany.
Oh,
And that
because
game,
it's between two irrelevant franchises that no one cares about.
and that's why I wanted to bring it up.
That make you a bad host. That makes you know what the people want.
It feels like it is an international crime then to have the 2-7 Giants and the 2-7 Carolina Panthers go to overtime. Because that's what's going on right now. It's tied up at 17. Graham Gano just did a field goal to tie it. And you get free football between two of the worst teams in the NFL. Congratulations, Germany. Enjoy it.
What do they do to deserve that?
Lots.
I
mean, there's lots.
But I'm stunned that the game is going to overtime. The better part of this, and the more important storyline, I guess, Bryce Young playing pretty well. And the Panthers have a pulse with him at quarterback all of a sudden.
Hey, it's almost like they shouldn't have given up on him. I never was off of Bryce Young.
I was.
Yeah.
I mean, he stinks. I'm still off of him.
He's just small.
He's just small, and I think that's just enough for him not to be.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the one flaw that you can have as a quarterback that you legitimately cannot fix.
Yeah.
Without a litany of drugs that I'm positive are banned by the NFL.
Yeah. So he ain't getting bigger.
He is not getting taller. That he is not doing. All right, it's time for the window of opportunity. The keys to the game for Washington is presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or their Fairfax showroom. All right, Linnell, what are your keys to a victory for Washington to come away with a dub against Pittsburgh and get to 8-2?
The money zone on both sides of the football are key. You have to hold Pittsburgh to field goals, and you must score touchdowns. I know it may seem, cliche, but like that is what this game is going to come down to. I think both of these offenses, are going to find ways to move the ball against each other in between the 20s. But when things tighten up in the red zone, can you, play mistake-free football and come up with touchdowns and not field goals and execute more importantly, man? That's the big thing with Washington, with Trent Scott out there, though. I'll tell you what. Makes it a hell of a lot more difficult in the red zone with Trent Scott out there. Just does.
That it does. My key is just going to maintain offensive identity despite the injury to Andrew Wiley, despite the injury to Brian Robinson. I thought Cliff did a really good job last week, and this was thanks mostly to Chris Rodriguez. But they maintained running the football as their identity, and it worked out really well for them against the Giants. I need them to continue to do that today against Pittsburgh. You can't get kind of in your own head based on some of these injuries and just abandon a game plan that works. So as long as they're consistent with who they are and their personnel, I do think good things are going to come for Washington.
I agree. But if you do get into one of these situations where you got to drop Jayden Daniels back 30, 35 times because the run game is just, it's not there for you.
Yeah.
I think he is capable of leading you to the promised land, even despite, guys being down at tackle. What's the one thing he's shown us this year in the situations where there are free rushers, where there's pressure in his face? He doesn't blink. He's tough. He's going to take the shot on the chin. He's going to deliver the football accurately and on time. I expect to, see more of the same from him. Despite the parts around him changing, I expect him to be him because that's the type of quarterback I think this young man is.
He is, in fact, him. As they say, he is him. I want the ball to be spread around offensively, and not just because I want Luke McCaffrey to get into the end zone. But I do think the tight ends, you've really started to see him develop a good relationship with specifically Zach Ertz. Although last week was not a great example of that. But continuing to move and spread the ball around, it just continues to put pressure on the Pittsburgh defense. So as you just mentioned, this kind of goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
If they have to drop him back 30 times, 35 times, you have so many different weapons that you can utilize to then move the ball down the field and put pressure on the Pittsburgh defense, which I do believe in turn is going to force some openings in the run game, whether that be just the designed runs or some of the things that Jayden can do in terms of his escapability and him just kind of ad-libbing. So spread the wealth around offensively and get everybody involved, and good things are going to happen.
I agree with you. The one thing that the Steelers do really well, though, is tackle. So the run after the catch stuff is going to be difficult today for Washington. I know guys like Alameda Zaccheaus have made a killing off of that. Luke McCaffrey, it feels like every time he catches the ball, he breaks the first tackle. Like he's been really hard to bring down. So that's going to be key in this matchup as well. The other thing that I would look at, Denton, and we've mentioned it all show long, is how do they choose to stop Pittsburgh's run defense? Like how do they play that? Is it the situation where you're adding the extra guy to the box, or are you going to come out right away and play with your base defense and see if your linebackers and D tackles can win? Because it hadn't worked a lot playing these light boxes. It's why they're struggling against the run. I think against a team like Pittsburgh, where Russell Wilson doesn't scare me, their receiving core doesn't scare me, I'm playing 8 in the box right off the bat.
I do think one of my keys, though, is to make Russell Wilson look like the Russell Wilson that I know and have despised for years. The guy that I just don't think has it anymore. He's old. He's a little washed up. I want them to get after him. I want them to force him to make mistakes. He hasn't done that yet in the first 2 games that he has played with Pittsburgh, but I know that Russ is still in there. The guy that wants the glory, the guy that wants to be the big guy on campus, force him to make mistakes and then capitalize off of those mistakes. If you're going to force the turnovers, they need to result in points of some kind, even if it is just a field goal. But as you know, and we've alluded to, there is no automatic Austin Day at the kicking spot. So it might force their hand a little bit to be a bit more aggressive if they get into those red zone areas and then relying on Jaden Daniels to do the work and get them in the end zone, which I would feel pretty darn good about. So get after Russ, force him to make turnovers, and I think you're going to be sitting pretty good if you're Washington.
I agree. And this Washington pass rush has gotten juiced up here. If they can earn the right to rush the passer, Denton, by stopping them or limiting them on first and second down, I think they're going to have some success. They're better than Pittsburgh is up front. That's a pretty mediocre unit.
Yeah.
They have some injury issues that they're dealing with. If they can earn the right to rush the passer by stopping the run, I think this pass rush should be able to tee off against this group.
I'm right there with you. Do you have any other keys that you want to get in here? I completely lost count. I think we've done 3.
Win the turnover battle will be that's one every week. Pittsburgh is, I believe, it's 15 turnovers that they forced, 10 interceptions, something like that. So they've been really good in that department. Not turning the ball over is going to be huge. And then if you force one, you've seen the impact that it could have. Turned the Giants one-dimensional last week. It felt like, and I know after the turnover, they still continued to run the ball and have success, but it felt like the turnover changes things against Carolina. Against Carolina, it made them one-dimensional. Like, we've just seen the impact of it. If you can, with this offense, you give them an extra possession.
Yeah, any extra time you give to Jaden Daniels is going to result in something good. You're right. Time well spent is a great way of putting that. Speaking of time that's not well spent, the Carolina Panthers beat the Giants 20-17 in November.
Oh, they lost to the Panthers?
The Panthers are now winners of 2 in a row.
Bryce Young.
I mean, they just got Dennis Allen fired. I don't think Brian Dable's going to get fired, but you never know. Shador Sanders is going to look great in a Giants uniform next year.
Him in that big market, that's what Dion wants.
Dion would be overjoyed at that.
Yeah.
He would love that.
Poor Giants. Poor Malik Neighbors. He's a dog.
He is a dog. He tried one of the silliest things, though, in the fourth quarter. They threw it to him, and the ball bounced off of the ground and then fell into his stomach as he was diving for it, and he gets up saying that was a catch. Oh. And you see one replay, and you're like, it bounced literally into your stomach.
Passionate.
And he's getting up there and saying catch.
He's passionate.
He's passionate.
That's what it is.
That would have worked way better in 72 when there was no cameras. But now that we have 4K, 8K, 12K, and we got 7 of them at all times on a ball, you're not getting away with that one. All right, when we get back, we will give you our predictions. Does Washington get to 8-2? We let you know when we get back. It's a Brady Gold pregame show with Denton Dale and L. Willingham. It's the Burgundy Gold pregame show, wrapping things up. We're about 5-10 minutes away from kickoff. I do see a lot of those stupid towels that the Pittsburgh fans have. This was the hardest ticket to get, Linnell, to a Commanders, Washington football team, and Redskins game in the history of this stadium.
Really?
Second hardest ticket ever behind
Wow.
a college football matchup between Virginia Tech and USC a couple years ago.
That's
I say
big
a couple
time.
years ago. That was like 20 years ago. But
When you said that the towels were stupid, this is embarrassing. I thought you were talking about our towels. So we're trying something new today.
they're trying something new.
But no, the Steelers towels do stink. I agree with you, my friend.
I don't know if I love trying the towel thing the week
I get
where
it.
Pittsburgh is here.
I get it.
I would have tried to implement that beforehand to get everybody accustomed to the towel thing so then you can match Pittsburgh's towel thing.
Yeah. Now that we're getting like closer to kickoff, it's just the juices are starting to flow.
We don't often do this show with games
I'm not
like
taking
this.
my shades off.
Yeah, your $1,500 Cartier frames have exited the face.
I am in a situation now where it's like they pictured Najee Harris. He was up there. They better stop him.
Yeah.
I can't sit through one of those games where we're just getting bludgeoned on the ground. I'm not gonna be able to take it. Seriously.
But it's good to feel alive, right? I mean, you kind of like you miss this feeling. I mean, you hate it, but you love it at the same time because you want to be in these conversations.
Yeah,
for the
we're in a big
longest
time
time,
stuff.
Washington hasn't been, and this is one of those games that then directs them as you're just a playoff team in the NFC, or you have a legitimate opportunity to make some noise. This game, and then of course Thursday against Philadelphia. But we'll focus on Philadelphia.
Yeah.
As the week progresses, we're focusing on today. It's time for our prediction presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig every dig. It's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. All right, Linnell, who is winning? Does Washington get to 8-2?
Man, Trent Scott having to start against this group really worries me. No Brian Robinson as well. Like the deck is stacked against this football team.
It is.
My money's still on 5, though, man. I've picked Washington every week this year. It's going to continue. I think this defense steps up today. They need to. They're winning the All Burgundy, right? You're at home. Vibes are sky high right now. This defense understands that they are the weak link right now.
They better. They definitely are.
They got to step up in the run defense in particular. If they can make Pittsburgh one-dimensional, I like our DBs against their wide receiver group because it's not that good of a unit. They got to earn the right to rush the passer, though, as I mentioned, man. I'm going to pick Washington, though. I think it's a higher scoring game than maybe we were all ready for. I'm going to go 29-27 Washington.
I've seen pictures of Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels in a shiesty.
He's in a
different
shite? Oh,
beast.
because he's cold.
It's cold.
It's not even cold,
It's
though.
not even, I mean, it's not bad.
That's what I do worry about with him. But
I
hey,
do worry a little bit. I mean, it's like
we'll get there when we get
55
there.
degrees outside.
JD in the in the shiesty, though, means, look,
It's like
Black Force's energy.
It's like LeBron with a mask. It's
Yeah.
untucked Kyrie. It's Jordan in the fourth quarter. Jaden with the shiesty means bad things are coming to the other team and specifically their defense. I'm in the same boat as you. I trust Jaden Daniels. Obviously, the injury situation sucks, but I trust that there's going to be a next man up mentality. But also, I trust that the coaching staff is not idiotic. It's still new. Have not gotten used to coaching staffs that are not idiotic, but I trust this coaching staff in that while having Trent Scott play right tackle is certainly not ideal, they will be able to work around that because they had to prepare for something like this at some point to happen, right? So I'm taking Washington. I said this on Kevin's show on Friday. I'm taking them 30-20, and I'm going to stand by that. I think they find ways to get into the end zone, and Pittsburgh, as good as they have been this year, they don't have the kind of offense that I believe they can consistently put up 30 points. And if you can't consistently put yourself in a position to score 30 points, you're not going to beat Washington because they can do that. So I like Washington. I like them getting to 8-2. I keep wanting to say 8-2 for the first time since, but in reality, they started 11-0 in 91. So yeah, you're kind of like, yeah. That trumps any 8-2, and you're just not going to get to 11-0.
This has just been so fun. You know what this is doing to me? That was turning me into a sore loser. I don't know how to lose anymore.
No, I don't
Like it's
either.
like a loss. I'm going to be dejected. Like I know what a loss would do to me emotionally. I don't think I'm gonna have to worry about that. I have the utmost confidence.
I was telling my fiance yesterday, I was apologizing to her. I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're getting a lot of like childhood stuff because I'm now back to being invested in the team where there was a long period where I was more apathetic than anything. But now that I'm back to being invested in the team, like I also don't know how to lose. I do my best to be healthy about it and not let it ruin my week when the team loses. But if they lose today, I'm not going to be happy.
No,
it's going to be a quiet car ride home. I'll sit in silence with maybe a piano music. But they're not going to lose today. They're going to win.
I'll be real with you though, they need to win today because I'm so tired of hearing like they haven't beaten anybody,
especially from Steelers fans.
Yeah, they've been so annoying all week long. It's shut up the annoying Eagle fans too. Like the Pittsburgh fans have been so annoying. That's just an annoying state. Pennsylvania,
it really is. It
drives me berserk.
Yeah, not a great week for them.
How do you think we're looking at this team come Friday?
They will guaranteed be at least 8-3 by Friday. I don't know if that's going to be a split. Maybe they're 9-2. If they're 9-2, dog, Friday's going to be juiced up,
brother, man.
If they're 9-2 by Friday, we're going to be juiced up. All right, we're getting set to kick off. Washington's in the all Burgundies. I like it. We're getting excited. Burgundy Go game day live. When we get back, we'll be underway from Northwest Stadium. Don't go anywhere. It's Denton Day, Leno Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. I want him to step up. I think he's a great player with the ball in his hands, but he's just had some issues in recent weeks. And now we get to see the defense again. All right. I know we're excited about that.
Audio.
I want to see Deron Payne be a game. And then it was Deron Payne in the second half having the drive where he made a play on all three plays.
Yeah.
Like legitimate game wrecking and just completely threw Denver all out of whack. Because if you remember, I mean, Russell Wilson was playing really well. They were scoring a ton. I mean, Russ was just bombing it deep to dudes we never heard of. And they're going 80 yards to the house, right? But then Deron was able to make plays and completely shift the game. We have not seen that version of him.
No.
Certainly not consistently, but really hardly at all. So I want to see that version of him today make its return. It would be great to see.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not just on Deron Payne, though. The other guys, got to step up as well. Johnny Newton, Phil Mathis, Shelton Day has been the reserve that's been getting most of the action. How can those guys make plays and stand out up front? Because it's going to be on them when it comes to stopping this Pittsburgh run game.
By the way,
can't get moved.
Historic play on second down. Zach Ertz was on the reception. It was a 5-yard reception from Jaden Daniels. It was his 743rd. That passes Greg Olsen.
Wow.
For 6th all-time in NFL history for receptions by a tight end. Ertz accomplished this feat in his 161st game, whereas Olsen, it took 199 to reach 742. So congratulations to Zach Ertz as he continues to climb up some of the tight end charts. It's very impressive.
Yes, it is. He's been good this year. I remember having a guy on from PFF to preview the year, and he described Ertz as a catch and fall merchant.
What does that mean?
Like meaning there's no run after the catch ability. He just was trying to down talk Zach. And I think Zach's actually played pretty well this year, and it was very evident in training camp how much he was going to be used, and we're seeing it here to start the year. He's been a pretty key piece for Washington.
Defense back on the field. The Pittsburgh offense got their first down of the game. It was nothing to do with the play they made. It was instead the penalty of Benjamin St-Juste. It feels like there's always one of those every single game. It was ruled a defensive pass interference for 14 yards, and it puts Pittsburgh around midfield. And then on the ensuing play, 1st and 10, Najee Harris, what looked like I thought he was going to get stopped in the backfield, turns into a 7-yard run, which is kind of what we've been accustomed to watching teams run against Washington.
And that time it was him breaking tackles, and he's just a different physical runner. And that is what I worry about today. Are they going to be able to? It's a manhood issue, as Doc Walker would say. You have to muscle up against this group.
He's quick.
He's
elusive.
He's finishing violently. He's
is
trying to run through you.
He is running through you is a perfect description
injury
of what it is. And it looks like a Pittsburgh offensive lineman is slow to get up. But Najee Harris has a great ability to attempt to run through. Is that Broderick Jones, I think? The top one for Pittsburgh. You got Najee is a guy, maybe not talked about in the exact same way as a Derrick Henry, but he sucks in the fourth quarter when you're the defense. Just because the style of which he runs, it's very, very difficult. So that is Broderick Jones. It looks like he fell weird. That's going to be something to monitor, though, because Pittsburgh's offensive line is already not great. If they lose a guy like Broderick Jones, it's going to make life all the more difficult because you talk about Washington not having a lot of depth. They don't have a lot of depth either.
They don't.
Linnell, I just pulled up their depth chart, and it's a lot of dudes that don't have a lot of play in the NFL.
Yeah. The one thing, noticing it here, Washington is committing an extra defender to the run. Percy Butler's down in the box, and they're doing what they can to try to stop it. That's how you're going to have to do it. I don't think they can live with just letting Najee Harris get 4 and 5 yards a pop.
No.
That to me, you ain't going to be able to live like that.
That is a losing philosophy. Pittsburgh faces a 2nd and 10 after a Russell Wilson incompletion from the Washington 43. We'll let you know if the defense can get away with a stop when we get back. It is Burgundy and Gold game day. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Stupid penalties killing the Commanders on this drive. You had a pass interference by Benjamin St. Juste on a first down that gave Pittsburgh 14 free yards. On a 2nd and 10, deep in Washington territory, in a pass that was incomplete, Jeremy Chin roughs Russell Wilson. That's another free 15 yards and a new set of downs. It takes us from a 3rd and 10 at the 31 to a 1st and 10 at the 16. And then 2 plays later, Russell Wilson finds George Pickens in the back of the end zone, an acrobatic catch, and Pittsburgh leads 7-0 Yuck. Not a good drive at all, Linnell. In fact, an awful drive. Because Pittsburgh can't really throw the ball well, and just giving them free yards and letting them get in the red zone is awful.
Yeah, just giving up big chunks in the run game. Like, that has been the issue. There was a 12-yard run. There was a 16-yard run. The tackling wasn't good on that drive. Najee Harris broke several tackles. Jalen Warren broke several tackles. Guys are overrunning plays. The front seven's got to be better for Washington. On the 16-yard run from Najee Harris, Frankie Louvu completely overruns the play. Like, the backers did not play well on that drive. The D tackles looked like they were doing a good job not getting pushed back, but the backers overrunning stuff. So that was huge. On the touchdown pass, it's no egg monogamy. They're in man coverage. They sent Frankie Louvu off the left side, and Cordell Patterson does a nice job picking him up in pass pro. Noah just gets beat. I mean, right off the break, he gets beat off the line of scrimmage, and Pickens makes an acrobatic catch. And that's not a good start for this defense.
That is not a good start for the defense. They need Marshawn Lattimore healthy immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, but
because that doesn't happen with if a guy like Lattimore is covering.
It's crazy because Noah I has been really, really good.
He's been really good.
Like, you look at some of the metrics, throw the damn ball. That page put out a metrics graphic of like DBs and the amount of separation they're allowing, and he's been awesome this year. Like, he's playing at like a top 10 level.
He's been one of the real pleasant surprises from the offseason in terms of signings. Like, we had expectations for Louvu. You have expectations for Bobby Wagner, but this was a guy that was playing special teams in Dallas that has really played well. I would like to see him on the field more.
Yeah, it's just, wow. That's tough. That's tough. But you gotta give credit to George Pickens too. That's a hell of a catch.
That's what he does on a regular basis.
That's a big time catch.
I mean, he is as acrobatic as they get.
Feels like we've kind of normalized it because we're just used to him doing it. He's great. That was a big time catch he made, man. That ain't easy to do, Denton Day. I will say that, my friend.
Yeah, that it is not. And you're right. I'm watching the replay. Noah I is just totally lost.
Yeah.
He's just totally lost. It's not even the best ball from Russell Wilson. It's just that he has a really good wide receiver in George Pickens.
And he is going to make the acrobatic catch, contort his body. The body control is just, it's sick. It's out of this world. Almost, I wonder, I don't know. No I's just been really good, though. That's my whole thing. Like,
I mean, there are gonna be plays where you get beat. That's just the nature of football and playing that position. But knowing that Marshawn Lattimore is on the team, you look at it and say, man, like, if Lattimore was here, like, does that play happen?
Yeah, but hey, that's why you brought him in, and you're gonna get to reap the benefits of him sooner rather than later. If they can't stop this run, though, man, whew, that's gonna be a long day.
Well, now you got pressure on the offense because you have to go down and score. Knowing that your defense cannot hang, you can't have a 3-and-out. You got to go down there and score and alleviate some of the pressure. Right now, your best defense is a good offense. I'm excited to see what the play calling is going to look like. I would also like referees to call flags. Terry McLaurin is clearly getting held on a play. Doesn't matter. He picks up 9 yards in the process. But you got to move the chains. You got to stay ahead of the chains. That was a very nice start for Washington. Great throw from Jaden there. And they're playing with tempo, Linnell. They're trying to catch Pittsburgh. I like it.
Yeah, right now they just did. Wow, they stuffed that run. Oh, Patrick Queen just made a hell of a play.
Patrick Queen was ready for that. Jeez, Louise.
That was a really good throw and catch from Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels. They just went unbalanced offensive line, and that looked good. But they stuffed it. It's a good throw from Daniels. Really good route from McLaurin. Getting held, getting inside leverage on Joey Porter Jr. Like, that matchup is going to be huge here this afternoon. Talk about Porter Jr. versus McLaurin. McLaurin's been really good here the past, like, 4 or 5 weeks. Can he keep that up? Uh-oh. Ooh.
This might be a long day.
Yeah, I mean, this defense they're real.
Pittsburgh swarms Jaden Daniels on 3rd down. So Washington got a 9-yard gain on 1st down, and then they proceeded to lose 11 yards.
Yeah, to see what happened here. We're getting a replay of it. Pittsburgh looked like they're going man-to-man on the outside. And
The officials, I mean, McCaffrey's open.
yeah, you got to hit McCaffrey. He was open.
The officials, I guess, are letting them play physical. Benjamin St. Juste gets called for a bad pass interference. It sure looked like Terry was being roughhoused more than 5 yards down the field on that play. I don't mind if you're going to allow the guys to play and be physical, but you got to let the guys play and be physical. We can't have these silly penalties like Benjamin St. Juste hooking a guy get called and not a penalty when Pittsburgh does the same thing to Terry McLaurin. Now you're in a bad spot because the defense is back on the field. You're down 7-0. We have not seen Washington down 2 scores a ton this year. We've seen it a little bit, but not a ton. That's going to be a real test to what this team is.
Yeah, 100%. Jaden's just it's a test for the quarterback, man. He's got to be sharp. He's been really good all year long. This is a huge test for him. He had Luke McCaffrey coming over the middle. I'm not sure if the pressure had gotten there already when McCaffrey has started to streak free, but we've seen him miss Olamide Zaccheaus on the first third down, and then here just didn't let the ball go. So not a good start for Jaden. I'll be honest with you.
I thought that Jaden was going to briefly tuck and run, but he kept his eyes downfield, which I don't mind. You want your quarterback to keep your eyes down the field, but it did look like he had a quick lane. You just got to be confident, tuck the ball, and go.
Yeah.
Because you're going to outrun a lot of these defensive ends. Like Pittsburgh has some athletes, certainly, but you're going to be able to outrun a lot of them if you have the first step. That was bad. And now you put so much pressure on the defense, which is a unit that, I mean, how much faith do you got in them? The answer is not a lot.
Not a whole lot. I like them against the pass, kinda. It's just the run defense has been their big Achilles heel. I just for Washington, back-to-back 3-and-outs to start this game. Jaden looking human to start. It's interesting. I'll be monitoring it closely, like we do each and every week. We're going to tell you about the quarterback. He hasn't been good to start. He's got 2 misses. So I think I would have to see the replay again and see if McCaffrey had actually come open before he took the sack, but that was missed on the first third down. It was just too wide. And then this one, he doesn't let the ball go. So we're gonna see here, man. They got to bounce back. They cannot leave this defense hanging out to dry because Pittsburgh's running it. They're gonna keep running it.
They're gonna keep
until
running
you
it.
stop it. You're not to worry.
But you also got to be smart on defense and not give them yards and free downs and penalties.
Yeah.
Because you got off the field on that previous drive, but that's silly rough in the passer. I mean, Jeremy Chin hit Russell Wilson right in the mouth.
Yeah,
You
hopefully
can't allow that.
if you're gonna get one of those rough in the passes, you better whack them. You better make it one of those. It's like it's worth it because you set a tone.
Honestly, I don't even know if I want that because the run game gets way better when Fields gets in. Like I don't need to see Justin Fields today. I just need Russ to throw a lot of interceptions. The defense is going to be back on the field. Washington trails 7-0 with about 6:30 to go in the first quarter. We'll let you know what the defense does when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. It's nice to have God on your side sometimes, Linnell.
Living right, man. That's what happens when you live right as an organization.
Pittsburgh with an all-time head-scratching decision. Maybe not head-scratching because the play was there, but Washington's defense did a wonderful job on that drive. 1st and 10, Frankie Louvu sacks Russell Wilson for a loss of 8. 2nd and 18, Dorrance Armstrong has a beat on Russ. He has to throw it out of bounds. They just run it up the gut for 3 yards on 3rd and 18 to get a 4th and 15, and Pittsburgh attempts a fake punt. And it's there. The wide receiver is wide open. He's past the sticks, and he got a lot of green grass in front of him, and he drops it. And it means Washington takes over at the Pittsburgh 15-yard line. And Mike Tomlin committed a cardinal sin in the NFL this year. And that sin, you can't give Washington's offense a short field because they are going to score.
Yeah, no, you cannot. And good execution by Washington using the run game to convert a touchdown in the red zone. We talked about it in the pregame, how important the red zone was going to be today. Holding Pittsburgh to field goals and then scoring touchdowns offensively. Love Washington's execution. Good, decisive running from Austin Eckler. They score off of a toss where Cosme's leading the way. Eckler puts his foot in the ground, and the next thing you know, he's in the end zone.
He's in the end zone.
Love that for Washington.
Great play on 1st and 10 to Olamide Zaccheaus. I was critical of him in the first 2 drives. They go back to him on the 3rd drive, and it works. He picks up 8 yards. Then Eckler picks up 6 yards on a 2nd and 2. I thought he was going to lunge to get into the end zone. But then, as you mentioned, on the ensuing 1st and goal, following Sam Cosme, he's a good guy to follow.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler gets in, and the score is 7-7. It's wild how some of these things go. And, I'm going to give credit to Pittsburgh and to Danny Smith for trying the fake punt. It was there.
Yeah.
But you have to have your I's dotted and your T's crossed if you're going to pull something like that on the Commanders this year. This ain't the Ron Rivera Commanders, buddy.
No,
you're
not.
giving them a short field. They're getting into the end zone. That's just how it's going to work every single time.
Yeah, and I love the execution, and it's on the ground. They're moving people. They're a little banged up on the interior. Tyler Biotish didn't have to come off, but I saw our guy JP Finley tweet that he was a little banged up. Commanders got a couple of gifts, and hopefully, they continue to capitalize on it. But it's one thing to get the gift; they had to execute and score, and I'm happy they're able to do that.
And I hope that gives them a little bit of momentum. It's worth noting that the Louvu blitz on that 1st down for the defense is really what set the tone.
Yeah,
When we look back at this game, if Washington goes on to win it and say, what was the difference maker? It was that blitz because it completely interrupted what Pittsburgh wanted to do. Once you get a 2nd and 18, you're not running it at that point. You're forcing yourself into a situation where you have to throw. And in spite of the fact that Russ has a touchdown pass to George Pickens, because George Pickens is a hell of a wide receiver, you trust their passing offense significantly less than their rushing offense.
Oh, 110%.
Right now.
110%. And, making them one-dimensional is the key. You get them behind the sticks. Like we say it all the time. It puts you in a tough spot, and it makes you one-dimensional. I think Washington's pass rush is going to have the advantage all afternoon long, though. I think they're the better group in terms of our pass rush and their offensive line. Broderick Jones has already gotten nicked up in this one, so it's going to be interesting to see. I do think Washington has done a good job to start here. Forcing those negative plays are going to be huge.
Yeah, how do you see this playing out now with Pittsburgh's offense? They've made the same decision that New York made, which is they had success running the ball, and then they stopped running the ball and started dropping their quarterback back. I can't imagine that continues. They're going to get to running the football. And someone just made a hell of a play.
Yeah, I didn't see. I had my head down.
That's Mikey Sanders still is one of my favorite players. He blew up a block.
Really?
I mean, he was ready for some action. He blew up a block and he stopped Najee Harris for a gain of nothing. He stopped it, and then someone else came and made the tackle. But hot damn, Mikey Sanders still was ready for some action there. He wanted the smoke.
Love his toughness, bro. His toughness is big time, and it's kind of sets the tone for what Washington wants to be. Emmanuel Forbes sighting. I don't know if that was because there's an injury on that last play to Mikey after he blew it up or what, but we do have Emmanuel Forbes out there. But yeah, his toughness is huge, bro. I mean, seriously. It's been Tim, it's Louvu, it's Wagner. Those guys are the commanders.
So
to
if
speak.
nothing else, they have an identity
Yes.
that they have tough players. The
Right.
run defense is still not great, but they have tough players. And on this drive, they're forcing Pittsburgh into what looks like a 3rd and 8, which is a throwing down. So you're going to have to throw the football here, and
Their
the pass
defense
rush
is playing well.
The pass rush
Yeah.
has done a really good job. I mean, with the exception of the silly penalties, there's really only been 3 plays longer than 10 yards that have hurt Washington's defense.
Yeah, for sure. And I know fans are going to get on Benjamin St. Jude's. The second one wasn't. Oh, the second one they called it on chin.
The second one was the roughing
right.
the passer where he smacked him in the head. You can't smack in the head if you are Benjamin St. Juice. And Washington's defense gets off the field on a 3rd and 8. Russ is looking down the field, going at Noah I,
who's been great this year.
He was not able to connect with his guy. It's Van Jefferson, number 11 for Pittsburgh, and you're giving the ball back to Jaden Daniels in the offense. But now the question, Linnell, is going to be, all right, what are you going to do with not a short field? Because they haven't had a ton of success moving the ball outside of those 3 plays that resulted in a touchdown. What are you going to do to keep this Pittsburgh defense honest?
Go back to the ground. I mean, I think that to me is the key. You saw how it looked when you drop back to pass. I think you got to loosen this Pittsburgh defense up with the quick passing game, with the run. We haven't seen a designed quarterback run in a little bit of time. That seems like it may be the time and spot for that. But I was concerned about the way that Jaden Daniels looked on the first 2 drives offensively. Not concerned, strong word. He had some uncharacteristic misses.
Well, he wasn't immediately on top of his game, which is what we've been accustomed to. Because he had a nice throw there. I mean, it looks like they're going to do some of the quick game action stuff here to start. I do wonder, though, if you mentioned a design quarterback run, I do wonder if they kind of go with an RPO here, because it sure feels like Pittsburgh is crashing the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
If you can go with an RPO and get someone, a quick 8 yards that becomes 12, 14 yards, then you're moving the offense. Then you really are capitalizing off of the momentum that you already have on that touchdown drive.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now it's just about not exposing your tackles. I keep the play calling menu, I think, has shrunk significantly now that it's Trent Scott out there, and you're 1 injury away from going to a injured Andrew Wiley. So, like, you just want to be careful there. I wonder how they scored the touchdown off of the right side. I'm mad at.
They did.
But
They did.
I wonder how what's the word I'm looking for? I wonder how motivated they'll be to run to the right side of the formation because of Trent Scott being there.
Because
I'm not trying to overstate it, but like,
well, I mean, it was a short pull for Cosme that was the lead blocker on the toss, right?
Right.
So it's not like they were directly. I mean, Trent Scott is also there, like he just naturally,
right.
But they were running behind Sam Cosme, who really didn't actually block anybody, but he was the threat of I'm going to take somebody's head off, and then nobody wanted to get near him. So Austin Eckler puts his foot in the ground, goes upfield, and then gets into the end zone. But that's going to be that's a really good point that you bring up here, because you're going to have to run the ball.
Yeah.
Like you have to do that to be successful. So if you can't run to the right side, if you're not comfortable, it puts you in a bad spot. Score 7-7 right now. We're going to keep it rocking here until the end of the first quarter. There's 2 minutes left to go here for Washington. And I say that hoping that they're going to eat up these 2 minutes on a drive that's sustained, get to midfield, unless they just want to throw a touchdown on the first play, which is also totally fine with me. I'll keep my options open. You know what I mean?
I feel you. It just, I want to see the passing offense get going. I think it's going to be tough for them to run the football in this situation. I got a lot of respect for Pittsburgh and what they're able to do.
They're starting at the oh God,
you're seeing it right there. I mean, they're just completely game wrecking.
I mean, they're sending the house. It feels like, well, it's crazy. They're not even really sending the house. The house is just getting there on every single rush attempt.
Wow. I mean, that was in the middle, man. I looked like it was Biotish, Cosme, Allegretti. That trio on the inside has been so good all year long. They're struggling right now to start. And this is where it's interesting. Washington hadn't had a lot of negative plays this year. So for them to be behind the sticks early and down, it's interesting how they regroup and bounce back from that. Right now, they look anemic.
They can't do anything with the football. You gotta, at some point today, you're gonna have to sit Jaden down during the defense and say, run.
Right, yeah.
I mean, because on the 2nd and 13, he backs up. He's looking, I think, for Luke McCaffrey. It was either McCaffrey, one of the tight ends. He's looking for them, throws it at their feet. If he steps up and runs there, you likely get at least a couple of yards. So you're going to need him to be Jaden Daniels. It sure looks like Pittsburgh is getting to guys quick.
That time he had pressure. Like, he didn't have much pressure. It felt like it, at least Watt got chipped and then was kind of slow playing his rush. He just had to try to make a tight window throw. Terry should have caught that, if I'm being real, but it wouldn't have been enough for the first down anyway. A little bit behind him.
A little behind him.
But, yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh's defense is ferocious, and they've got Washington looking – they look terrible.
They have them looking bad.
This is not a good start off.
This is the worst we have seen Washington's offense since maybe the start against Tampa Bay when it was Jaden's first year or first game playing. Did he touch that football? No, he did not. He got blown up though.
Yeah,
so Pittsburgh is going to start at the 20.
Yeah, I'm concerned. Color me concerned, Denton, about Washington's offense. I mean, they look bad. You look, the first quarter is about to wrap, and they're probably not going to get the ball back unless they get a quick 3 and out, which is possible. But right now, in the first quarter, the Commanders have 12 yards of offense. 19 yards of offense. And 4 drives.
That's awful.
It's not good.
That is not good. I mean, they didn't start great last week against New York.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like this. This is not good at all.
Bad.
Yeah, this is bad. Now, the score's still 7-7. Their defense is doing a good job as long as they're not giving up penalties of getting Pittsburgh off the field. There's a minute 27 left to go in quarter number 1. We'll let you know what the defense does when we get back. It is Burning Gold Game Day presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Tie ball game in the second quarter. Pittsburgh and Washington all knotted up 7 apiece. Steelers with the football in their own territory, but they're moving it. They got a 2nd and 7 from their own 39-yard line. They've had success running the football, but I mean, that's another great play by Deron Payne.
Yes,
I'm
it
sitting
is.
there speaking. He sheds a block and he stops Najee Harris. Maybe they give him one, or excuse me, Jalen Warren. Maybe they give him one, but they don't give him much more than that. That's a hell of a play from Deron Payne. But the story of the first quarter, Linnell, was that the offense for Washington was abysmal.
Yeah, it was god-awful. I'm going over to the official numbers for you all. 19 yards offensively for the Washington Commanders in that first quarter. Just simply not good enough. Passing game looks completely out of whack, to say the least. Not able to have much success in the run game. Pittsburgh right now living on Washington's side of the line of scrimmage. Guys are getting beat up front, specifically on the interior. Biotish and Allegretti struggling a little bit right now. I would throw Cosme into that mix as well, but I haven't really seen him individually get beat. But yeah, it's been tough.
I don't understand. I don't want to be like that, just a bashing the refs guy.
Yeah.
But George Pickens literally just grabbed the face mask of Mikey Sanderson after the play, and the officials, like, watch this. He's literally grabbing his face mask, and the officials are doing nothing.
Yeah, we're not going for that.
Like, can we get some sort of accountability by these idiots in the stripes? That's a great play, though, by Sanders still.
Yeah, for sure. The communication between him and Noah Igbenogany on that, like, oh my gosh! Zacchaeus, bro! What the hell?
What is going on with him?
Get him from back there. Get him from back there. Damn, man.
It's the
We don't
same
know who-
thing. It hit him right in the face mask, like the first punt that he muffed and cost
Come on,
not just
OZ.
Washington field position. Now Pittsburgh has the ball at the 15-yard line.
Come on, OZ.
Atrocious. Oh, my God.
The same thing happened. Like you said, hit him smack in the face mask. Like, what's good,
Can he
bro?
not track a football? Like, does he need LASIK? What is happening out here?
That's bad.
Noah I can't be worse. He's a special teams guru. There has to be a better player on the field to make that sort of play. I don't care if it's Austin Eckler. All you got to do is catch the football.
And here's the tough part about muffing. He may be done for the rest of the year. It's never going to feel comfortable for him again. going
Never.
out there.
Never. And it's never going to feel comfortable for me seeing him out there.
Yeah.
That's the second one he's done in 3 punts.
I love Marcus Mariota going over there to say something. For all the bashing I did of that guy, actually seems pretty decent.
He seems like a good teammate. I don't know if he can help him catch the football, though. Pittsburgh now has it at the 14-yard line. Oh, it's gross.
Yeah, that stinks. That hurts, bro.
You
Jeez.
gotta limit them to
Can't
a
make
field
mistakes,
goal here.
man. The turnover battle is what we talked about. It's huge. You need to win the turnover battle against this group. You cannot lose it for sure. Be
You
even
were
or nothing.
Gifted a short field
Yeah.
by that silly decision Tomlin and Danny Smith made to go for it. And then 6 minutes later, you gift it right back.
Yeah.
Putting all this pressure on the defense. I mean, they played well this year, but like it's unfair to ask any defense, hey, you're getting the ball. They're getting the ball at like the 14-yard line. Do something about it.
Yeah, you're putting them in a real tough spot. You're in a bind. The run game. The run game, I would say, for Pittsburgh, you've done a decent job, I think, bottling it up for the most part. You've had a couple of chunks on that one drive where they scored the touchdown, but like, you're right. You can't put your defense in this position and expect them
To save you, to bail you out.
Like, this is hard, man. Hopefully they're able to muscle up. Let's see. Was he? Yeah, he got the first.
He definitely got the first down.
So now you got 1st and goal. And this is where it becomes huge, man. Touchdown. I mean, field goals, not touchdowns. Deron Payne's playing defensive end right now. And that helped them set a strong edge. I love that. That's coaching,
that's
bro.
coaching right
That's
there.
coaching. We
I mean,
love to see that.
Joe Witt has gotten very comfortable as the years progress in terms of getting creative, which is massive. And that stops Pittsburgh on that 1st and goal to a gain of nothing. Loss of 2, actually, is what they're credited with. So it's going to be a 2nd and goal from the 5.
He's made plays. That's 3 times now we've called Deron Payne.
This is by
He's
far
making plays,
the
bro.
best he has played this year.
Yes, he is.
He's
he
blowing
is making
things
plays,
up at the line of
bro. I love
scrimmage.
that. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Now
got-
they've gone back to him at he's back at tackle.
It's because they're going spread out here.
Yeah. I hope they
mean,
don't fall asleep with the run.
You got to keep an eye on Pickens, man.
They're in some sort of zone. No one's even over Pickens right now. That's weird. But no, I think that I like their plan against the run, and they're doing a pretty good job with it. Make them hold it good. Johnny Newton makes that throw much more difficult because he's barreling down over Russell Wilson. It's a great rush.
You feel the ground shake when Johnny Newton is coming after you. Dan Quinn's milking the cow on the sideline.
Yeah.
I would love to know what that actually means, but I think it's hilarious every time he does it.
Maybe it's NASCAR. Is he calling out the personnel?
He could be calling the personnel out, but that you mentioned it. That's a great rush from Johnny Newton and sets up. Is that Dorrance Armstrong chasing him?
That was nice.
That was a great defensive line play here. So this third down is going to be massive for the Commanders. If they force them into a field goal, that's a success in spite of the tough spot that you were put in. That should have been a delay of game on Pittsburgh. It was not, and they score. Hate that. Oh, that's abysmal.
Russell Wilson, two tutties.
It was a pick play, too.
Yeah, they didn't communicate well as they've communicated. I wonder how well they communicated on that play.
I mean, last time that Washington allowed 2 touchdowns to Russell Wilson, they did win that game. I want to see.
Go under, I feel like. He went over to the top instead of going underneath it.
You almost kind of got to force him being 11, Van Jefferson, to make contact with you to draw the pick play penalty. Because at this point, teams are like, the officials have to be looking for it. So that makes it 14-7. The field goal is up and good. And it felt like you were in a good spot maybe to get something going. And then the muffed punt by Olamide Zaccheaus gives Pittsburgh a free 7 points effectively.
And
hate to see that.
And their special teams has been a plus all year long. So to see it hurt them is like, it's a strange, eerie feeling.
And it's the exact same way. He's muffed a punt the same time or the same way twice.
Yeah. So it's,
he's just getting hit right in the face mask.
Deeper. Something about where he's standing is not proper. He's not judging the ball well at all.
He's not reading it in the air.
It's been bad, bro.
Very well.
It's been so tough to watch.
No. So now you put a lot more pressure on Jaden Daniels, and he has to come out and put together a drive. I mean, Washington's drives have been bad. 3 plays and a touchdown. That touchdown was when you had a short field because they decided to fake it and missed it. Every other drive has been 3 plays.
It's miserable, bro.
You got to get a first down here. You got to keep the chains moving. And Jaden needs to run.
I mean,
he can't be afraid to tuck it and run. He's doing the thing where, I love the idea of him keeping his eyes down the field. I think that's important for his development. But you also got to realize you're Jaden MF and Daniels.
Yeah.
Tuck that ball, run that football. Even if it is just for a gain of 4 or 5, I'll take a gain of 4 or 5 rather than a second and long, third and long. At least make plays more manageable.
Yeah, I mean, he is Jaden Bleeping Daniels, but they're rushing him a certain way, Denton, to where he's not and had a room to run. They're like purposefully keeping him bottled up, and that's why we haven't seen him scramble yet.
So then there needs to be an adjustment made.
Make maybe a designed run. I don't know how you run it on Pittsburgh, unless it's to the left side. Outside of Brandon Coleman. You saw the toss, I guess. That's one way to do it, get on the edge. But like TJ Watt against Trent Scott on the edge, anybody against Trent Scott on the edge is going to be tough. Washington's run game's been so detailed, and they've gotten so much credit for schematically how confusing they are. Pittsburgh having 2 weeks to prepare for this thing seem like they know what's coming.
They know what's coming. And then, as you mentioned, having Trent Scott there instead of Andrew Wiley certainly does not help. And also not having Brian Robinson doesn't help. We haven't seen a Chris Rodriguez carry yet.
No, we have not.
I don't know how much of a difference that would make. The carry splits as we sit here now. Washington's only carried the ball 5 times. Admittedly, they've only had 12 plays. Yeah. Austin Eckler has 4 of them. Jeremy McNichols has 1. And McNichols lost 3 yards on his 1 carry.
Not good.
Not good at all. So the score is 14-7. There's 10 minutes to go in the first half. Want to remind everybody we are going to be commercial free for the entirety of halftime. You can jump on the phones, 800-636-1067. We'll let you know what Washington's defense does Washington's offense, does when we get back. It is a Burgundy and Gold game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Washington in the midst of their best drive of the game, thanks in part to a massive pass interference call on Joey Porter that gave the Commanders 23 yards. But on a 1st and 10 at their own 30, Jaden finds Noah Brown for a gain of 11. And then it is Noah Brown, Linnell, that draws the pass interference call on Joey Porter. But unfortunately, it feels like there is a little bit of a stalling effort going on here. Washington has a lot of plays that have gone for negative yards so far in the ball game, and that puts a lot of pressure on Jaden Daniels and this offense.
Yes, it does. And the one thing that has happened here, the negative plays on this drive in particular have crushed this team. They end up getting into a 3rd and 14 situation as a result of 2 back-to-back negative plays, stopping this drive right in its tracks. A good drive, as you mentioned, that was aided by the Noah Brown penalty. He's got a knack for that all of a sudden. There's a miscommunication on a screen pass to De'Ami Brown that loses to it. It looks like De'Ami's supposed to be the blocker. Terry's supposed to be the receiver. I don't know if they knew what was coming, and Jaden said, they know what's coming, so let me throw it to the other guy. Seemed like that's maybe what happened. What happens when you have 2 weeks to prepare for somebody? Maybe you're able to call out plays.
Sometimes it feels like Pittsburgh has 14 guys on the field.
Yeah, they're moving right now. By the way, Zane Gonzalez just knocked through a 48-yarder. So shout out to him.
14-10 now, the score. That drive was building momentum, and then it's the negative plays. A loss of 2 on that screenplay to De'Ami, and then Austin Eckler, he had an opportunity, but Patrick Queen was able to take him down. Patrick Queen and John Bates got into a little bit of a scuffle on a 1st and 10 where Austin Eckler picked up 10 yards. They did not get a good replay of what happened between the two, but I would have to think that the guy that loses the helmet maybe shouldn't be penalized on the play. Maybe I'm just in the, I'm a Commander fan and I'm biased, but if one guy doesn't have a helmet on and the other guy has the helmet in his hands, I would probably punish the guy with the helmet in his hands, not the guy who got it ripped off. But what do I know?
It's going to be a physical, chippy game. I mean, on both sides of the football. And John Bates is a certified tough ass, as I like to call him. They were highlighting him on the broadcast. I'm glad. One of the best blocking tight ends in the National Football League. I don't even think it's close. Baby Ben Sinnott, he's trying to turn him into one of those guys as well. Queen, physical linebacker, they're gonna scrap a couple of times this afternoon. I think it's going to be that type of day. As long as my quarterback doesn't get touched. And if they do touch him, I better see a fight.
I mean,
I better
be a fight.
Seriously. Not a joke. I advocate for fighting if Jaden Daniels.
If Jaden Daniels gets touched,
hit bad,
in a way that results in a penalty flag, if Queen or whoever wants to hit him in the head or something, like,
I'm all for it.
John Bates, whoever it is, they got to get up in his face. Whoever does that, you can't let Jaden Daniels get beat around here.
No, you cannot. The passing game feels like it's starting to get a little bit of rhythm. They're still struggling right now, though. I think Pittsburgh, they've shown some interesting blitz looks, and it's gotten to Jaden Daniels. Everything's been tough, though. They're really physical on the outside. That's the way they coach it up there. It's just who the Steelers are. Washington's receivers are gonna have to play through that, and I think they can. Noah Brown's physical.
Noah Brown's physical. You would think that Terry is physical, but he needs to win at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of different times where Terry's not winning at the line of scrimmage. And
is that where you're calling for flags?
That's what I'm calling.
Is he just getting straight up mugged?
He's getting mugged.
He needs to be tougher. Damn the flag. Play tougher. Be stronger. Don't let yourself get jammed.
He needs to be tougher off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Because there was a flag on the Noah Brown catch for 11 yards, and it was because Terry McLaurin's getting held on the opposite side of the field. So he needs to win those scenarios. And now Washington's defense going to come back on here 14-10. If you can get Pittsburgh off of the field, I mean, you at least have the benefit of your offense having momentum, and they get the best return they've had all game to the 35.
Yeah. Special teams is going to matter, man. Special teams in this game, it's going to matter.
We've already seen it. I mean, the two teams have gifted each other touchdowns thanks to special teams ineptitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough. Special teams playing a huge part in this thing. I've been thrilled with the defense, though, especially the run defense. I like the way that they've played to this point. I think they've been physical at the point of attack. It was one down where we saw them kick out Payne to defensive end and set the edge. or to help you better set the edge. He's been very good at that. Johnny Newton's had a couple of nice stops. I like the way the DBs are playing, tackling and running. Like this is a run and hit football team. I get that to them. And
I will say the Commanders' defensive backs have been kind of playing similar. They're not so much as run and hit as Pittsburgh is, but they've had a good ball game.
they have
So
communicating
far.
well. The only thing is on the touchdown, they went underneath. Talking about Jeremy Chin, and I think he probably should have went over the top. But hey, I like to your point though. Like they're talking about communication in all these press conferences. It's not just because they have nothing else better to say. They're doing it at a high level, and it's a big reason why Washington doesn't give up a lot of explosives in the pass game.
Pittsburgh threw for it on the first down, and they got nothing. They run for it on second down with Cordarrelle Patterson, and he gets about 5-6 yards, which is going to bring up a third and manageable. But if you get off the field here, you keep them off the scoreboard. You know, I trust that eventually Jaden and Cliff are going to figure something out. I would
trust
like
too.
it sooner rather than later, obviously, but I trust that eventually they're going to figure it out.
I trust it as well. They've shown it time and time again this year. They've earned trust from me, but it's going to be ugly. It's been ugly rather to start at times. And the big thing is they can't have the negative plays offensively. They can't get in those 3rd and 13s. They're in no man's land.
No, and they just have not had this success in those opportunities. Russell Wilson just scrambled at 86 years old.
Yeah.
Gross.
It worked.
He picks up a first down. He picks up about 7, it looks like, on a third and 4. He's just dancing around guys. Looks like Armstrong goes a little too deep into his rush.
That's the area where he can hurt you. They did everything right on that 3rd down. That was only Pittsburgh's 2nd conversion of the game, though. So credit to Washington on defense, but they got to get a little bit more stingy in the run game. And there you go. There you go.
There's a little bit of stinge for you.
Love that.
Is that Jeremy Chin flying off the edge to get contact behind the line of scrimmage? It looked
That
like
was
it.
Fowler.
Dante
yeah.
Fowler.
Coming off the edge.
I need a Dante Fowler play.
Yeah, he's been really, really good here over the past month. From a pass rushing standpoint, he's made plays like that against the run. I'm a big fan of his, man. I like the energy and the juice that he provides this group, man. He's responsible for, it feels like, a good amount of the splash plays they've gotten. He's getting held on that
He's
play.
getting held like crazy.
And still almost got the sack. Did they not call a holding?
No, of course not. But that's going to bring up a 3rd and 10 here. You got to get off the field. There's still a lot of time left. I mean, there's 5:54 left to go. You got 3 timeouts. You got a lot of time, and you get the ball back in the second half. So you got to get off the field. He was so getting held.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Broderick Jones can't do nothing.
Yeah.
And then Broderick Jones is asking for a penalty. Get out of here.
That matchup is going to be tough for him because Fowler can bend. Jones is a bigger, burly dude, not really known for the mobility. I think they could have an advantage there. I really do.
This is a big 3rd down.
Huge.
Is a big 3rd down for Washington's defense, and Pittsburgh is going to call a timeout to not get hit with a delay of game. Do you think that the weather is an impact right now for Jaden at all in the offense, or no?
No.
At this point, it's the 2nd quarter, maybe not.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, you're right. It's not very cold out there. There's some wind, but I don't think that's impacting much. I just think Pittsburgh's really good up front, and they've made some run stops that have led to negative plays, and it's put Washington in a bad spot.
Do you think Chris Rodriguez would be a help?
No.
Even with his run style of,
they're just making plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. It doesn't matter who the back was. I mean, it's gonna be hard. Maybe he breaks the tackle more often, but like some of these, you're asking a lot.
right?
As soon as the back's getting it, there's 2 guys on him. But what are you supposed to do? They're losing quickly up front.
They're getting beat up front.
Looks like it's a lot of Pittsburgh fans there. This is a huge 3rd down, though. Huge 3rd down. The one thing is they've communicated well in these spots. Uh-oh.
Oh, they're going super deep, and he gets super
Love it.
nothing.
That's good coverage, Mikey.
I mean, Mikey Sanders still has been really good today. So Pittsburgh comes up empty. That brings up 4th and 10. They're going to punt the football away. Please, for the love of God, if Zacchaeus is back there, just let it bounce.
Yeah.
I mean, just let it bounce into the end zone. If he attempts to face mask this thing again, I might lose my mind. We'd get kicked off the air if he hits him in the face mask again.
Good job running with him by Mikey, but a nice job by Quan getting over the top too. That was your guy to watch in the pregame. He did a good job there. Wow. Whew.
Well, so Washington's going to start at the 5-yard line, but at least they have the football. At least
You can't go 3 and out.
you just can't go
Denton.
3 and out. But if they put together a 95-yard drive here, you want to talk about momentum swings? Because if you're
You would
going
have to feel
95
good about
yards,
yourself.
you're taking up a lot of the clock, which would give you a lead into the half, and then you get the ball back. I mean, if Cliff Kingsbury has a magic trick up his sleeve, now would be the time
Show me, Cliff.
to use it.
Show
He's
me,
done
please.
such a good job to this point in the season of finding ways to get guys open and finding opportunities to move the ball down the field. But you do remember, what was the biggest knock on Cliff when they hired him?
That offense gets
The offense gets stale after a couple of weeks. It's been 9 weeks so far. I'm hoping that this is not that, and that's just that Pittsburgh has been flying around
they had
lately.
2 weeks to prepare for it too.
They did have 2 weeks to prepare for it. That is true. This is, if you look at like these scheduling numbers, this was one of the only negatives in Washington's schedule. They're getting Pittsburgh off of a bye, and then they turn right around and go on the road to play division rival.
Yeah, stuff. Tall ask, but my bigger concern with them coming into the game was not how the offense would fare. Well, without Wiley, it changed to that. But their run defense to me was what I was looking at the most. And I think to this point, they've done a pretty decent job. 16 carries, 58 yards for Pittsburgh, 3.6 a pop. You take out the Jalen Warren pop run that he had where Luvu overruns it, and it's 15 carries for 46 yards, which is much better, close to 3 yards a pop.
Yeah.
Which is manageable. That's all I ask. Keep them to 2 and 3 yards a pop, and you all good.
By the way, for Washington, they only have 36 yards of offense.
It's been
I mean,
terrible.
Pittsburgh only has 56, so it's not like they're getting just, beaten up on the offensive side. They just can't do anything. Nobody can do anything. I mean, literally, the only thing that has resulted in points are big penalties and bad special teams plays.
And I don't know what the solution is either. They're just, I think the quick game is, but.
Well, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to play quick game if you're not winning at the line of scrimmage.
That's what I was going to say. Like,
both at the offensive line and the skill guys, because Pittsburgh is getting physical, and the officials are allowing them to get physical. But if that's going to be the case, you got to get physical back.
I agree. We're going to see, though, man. I feel like they got to continue to try and run it. Maybe you try to run it outside here in that situation. But
so it's 14-10. Washington has the ball at the 6-yard line, their own 6, unfortunately. We're going to be commercial-free for the entirety of the half. Take your phone calls, 800-636-1067. It is Burgundy and Gold Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power, and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Washington's moving the football. They started this drive at their own 6-yard line. They're now facing a 3rd and 1 at their 40-yard line, thanks to a 9-yard pass and catch from Jaden Daniels to Zach Ertz. It sure looked like Zach Ertz said that Patrick Queen was twisting his ankle. Patrick Queen's been flying around, Linnell.
Yeah.
He's going to get some penalties, though. He's playing a little aggressive. They already got a penalty on Joey Porter Jr., well, 2 of them, but one of them was a face mask on Terry McLaurin that negated a huge sack for Pittsburgh. So instead of a loss of 11, Washington got the ball 1st and 10 at their 31-yard line. If they're going to be just idiotic, it feels like, on defense, let them.
Yeah, they're being super, super physical on the perimeter, especially at corner. Washington's going to have to fight through it. It muddies up the timing of your passing game, though. Bad drop. Muddies up the timing of your passing game, and we've kind of seen that here this afternoon to start. But you mentioned the potential benefit of it is being able to get over the top if you can shake free of the overly aggressive play.
Shake free of the aggressiveness on the outside, and you keep Jaden Daniels alive.
Right.
Like Terry's beaten on the play where Joey Porter grabbed his face mask. Terry did beat him after the face mask had taken place. When that Jaden got sacked, I sure thought that Highsmith jumped. He must have just jumped the snap really well. But you're going to have opportunities to take advantage if they're being uberly physical. It's just about taking advantage of those opportunities.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the one thing we all love about Jaden Daniels, what makes him so damn special, the ability to throw the deep ball. And I think you're going to have some opportunities against Pittsburgh. I really do. And now you're starting to see them go with a little bit more tempo on this drive right now.
The tempo's benefited them, it looks like. Zach Ertz just on the receiving end of another 9-yard pass and catch. He kind of fell down a little bit, or he would have had a lot more yards to gain there. And Austin Eckler's running hard on this drive. He's had a couple, not massive runs. Actually, that's Jeremy Nichols.
Yeah.
But these guys are running hard, picking up yards after contact, which in the first 4 drives for Washington was not the case. So I think the tempo is really working.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned them running hard. Austin Eckler had a jet sweep that he took for a first down. He runs through an arm tackle with TJ Watt. And it was just a really good play by Eckler, man. Washington going to let it run to the 2-minute warning. Smart on their behalf. But the game is going just how you want it to.
I mean, this is by far the best drive that they have had.
Yeah, and this is that time where the game switches for them momentum-wise. You go get points here. You get the ball coming out of half with an opportunity to take the lead. Pittsburgh should not touch the ball.
I mean, not just that. You get points here. You get a touchdown here. You have the lead, and then you have an opportunity to make that a 10-point lead. And any chance of running the football, let's just say in a hypothetical, Pittsburgh touches the ball for the first time in the 3rd quarter down 10. You're not running the ball at that point, especially if you eat up, 4 or 5 minutes, 6 minutes maybe on an opening drive in the second half. That's like, I don't understand how coaches have not gotten this, but I really praise Dan Quinn for always doing this. Giving Washington the ball to start the second half is idiotic because they make everybody pay when given the opportunity to. So I can't believe that Pittsburgh won the toss and then elected to receive, because every single time that Dan Quinn has won the toss, he said, no, you guys are starting. We're getting the ball the second half.
And it's worked out for them. As you've mentioned, they've been good in those end of half scenarios too, giving them the ability to double up, so to speak. But, I think overall, like you said, it's a point of emphasis for them. I want to talk about Washington's defense, though. And the offense has looked so pedestrian that maybe it doesn't tell you how well the defense has played. I've been thoroughly impressed with the effort that they've given, especially stopping the run. Right now, holding Pittsburgh to what I think is 3.6 yards a pop, 16 carries for 58 yards. That ain't bad, right? They've allowed the one run of 10 or more yards, but that's the big area where they struggled. They're giving up the second most in that category in the NFL. I think the DBs are communicating well outside of the touchdown to Freiermuth underneath. You see Mikey Sanders still doing a nice job running step for step with guys in coverage. It's been a good start for this defense. I know Pittsburgh's offense, they don't scare me, but the run game did, and I think Washington's answered that thus far.
They've done a really good job of negating that. They're back from the 2-minute warning. God, you need a touchdown here.
You
need a touchdown. It's a 1st and 10 from Pittsburgh's 44, and Washington has all 3 of their timeouts. So that you got the benefit of time, keeps the playbook all open. You don't have to get ahead of yourself, it feels like. And they've really utilized tempo on this drive, and it's worked a ton. I mean, Pittsburgh's playing way more conservatively on defense than they were for a majority of the other drives that we have seen here. So I'm excited to see what Cliff is going to cook up here. It feels like he's made the proper adjustments to get this offense moving in the direction that we have all been expecting them to move.
Yeah, I agree with you. And they just hit one. Oh, he slipped.
The field. Oh, my goodness. Eckler had it. He had a lot. That's a brilliant play call. It's a classic pump fake draw, and Pittsburgh bites on it. Eckler has nothing but grass in front of him. He just tries to cut past Joey Porter, and he slips. Oh man. Oh, man. That would have been a big one.
That would have been
a huge play there for the Commanders. Instead, it's a 2nd and 3, so you're still ahead of the chains, which is massive, but now Pittsburgh's blitz and run.
I wouldn't have kept the ball on the ground there.
No, I would have thrown the ball.
And maybe that was if that was a read option, then Jaden made the wrong damn read. That's also a possibility. But golly, the negative plays today have killed Washington.
Killed them. That's like the 6th negative play that they've had in the ball game so far.
Special teams have been massive. Negative plays have hurt Washington.
Pittsburgh just called their 2nd timeout, so they stopped the clock with 1:20 to go here.
Makes it even more paramount that you pick up this.
You got to pick up this first down, but I would also wonder.
4-down territory.
I was going to ask that same question, knowing that you are flawless on 4th down so far. If it is a 4th and 2, 4th and 1, what do you go? They've already done the Austin Eckler kind of reverse in motion on the 3rd and short, or to pick up a short yardage play. But I do wonder if this is 4-down territory, just based on the fact you have a new kicker, and the first down marking is at the 34-yard line, which is traditional. That doesn't matter. Luke McCaffrey, clutch.
Big time throw and catch. Washington going to get back on the football, too.
That's a huge play from Jaden. 23 yards to McCaffrey. It's the biggest offensive play for the Commanders, and they're keeping the tempo moving. I love this from Cliff Kingsbury. It feels like this is how you get Pittsburgh's defense off guard. They don't have time to sit there and substitute. You are on them as soon as the play is over. Usually you don't see a guy sprint to the ref with 1:12 seconds left when you got 3 timeouts.
Yeah,
that's what Luke McCaffrey did.
They've done a good job all year of going tempo off of big plays, and it leads to an Austin Eckler 8-yard run, because it looks like Pittsburgh defensively was just discombobulated. The cutback lane is there, and boom, Austin Eckler, good hard running.
Now is when you use one of your timeouts, which I believe is what Dan Quinn is doing. So Eckler picks up a first down. He gets slammed by what looks like their safety.
It's a huge. But look at what you have the opportunity to do, though, man.
This is great from the command. I like how the safety's celebrating like, you're about to get scored on.
Yeah.
He basically gives him a spine buster. If you're a wrestling fan. So Washington got 26 seconds left, and they got a 1st and goal from Pittsburgh's 3. This has to be a touchdown. No ifs, ands, or buts. This has to be a touchdown.
I don't know if they're going to choose to keep the ball on the ground here or what. Eckler scored last time you were in the red zone. I would have to think he gets another crack at this thing. You got 3 downs.
Maybe a keeper with Jaden.
Depending
on how you line up here. I mean, it's tough
sprint option. Just try to get on the edge of Pittsburgh defensively.
They're spreading the field out. They got a couple wide receivers, Noah Brown alone on the right side, and you got 2. It's Luke McCaffrey and Terry on the outside. Oh my God. It's not Terry, it's Diami, and he drops it. Lord have mercy. Between Terry and OZ, can anybody catch? Jaden's looking dumbfounded. He's so wide open.
Yeah, that's an easy pitch and catch, bro.
Oh my goodness.
That can't happen, man.
Lord have mercy. Oh, you have to make that catch.
Oh, that's a backbreaker, man. You know how hard it is to
score my God. You're not going to be that. If Luke McCaffrey was that person, he would have caught it. And I would be sitting here with $20.
Yeah, that's tough, bro.
Oh my God. That's atrocious.
I mean, it hits him right in.
It hits him literally where you want the football. Oh my God.
He'll make it up.
He'll make it up, but man, that
I'll
stinks.
make up for it. That's rough, bro.
It's a beautiful play call from Cliff Kingsbury.
Too easy.
Beautiful design. You get the number one
Yeah.
read wide open in the back of the end zone, and the guy just drops it.
Good throw from Jaden.
They got the Walmart hands out there today.
Yeah, I mean, they've shot themselves in the foot at an uncharacteristic rate today. Feels like Baltimore. Like they shot themselves in the foot against Baltimore, too. Maybe not to the same degree, but this drive, eating up about 5 minutes of clock, 7 runs, 7 passes. Oh, it's a mugging.
Yeah, I was about to say they're going to get a new set of downs because Joey Porter Jr. just getting pass interference all the time, and he out there celebrating like he ain't doing the pass interference. I mean, buddy, what are you doing?
This is bad. He's completely mugged him, like completely just tackled him.
And he's celebrating like I'm the man. I mean, come on, guy.
But you know what I love? I love the play call. Terry McLaurin in the red zone. Let my man
Dangerous.
score tuds, bro.
He's dangerous.
Was it 6 touchdowns he's got this year?
6, which is one shy of his career high, 7 his rookie season.
And he's already, I think that 6 puts him, he's top 5 in the NFL in that category.
Yeah.
And Washington, their red zone issues against Chicago were put on full blast. You need a Hail Mary to win. That's one way to get touchdowns in the red zone. Just throw it to your best receiver.
Throw it to your best
and
receiver.
let him make a play. I'd do it again. If he's going to get man-to-man over there, I like Terry all day long.
It's another 1st and goal from this time the 1-yard line with 19 seconds left for Washington. Reminder, we are going to be commercial free for the entirety of the half. You can call us 800-636-1067. We can celebrate Austin Eckler's second touchdown.
I hit my elbow on the mic. Oh, second touchdown.
Second touchdown of the day for Austin Eckler. Washington takes the first lead of the game. This was the offense that we were asking for in the first quarter.
Love it.
They
Love
marched
it, love
right
it, love
down
it.
the field. 15 plays, 94 yards, excuse me.
2 touchdown day for old Eckler.
2 touchdown day for Austin Eckler.
Nick
This was
Allegretti.
brilliance.
Nick Allegretti. That's good piece of blocking. Didn't have to do much. Love it.
Brilliance from the offense. Oh, you love to see it. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to step away. Washington is leading 17-14 after the point after attempt. There's 16 seconds, but we're commercial free for the entirety of the half. So by the time we get back from the commercial break, we're in our halftime show. We want to hear from you. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You can tweet us as well at the Denton Day, at NELL_BTP. What do you feel about the first half and the momentum Washington has going into the break because of that late touchdown? Answering your calls when we get back. It's Bernie Go Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. halftime in Washington, I feel so much better than I thought I was going to feel. The Commanders lead the Steelers 17-14. A 96-yard drive to end the half puts Washington on top. 15 plays, 94 yards, excuse me. Puts Washington on top. Their best offensive drive of the football game. They lead 17-14. It was Austin Eckler taking it in from 1 yard out. His second touchdown of the day. He has both for the Commanders. I feel good, Linnell. I feel better than I thought I was going to feel after Washington put together an astonishing 13 yards of offense in the first quarter.
Yeah, this offense woke up. They were terrible in their opening quarter. Let's call it what it was.
They were abysmal.
Yeah, negative plays out the wazoo. Didn't get much movement in the run game. It was just a lot of sloppy ball from this group. This drive, though, plenty of balance. I think it may have been 50-50 on the balance split. What can't be because it was a 15 play. I think it was like 7 runs, 8 passes. You saw the balance. They were able to hit some chunk runs. The 23-yarder to Luke McCaffrey was huge to kind of spring that thing into the red zone. I thought it was textbook, though, man. Washington, I thought, moved the ball well. They were able to overcome a sack. Well, the sack ends up getting negated by the penalty. So, I mean, the balance is probably the bigger thing that I want to talk about, though, man. Like, you're able to run the ball. You got some chunk runs. You hit the chunk pass to Luke McCaffrey, and you converted in the red zone. 2 touchdowns for Austin Eckler. They have run it well in the red zone today. They have.
Yeah, they really have. They've had success. Even Jeremy McNichols coming up with a couple of big plays to get a new set of downs. I mean, really, it felt like once you pick up the first down, you'd have some momentum. And the second one is really when you start to move. And Cliff Kingsbury found out that tempo is how you ruffle the feathers of this Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Because the first quarter Steelers defense, when they had all the momentum, they're sending guys, they got guys flying around, was completely different than in the second quarter when Washington started to speed up to the line of scrimmage, not allow the Steelers to bring in substitutions, and it worked brilliantly for the Commanders. They still haven't played their best football of the day, which excites me. Because if they get better, I mean, they get the ball to start the second half, and they're showing the replays on television now. It really is just a bunch of mistakes that have given Pittsburgh 14 points.
Yeah.
You could argue the same thing because Pittsburgh attempted to fake punt at
their offense hadn't done much.
At their own 15-yard line and missed it and gave Jaden Daniels a short field. But it's been mistakes for the 2 drives that Pittsburgh has scored on. One was the short field because OZ muffs his second punt of the day, hits him in the face mask, and Pittsburgh recovers. And then the other one had 2 bad penalties, a PI on St. Juste and a roughing the passer on Jeremy Chin on what would have been, it was a 2nd and 10 that would have been a 3rd and 10 because Russell Wilson did not complete his pass. And instead, they end up going and driving and scoring a touchdown. So it's just simple mistakes that have allowed Pittsburgh to put up 14 points.
Yeah, the muff punt is the difference right now. It's why it feels like it's so close. Outside of that opening drive where the Steelers just marched the football down the field, Washington's been pretty good defensively. I thought they've stopped the run well. They've put Pittsburgh, they got pressure on Russell. They've put Pittsburgh rather in some 3rd and longer situations, and it's allowed them to tee off. I don't really worry about, not that I don't worry about it, 'cause I think that's maybe hyperbole. I'm not too concerned about what Pittsburgh has going offensively. I worry, can Washington's offense continue to move the football? What adjustments are made at halftime? What does Cliff and company notice that they're doing? On the flip side, what does Mike Tomlin and company notice that Washington's doing? This second half is going to be all about adjustments. The one thing that Washington started to do there at the end of the half is open it up a little bit more in the passing game.
Yes.
Does that continue in the second half?
They haven't taken a deep shot yet, with the exception of the pass to Noah Brown that drew a pass interference. Yeah. If I remember correctly, they did not take advantage of the second half kickoff against New York last week. They didn't result in points. But if they go up double digits here against this Pittsburgh team that offensively is limited once you take away the run game, then you get to allow guys like Dante Fowler, who we've called his name a couple of times, Johnny Newton, who's had a good game, Deron Payne's had one of the best games of his season so far. You allow those guys to pin their ears back and get after a Russell Wilson who is not nearly as mobile as he once was. Now, he did have a nice run of 6 yards to pick up a first down, but he's not as mobile as he once was. He's not going to be able to do that every single play.
No, it changes things completely. And I think the pass defense has been excellent. Like, I'm Really pleased
I
with
mean,
that.
George Pickens caught a touchdown on an insanely acrobatic catch.
Yeah. Outside of that, you've been pretty good. We've had some penalties that have hurt us in that area, but I think this defense they're playing good. I still don't know how to feel about them and what to call them. Are they a good defense? Are they an average defense? I say they're an average defense that has the chance to if they make some turnovers, they're like a really good defense. But I guess that's anybody. Their ability to limit explosives, though, to me is like their best trait.
Mm-hmm.
They're not giving up these massive chunk plays. And that was the big difference for them the past couple of years under Ron Rivera, where they really struggled, is giving up explosives. They've limited that. That's partially because the communication's so good on the back end. They needed to continue because it feels like you score coming here out of the locker room, then you start to make Pittsburgh one-dimensional if you can get another stop.
I mean, it'd be so great. Mikey Sandersill's had such a good game. If he can come away with some sort of turnover in the second half to really just swing every bit of momentum in the direction to Washington, I, for one, would greatly accept that. I would love that because he's been flying around. I mean, you talk about the defensive backfield playing well, and they have, but it's really him that I've noticed the most. Not being afraid to tackle, being in phase for a majority of the passes that are thrown his direction. He's done some really good things.
I agree. Physical in the run game. Nice job getting his head around in coverage and running and playing trail position. He's been really good. And they're going to have an interesting dynamic when Marshawn Lattimore is ready to go as to whether or not they put him in the slot or do they leave him outside and play Noah Igbenogany in the slot, who is played.
Again,
like I said,
he's been a pleasant
real
surprise.
Good. Yeah.
He's been really fun to watch. A couple of numbers for you. Jaden Daniels in the first half, 9 of 16 for 78 yards. He did get sacked once for a loss of 8. No touchdown passes, though he should have had one. De'Ami Brown dropped one. It didn't matter because Austin Eckler scored on the next play. And speaking of Eckler, he has 12 carries for 39 yards and 2 touchdowns. His longest has been 10. So it's really small 2-3 yards that are racking up.
Matters, though.
For Wash, it does. It matters. Jaden Daniels has 1 rush for 40 yards. It was on that final drive. So, again, his legs being a threat. And then Jeremy McNichols has 2 carries for 0 yards. His longest run has been 3 yards, so he had a 3-yard loss in there as well. Luke McCaffrey and Zach Ertz each have 23 yards. McCaffrey's done it on 1 reception. Zach Ertz has done it on 3. He had an opportunity to pick up a lot more on one of them. He just fell down.
Yeah.
The field has been slippery. It didn't rain recently, did it? I don't think it did. The field's been slippery. I think that's just Northwest Field, though, for you. Not known as a great stadium.
Yeah.
Terry has 2 catches for 15 yards. Noah Brown 1 for 11. And then Zacchaeus has 1 for 8.
Spread the wealth. They're being physical on the perimeter. Talking about Pittsburgh's receivers. That's made it. Pittsburgh's corners. It's made it a lot more difficult for Washington outside. I think the deep shot's there, though. Because of how
I think it
playing.
is. I think we see it on the first drive here. I think they take a deep shot, likely to Terry, but I think Jaden's going to unload one on the first drive.
Commercial free, all halftime long. We'll take your calls as well. 1-800-636-1067. Rob's in DC. What's up, Rob?
Hey, what's up, man? Good game, tight game. You know, that fake punt only worked because the guy dropped the ball. I was wondering where the coverage was. Wasn't nobody out there on that guy. But I just like the physicality they're playing with. And so that's what it pretty much going to come down to. The physicalness, we matching them. We not healthy. They may have a few players out, but I just like the way the guys playing real physical because Pittsburgh is a physical team. If you can't match that, you just ain't going to play, be in the game with them at all. So if they come out halftime and go down and score, I think that will put the pressure on Pittsburgh offense, which they make them one-dimensional and just play your coverages and you should be fine as long as you keep playing physical. Okay, thanks, fellas.
Appreciate it, Rob. Physicality is going to be huge. I think Washington's defense has done a good job of that. You mentioned that fake punt. It was a momentum builder for Washington, as I would put it as simply as this, Linnell. Ball don't lie. Ball don't lie. You were wide open, you dropped the pass, ball don't lie.
Yeah. It's kind of how that goes.
That's how that goes. And Washington scores. That was their first touchdown off of that because of a short field. It was Eckler's first touchdown. They're putting up the numbers on the broadcast. 95 yards in the second quarter for Washington after just 19 in the first. Completely different football team in the second quarter.
100%. And credit to Cliff Kingsbury getting it right. Battling through adversity. It ain't always going to be sexy and perfect offensively. I would like to see some more Jaden Daniels designed runs. kudos to, or not kudos to, I guess the matchup I'm going to be watching moving forward. Our interior three, Nick Allegretti, Sam Cosmi, Tyler Biotish. How do they handle the interior guys of Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh's won their fair share. Washington's hit a couple of runs. How that matchup plays the rest of the half, in the second half, rather, is going to be huge because I do think Washington needs to be able to run the football. The play action's got to be there.
They need to run the football. Maybe you see your first sighting of Chris Rodriguez now that we're into the second half.
Thumping time.
It's gonna suck to tackle a little bit. You get that little bowling ball in there, let him do a little bit of damage. All right. Offense is going to be back on the field. Second half underway. Washington leads 17-14. We'll see what this offense can do when we get back here. It is a Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Our profession, Linnell, is filled with exaggerations. I need you to know I'm 100% serious with this next statement.
Okay.
I take a bullet for Terry McLaurin.
Well, it's not a bad guy to take a bullet for.
It's a great guy to take a
man's
bullet
man.
for. The first play from scrimmage in the second half, 1st and 10, Jaden finds Terry for 54 yards.
Love it.
Love it.
Nice catch and run. McLaurin showing off the speed. He never scores these things.
He
but,
never. I swear, one day he's going to break one. He never scores them.
But he's just fast, man. And they've featured him. It feels like in this football game they're going to him. Jaden and his rapport continue to strengthen. As each week goes by. He's playing really good ball right now. Is he over?
Good.
He's gonna get another 100-yard receiving day today.
He has 4 receptions for 85 yards.
I believe he's top 5 in receiving yards. He's top 5 in touchdowns. He's playing really well.
He's had a hell. It's a. You know what? It's what happens when you get a quarterback.
I know
that's not, with all due respect, below average, because he's never played with even an average quarterback.
Yeah.
And you get a guy like Jaden Daniels, who is so far above average that we're throwing the E word out, and it's not a crazy thing to say out loud. And you see how good Terry McLaurin is. So Washington marches down the field thanks in part to that Terry McLaurin 54-yard gain. And then Jaden finds Terry on a 3rd and 10 at the Pittsburgh 17 for 16 yards. Jeremy McNichols does the rest of the work, 1 yard out, and Washington up 24-14 after one of the worst offensive quarters of football in the first quarter.
They've been humming since.
They are on fire. The offense is fully awake. And you know what I think is going to happen, Leno?
Yeah.
I think Russell Wilson's going to turn the ball over.
Oh, I would love that.
I think Russell Wilson is going to be pushing. I think Russell Wilson's going to turn the ball over.
So 3 out of Washington's first 4 offensive drives were 3 and outs. And they have the muff punt, the field goal of the fake punt attempt, that led to a quick score. Since then, they had a 3 and out after that, but they've went field goal, touchdown. And they're moving the football. They're having just enough balance, but now they're starting to hit some chunk plays in the pass game, which is huge.
It's crazy. The only thing Pittsburgh had for them was being physical with the guys on the outside. They can't actually cover them. They can't actually cover Terry McLaurin.
No.
You just have to play wrestling match with him through the first 5 yards and hope that the refs don't call anything. When the refs start to call anything and they make you actually do your job,
That's
see what happens.
That's when things change. I thought it was
I thought the way they were
fumble.
dancing and celebrating, I thought Cordell Patterson put the ball on the ground.
Yeah.
Look at this.
This is awesome.
Look at this
Party like it's 1991. I love this graphic.
Oh, we know what happened in 1991.
Yeah, we do.
I don't remember it because I wasn't born, you weren't born, but I'm certainly aware of what happened in 1991.
This is this is a damn good football team. And today there's a massive test. Their ability to get that touchdown before the half on that 15-play drive that started from their own 6.
Huge.
Like, that's huge. It changes the whole complexion of this game in reality. Because now you go back-to-back touchdowns. You're up 10. Uh-oh. Good.
So they run it on first down with Najee Harris. It sure felt like the Commanders were thinking pass there. Smart. I'm so confident. Someone's forcing a turnover on this defense. And it's going to happen on this drive.
I thought that was about to break for a touchdown. That looked insane.
All right, it's 24-14. Washington leads Pittsburgh by 10. This is the first drive for the Steelers in the second half. 12-20 and counting in the third quarter. It's a Burning Goal game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Penalties and chunk plays hurting Washington defensively. Pittsburgh is in the red zone, Linnell, thanks to a 26-yard Jalen Warren short pass, and then a massive play to George Pickens. He's obviously their best offensive player. They now have a 2nd and about 3 with an opportunity to make this a one-score game, and Najee Harris is going to give them a first down and goal.
Yeah.
This is not the drive I was hoping for Washington's defense.
Percy
by any
Butler
stretch.
just got ran smooth over.
Right over. Trucked.
Can't happen.
I mean, Dante Fowler had a nice sack. And
Go lower. Why are you tackling him so high, Percy? He's huge. You're not. You're quite literally small. Come on, man. The tackling on this drive. Your two most sound tacklers, maybe. Sainristil and Quan both miss on that Pickens big. And then, I mean, come on. Anyone would have known. I mean, as soon as they got down here, I knew it was a touchdown.
You knew it was a touchdown because they were going to just give it to Najee Harris. And Najee Harris walks it in. And the 10-point lead is now about to become 3, pending the extra point.
So I said 29-26, I think.
I said 30-20.
My scoregami mine isn't possible. Is it right now? Field goal safety? Either way.
It'd be very difficult.
No push. Big 66 was going to obliterate whoever was going to be there, the pulling guard. That tackle, was that on 3rd down, Denton?
The George Pickens thing was, that was a 2nd and 20 immediately after a Dante Fowler 10-yard sack.
That can't happen. Like that.
No.
We have done such a good job this year not giving up the explosives. So when they do happen, it sticks out like a
sore
thumb.
I mean, they had an 11-yard run to start it with Najee Harris, and they had that Warren 26-yarder, the Pickens 34-yarder. You get an offsides on a 2nd and 8, which would have become a 3rd and 8 because Russ was pressured, throws it out of bounds. Then this 2nd and 3, they pick it up, and then they score on the next play.
I mean, that was a terrible start. That was the defense's first time seeing the field in the second half.
Yeah.
And they were abysmal.
And they got marched on. 9 plays, 75 yards. I mean, Joe Witt is on them on the sideline right now.
And it's them beating themselves. Missed tackles, jumping off sides.
I mean, I don't know who Witt's spokesperson is because he's up in the booth.
Yeah.
But he's giving that person an earful who's then going to give the defense an earful. You can't give that. Like, you're going to play the game of telephone, but you can't allow that to happen. If you get off the field there, you then give it back to the offense.
The game would have been over potentially.
And they have the potential to make it a 3-score game. And then at that point, you're right. The game's over. It's a 3-score game, and you're not touching the ball until like the late stages of the 3rd quarter, potentially in the 4th quarter, the game's over.
But it's frustrating because they beat themselves on that drive. It's not like Pittsburgh's doing anything. You're just missing tackles. If they hold that to a normal gain, he doesn't get the first down. He was short of the sticks.
I mean, the Warren thing was the one that hurts me the most.
That big run.
And it's on a 3rd and 8. You get pressure on Russ.
Oh, the check down. I mean, I'm sorry.
There's a check down that he turns into a 26-yarder.
And Russ barely got that away.
He barely got it away, but that looked like a Ron Rivera thing where there's just a guy wide open and no one's on that side of the field. I mean, Quan Martin tackled him by the back of the helmet and saved a touchdown. He doesn't tackle him. He's going all the way.
Oh, Denton. That stressed me out.
Now, thankfully, I trust the offense, but that was rough.
I trust the offense too, but you got to know
but
when
you
got to know when you got the opportunity to step on somebody's throat.
And
that was it. You get a stop right there, it's over.
They had the opportunity to step on someone's throat. They stepped on a crunchy leaf.
Yeah.
And they thought it was a success. Ugh.
God, I feel terrible right now.
That's such a missed opportunity. So the offense is going to be back on the field. Thankfully, we like them. They're way more fun to watch.
They have played well.
And by the way, Biotish is coming back in. This is according to John Kahn, tweeted it 32 seconds ago. Biotish is going to be back in.
Love to see that.
He had an ankle situation that kept him out, so he's going to get back in the ball game. They're playing well offensively. Obviously, that huge Terry play on the last drive, the 54-yarder, helped significantly. But it feels like they're getting into a rhythm now. Jaden's 11 and 19, 148 yards. Austin Eckler has 39 yards rushing on 2 carries. Jeremy McNichols scored a touchdown. They're having success with Terry. He has 4 catches, 85 yards. I'd love Luke McCaffrey to get involved. He had that 23-yarder. Luke McCaffrey doesn't touch the ball a ton, Linnell.
Uh-huh.
Every time he does, though, it's a big
Good
play.
things happen.
Every time he touches, it's a big play.
Yeah, he was part of one Washington explosive play that they've had. That's what they need here. Get the explosives going. You got to get points. Because I feel like Pittsburgh can't score with you. If you go score another touchdown, I have confidence that the defense can go out and get another stop. But, man, like, I don't like the pressure on the offense because of how the game started. Uh-oh. Big Austin Eckler return. Shout out to you, Dirty 30. He's having a day.
He's having
a day.
It's a big-time Austin Eckler game.
Yes, it is. And you need him. No B-Rob, no Trent Scott. Dirty 30 is going to show up every time. I love this guy.
I thought he was going to break it.
Gosh, I love this guy.
I thought he was going to break it.
Ooh.
He takes it to the 46-yard line. Big
That's
play
huge.
by Eckler.
That's huge because even if you get field goal here, you're up a touchdown. So that's big.
That's big time from Eckler.
That is big.
Yeah, you love giving a short field to this offense.
Yes,
And
they're going to
that's
make
a-
it count. They're going to
That's
make
a
it count.
short field. So that's a huge play by Eckler. Washington starts at their 46.
They continue to play press man at the line of scrimmage. Washington going to hit some big plays in the pass game. Jaden missed again. OZ is wide open.
Ugh.
He missed him.
Oh, he might score if he hits that.
He's wide open.
He's wide open, and he has a blocker in front of him.
That's what
in the
happens.
other
Though.
route.
He got lit up on that play, I think.
You give us a replay to see because there was pressure coming down the pipe for Pittsburgh, but man,
Yeah.
that's a throw. There's always a couple of throws. It was Ertz in that Cleveland
Can we
game.
get off of the CBS doing terrible?
They must be talking about Dan Quinn,
Yeah,
but we
they
just
are.
got nothing but Dan Quinn's face. Now, he's a good-looking dude, so I'm not upset about it, but I want to see the replay.
What a dot! Oh, my God! He
Oh!
is filthy, bro.
Oh, he's
Is
so
that a roughing the
good.
passer on top of it?
Oh, that's probably going to be a holding.
Oh, I saw the motion.
All right, but hold on. He's motioning holding.
That throw was nasty.
Oh, that throw is filthy, and it's negated because of a holding. Who was it?
Whoa.
It was Biotis who just came back in. Oh, he put that thing on a rope.
What a throw, dude.
An absolute brilliant throw. This better be an egregious holding on Biotis.
Yeah.
All right, it kind of is an egregious holding,
Yeah,
but
that's bad.
Pittsburgh was doing that to Dante Fowler, and we got nothing.
What?
Did they just
throw.
decline the penalty? Oh, no, somebody else on Pittsburgh got penalized.
Oh, it was 2 penalties?
It was 2 penalties. They called one on the they
Okay.
called a defensive penalty. So, oh god, that's hugely helpful.
Yeah.
So
That's big.
instead
Without
of it
Dante
being
Jackson, yeah.
a 2nd and 20, it's just replaying 2nd and 10.
That's huge because you
That's
can't get behind the
massive.
sticks here. They've been dead in the rights when that's happened today. TJ, Highsmith. Oh, Jaden just gets. Oh, my God.
Luke,
That was
come
almost
on.
a crazy throw.
Jaden is firing it.
Yeah, he got whacked. He's tough as nails.
He is tough as nails. It's a big 3rd down coming
Do you
up
see the way he
here.
had to contort his body on that? He's exposing those ribs are fine.
Those
by the
ribs,
way.
yeah, the ribs
He's not
are
on
all
the
right.
injury report, by the way.
I ain't worried about the ribs. Could
Alex Highsmith beat Brandon Coleman like a drum. Brandon Coleman's actually had some struggles today. He's gotten beat a couple
Luke got to
times.
catch that. Luke McCaffrey got to make that play. I know it's a big play. You're going to get hit. You got to make that catch. That's a huge reception if he comes down with
That's
it.
a big time throw.
It's a big 3rd and 10 for Washington. You got to take advantage of this the Eckler return. Oh, terrible.
TJ Watt almost did something. TJ Watt, like, did Jaden Daniels knock that down?
I think he did. So on a 3rd and 10, he's looking for Zach Ertz. TJ Watt jumps up and bats it down. And then Jaden, it looked like, knocked it out of TJ Watt's grasp, which is huge. I mean, you want to talk about football IQ for Jaden Daniels.
I hope he knocked this down. Yeah.
He did his best. He did
tried
his
to get in
best.
the way, yeah.
That holding on Biotis is such a killer.
Cam Hayward in the interior of Pittsburgh's D-line is giving Washington some problems.
Wasting that Austin Eckler return stings.
Missed on Pickens.
So they go 3 and out after that. They're going to punt this thing away. Now, ideally, you're going to pin Pittsburgh relatively deep. He didn't call a fair catch, so they're going to get pinned at the 5-yard line. I don't know what Pittsburgh was thinking, not calling a fair catch there.
Yeah.
You're going to have Russ backed up against his own end zone. You got to be able to get after him.
Yeah.
You can't allow a massive play.
No, and this is where you got to be stout in your run defense still too, man. Keep them in the shadow of their own end zone. Like that's
Hey, you needed a safety to get to your scoregami, right?
yes.
I mean,
That's what we need.
this would be a very great time to come away with something like that. You got to play fundamentally sound and not give up big chunk plays like you did on their last drive. But this is your opportunity. They're going to be starting at the 7-yard line.
Yeah, big time players make big time plays in big time situations. Deron Payne, we've called his name a couple of times. Step up.
Johnny Newton,
step up. For Biotish, man, if that ankle's bothering him, I don't need him getting beat. He got to be like a drum.
He got beat immediately.
Yeah, and he ruined the play.
And he ruined
Dieter
what
needs
would
to
have been
come
like
back.
a 25-yard play.
Yeah, if we got to get Big Mike Dieter back in the game, I'm all for it. I want the best guy playing, period. I love badass. I like a healthy badass. See what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying here. Defensively, though, you got to make sure you negate the big plays.
Yeah.
I mean, if they give up another like chunk play, 34 yards, guys missing tackles, you and I are going to blow a gasket in this room.
What? Oh, yeah.
I mean, if we get something like that, is not going to be good. Washington leads 24-21, so they have the advantage. There's 7 minutes. I think one of the worst things about that drive for the 3 now for the Commanders, Linnell, only 48 seconds off the clock. At this point, the clock is your friend. I'm not suggesting you just play run the football. Still be aggressive. I mean, you had opportunities on that drive that just the OZ, Jaden missing OZ, that would have been huge, potentially a touchdown. Luke dropping a pass, the penalty to Biotish. You had opportunities. I don't know that Zach Ertz would have been able to get the first down on that third down play, but he would have made it a 4th and short at midfield. And what are you doing on 4th and short at midfield? You're giving the ball to 5 and saying,
Figure
get us a
something
first
out.
down.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That the first play of the drive to me, that was the big one. I mean, OZ maybe scores on that.
He's so open,
and that's not a drop either. I think if we got to see the replay, if they weren't so busy trying to talk to Dan Quinn, that was a bad throw from Jaden. He got to hit him point blank.
You got to put it. You got to hit him in
screaming wide open across the field. You got to make that throw.
24-21, 7:18 to go in quarter number 3. Pittsburgh has the ball at their own 7-yard line. We'll see if this Washington defense can maybe force a turnover here, at least stop Pittsburgh, get them off the field. It's Bernie Gold Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Great showing by the defense. After Washington couldn't take advantage of Austin Eckler's huge return, Tressway pins Pittsburgh at the 7-yard line. On a 1st and 10, Najee Harris breaks into the second line of the defense. Doesn't matter, holding on Pittsburgh, which gives them a 1st and 12 at that point. And then the defense able to force Russell Wilson to throw, which is usually a bad sign for Pittsburgh. He's missing guys. He's looking for Van Jefferson on a 1st and 10. Sanders still breaks it up. They run with Najee Harris on 2nd down for 3 yards. Then Russ just overthrows Calvin Austin on a 3rd and 9, and that's a 3 and out for Washington's defense. They're going to get the ball back up 24-21 with 5:42 to go, and they're getting the ball back at a really nice spot. They're in Pittsburgh territory. Not a great punt, 34 yards. Washington's going to start Linnell at the 42-yard line for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Got to come away with points.
They've done a really good job in this game capitalizing off the short fields. But a really good job by the defense. Defense
Really good
awesome.
job.
Outside of that drive, where on the opening touchdown drive and those big plays on the last drive, they've been really good in this game defensively. Awesome.
As long as they're tackling, they're good. And you're right.
I'm so out of breath, bro.
Yeah, my man
I tried
ran
to
a little
sprint
bit.
to the bathroom, and I sprinted. I was moving, and I can barely talk. But no, the defense has been money. One thing that I'm noticing, I don't know if you see it as well, the cutbacks are starting to be there in the run game for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Warren has hurt him on it. Najee hurt him on one.
Najee's had a couple.
Something to monitor the rest of the way.
For
here.
Washington, though, on their last offensive drive, what hurt the most was being so close. I wish you got that song reference. You did not get that song reference.
I did.
Yeah, I don't think you were listening to Rascal Flatts back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
I just drilled a song reference. But they had opportunities for big plays, and Jaden misses a throw on one of them.
He's been inaccurate today. Like, he's had some accuracy issues.
I would imagine
high,
it's
wide,
the wind,
maybe,
because Russ has had him as well. But he connects with Noah Brown on a great throw. Noah Brown is
that's a hell of a catch, bro.
He's an acrobatic catcher of the football.
Yes, he is. Yes,
but they missed opportunities that should have been big plays. So the big plays are there. You just got to capitalize on them. You have that holding call. You miss OZ. Luke McCaffrey drops it. If you keep things moving the right direction, you're going to be able to pick up yardage here, and you set yourself up now on an Austin Eckler. Whoa! That was Chris Rodriguez.
That was Zero, 36.
First time in the game, he carries it. He doesn't get anything.
Saved for the second half,
but he carries it. So you got a 3rd and 2 here. This is 4-down territory.
I would
because you're far away. You're at the 40.
So.
You're at the 34-yard line. So it's a long field goal
for Zane.
I don't know which way the wind is blowing, but you got to factor in the wind here. This might be 4-down territory. I'm trusting Jaden. Never mind. Austin Eckler will do it. Is that McNichols or Eckler? That's Eckler.
That was Eckler.
Eckler and McNichols have the same body build. So I sometimes, both, short, muscular dudes. But Austin Eckler's been money on these short yardage.
He's
games.
breaking tackles, too. Like, that's the impressive part, is the yards after contact with him in this game has been awesome. Oh, they tried to do a cute little play there. So it was a fake screen QB draw.
I think the screen was actually the move. And I think
it was just covered.
Pittsburgh read it well. It looked like they were going to blitz their corner off the edge, and he was going to blow that thing up. It's actually great of Jaden to not throw it.
Yeah.
And just tuck it. He loses 1 yard on the play, but I'll take a 1-yard loss over a pick six. So great play by Jaden there.
They just showed a montage of how Washington's doing against TJ Watt. 0 tackles today for TJ Watt. Hadn't done anything. There's a group that's done really, really well talking about this offensive line. They've been better. The first couple of drives were rough.
They were off
from a pressure standpoint, just from an execution standpoint. Now they're giving Jaden a little bit more time.
Oh, I thought Zach Ertz
he dropped that.
Oh, God, I thought he caught that. Oh, that's brutal.
The drops are killing me.
The drops are killing today.
Why is Washington beating themselves right now?
Oh, my goodness. I thought for sure. He got up and he was like talking to himself. I was like, do you think he was going to break that for a touchdown? Like, easy, boy.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Like, geez,
why are you so angry? Yeah.
I didn't know he dropped that. That's not on Jaden. That's a money throw to your tight end. You got to catch that.
He's wide open.
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Break a tackle, Austin. Go for it.
This is going to be
Fourth and
you got a
4,
fourth and about
3.
if that's 4th and 4, I'm sending Zane out there. I'm sending Zane on the 4th and 4. God, the drops are killer.
Yeah.
It's from your
Wow.
best players too. Or not your best players, but your really good players.
That's tough. Gosh, that's tough. Yeah, I mean the mistakes they beat themselves here, so they're going to kick it. And I trust their defense, which I guess is the smart decision.
You can see the wind on the flag posts.
Ooh.
Oh God. I'm not looking at the right TV here. This is not the HD TV,
Oh,
so
so
I don't
everything
know
looks
where
scary?
that football was going. Zane Gonzalez splits the uprights, though. So that's 27-21 with 2:51 remaining in quarter number 3, and your defense is coming back on the field. Oh, that's Zach Ertz. That drop is killer. If he catches that, you're scoring a touchdown on this drive.
Oh, that frustrates me, Denton. Frustrates me a lot. But self-inflicted wounds, man, have killed Washington. Killed Washington in this game. Jaden's missed. We've had some drops, but they still have 27 points. Like
Yeah.
it's
just crazy.
The field positions helped them, obviously, but yeah.
Like, I mean,
to think that you're playing bad offensively.
They have 27 points and they had 19 yards in the first quarter.
So that should show you, man.
With
They're-
like
it's a
4
group.
3 and out.
It's a group that gets going. When they get going, they get going. Damn.
You just got to help your quarterback out on those
Got
throws.
to. And it was such a weird bounce that like it literally went off his hands and bounced and dropped right back up into his hands. It was crazy.
I know. Like the way it was shot, I was like, oh my God, like that's a 12-yard gain right there from
Yeah.
Ertz. Let's keep this thing moving. I got a tight end. Like, let's do it. And then they showed the other replay. Oh my God. I'm seeing it on Twitter now too.
It's sick.
It goes right through his hands.
Jayden had a drop touchdown to Diami, but they ended up scoring on that drop, so it's okay.
But they didn't score on that one. Oh.
Yeah. The drops have hurt Washington here. Killing Washington here.
They're kicking to Pittsburgh here. I'm hoping. I mean, the problem with this being a 6-point game in quarter number 3 is that the run game is still very much an option for Pittsburgh on offense. And
Yeah.
that is and always will be their scariest element. That and George Pickens, because Washington cannot stop the run. That's where they're weakest at on defense. They've done a decent job today, but I mean, Pittsburgh has
Watch these
24
cutbacks,
carries for
man.
82 yards.
The
And
cutback game is starting to be there for these backs for Pittsburgh, but they're keeping them, you said 3.4 yards a pop. Like that's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Jaden Daniels, worst completion percentage since week 1. He's like only 50% right now, barely.
Right. I think the wind has to be playing a massive factor into this.
I
'cause
wonder.
Neither guy is throwing incredibly accurately today. I didn't know, though, that it was supposed to be
St.
super
Jude's.
windy. Oh, wait a second. Is that a DB that tackles?
Love that, Benjamin St. Jude's. That's one thing he always going to do. He'll stick his face in there. He's 6'2". He better stick his face in there. He's a big boy. That was a hell of a run fit, St. Jude's. That's what you need.
So this is going to bring up a 2nd and 9 for Washington. They're throwing a highlight of that San Francisco game. That's crazy. Toe tap by George Kittle.
Yeah, Purdy doing some Houdini stuff too. They're getting him. Get him.
They're getting Russ. They're getting Russ. Is that Johnny Newton? That's Dante Fowler is
Again?
everywhere. Oh, that guy is literally everywhere.
Yeah, he's going crazy. It looks like it's rocking in there too.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of those stupid towels.
I don't
the
either.
terrible towels, rather. I see some burgundy towels. I like those.
Good coverage by Washington. Really good coverage by Washington.
It really feels like right now Pittsburgh is going deep or bust.
Yeah.
Which is
He would've
really,
had
really
Pickens.
odd, because if you're going deep, that means you're dropping Russ back. And that's what happens when you drop Russ back. Washington's pass rush has been really good this season, and now they're getting to the quarterback. They might get him again on 3rd down. Well, no, he's going to throw it deep. That's a pick.
Jeremy Chin. Get up. He
That's
wasn't
a
touched,
pick.
was he?
That's too easy.
He wasn't touched, was he?
He was not touched. Jeremy Chin might take this thing back, bro. That's too easy.
I love it.
That's a hell of a punt return.
That's really good awareness for him to hurry up and get up. And a nice job. Was the Sanders still throwing a block?
Sanders still throwing a block. He kind of got pancaked like the Pittsburgh. Is that Pickens? Pickens like falls. Yeah,
No,
he
he
doesn't
missed
touch
him.
him. He doesn't touch him at all. And then Sanders
Let's
still does a
see.
great
I
job.
got the replay here.
He might have
He
touched
might
him.
have.
Oh, we're gonna look at this replay every single way.
No, he
Yeah,
got him.
He
He
got
got
him.
Darn it.
Dang it. Oh, that would have been clutch. I mean, the interception is still clutch, but that would have been super silly if he took that thing back to the 50-yard line.
Wow.
Gave Washington another short field.
This defense is balling.
I told you Russ was going to make a mistake.
Yeah, you did.
That first 2 games that you saw from Russell Wilson, that is not the Russell Wilson of today.
Wow.
That's like the Russell Wilson a couple years ago. That's not the Russell Wilson today. Oh, my God. What a play from Jeremy Chin. What a play from Jeremy Chin. They're going to review that so Pittsburgh doesn't have to they don't have to challenge it.
Yeah.
But then Pickens and Sanders still were kind of going at it at the end there. They're not showing the replay of that.
Really?
Yeah, because Sanders still blocked him, and then like Pickens kind of pancaked Sanders still, which takes him completely. Like if he didn't touch him, he just took himself completely out of the play. But watch this. I don't know if they're going to show it, but they're not. Come on, CBS. Let me make my point in peace. That's a brilliant play by the defense. Joe Witt's guys are playing with passionate. I love it.
Wow. They're balling, bro.
They're balling.
This defense, I said I'd give them credit if they deserved it. They deserve it.
They deserve their credit today.
The run defense in particular, man, they're balling, stopping the run. That, to me, is what's most exciting about this. Russ is 9-21, then.
Oh, that is not good.
Oh,
my God, Terry McLaurin.
Terry
Oh, my
that,
God.
bro.
Oh, he's so good.
And that's a dot from Jayden
He's
Daniels,
so
bro.
good.
That's a dot, but that's a hell of a catch, bro.
Oh, my God.
Terry.
Oh, I would take a bullet for that dude.
Hair Bear.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Terry is nice, bro.
Oh, he is sensational.
He is so good.
Joey Porter Jr. cannot hang with Terry McLaurin.
No, he cannot.
He cannot hang.
He's literally getting cooked.
He is getting he's about to be named Terry McLaurin Jr. The way that Terry is fathering this man. With all due respect to Joey Porter Sr., he's a hell of a linebacker. Maybe a Hall of Famer. I don't know. Terry has 5 catches for 113 yards. He had 15 yards in the first half.
That's a damn. Every week this guy makes this.
It's
I love
a
the catch.
dime.
It's a dime,
Oh,
though,
my
Denton.
God.
You want to talk about dropping it in the bucket, bro. His accuracy is sick.
Unbelievable.
This duo is all of it, man. This duo is badass, bro. We find out Terry's a top 10 wideout for real, for real. He's making plays like one.
His ability to do the contested catch bit is insane. Biotis got beat. He's yelling at somebody. By Cam Hayward, too. I thought Jaden was going to spin a Ruski around Cam Hayward.
I don't know what happened. But damn. Yeah, I thought he almost got out of there.
Cam Hayward's a big dude. He's a big dude. He gets a paw on you. You're in trouble. So that's going to be the end of the third quarter.
5 checks going in the fourth? What are we doing?
5 checks feeling good. Throw the 4s up in the chat.
It's real deal,
4
people.
quarters right now. Jaden and Terry are insane. Jaden has 191 yards. 113 of them are to Terry. In a game where it feels like every wide receiver, tight end has dropped a pass,
Terry's
throw to Terry
awesome.
McLaurin.
I mean, I don't want to keep
good
writing
things
about
happen.
Terry, but damn. It's not even October anymore, buddy. He's still on one. This may be the best stretch of football of Terry's career he's playing right now, bro.
1,000%.
Like, he's going ham each and every week. He is cooking. It's like I've become accustomed to it. That is something.
He is so good. And him and Jaden building this relationship is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The rapport that they have with each other is unlike anything I've seen here between a quarterback and a wide receiver.
They are building the rapport of F it, Terry is down there somewhere.
And
but
that's all that matters.
But not in the sense like Heineke had that with Terry a little bit too.
Yes, he did.
But that was because Heineke was just like throwing ducks up there. Jaden is F it. I'm going to throw a dime on a rope and I'm going to trust my guy to go get it.
He's Jaden, though, bro. The boy just makes crazy throws week in and week out. I don't know what's better, the throw or the catch. That throw is look at where he put it. Like, to have that type of ball placement is insane, bro.
Joey Porter had no shot.
Yeah. Like, damn. That's all I can. It's just damn. He dropped one in the bucket again. He did it again. I'm impressed. Each and every week, this kid just, yeah.
He
Are-
finds ways. Now, on the flip side, you're gonna have a 3rd and 15.
That's the
because
other
of
story
sack.
here.
I
If Tyler Biotish is hurt, get him out.
Get him out. Like if he's not communicating, if he's not fully healthy, get him out of the game.
Yes.
Because he's now given up a big sack and a massive holding play that negated a huge play to Noah Brown. If he can't hang, it's fine, but put somebody in there that can.
And I'm glad you said that. If you can, it's okay.
Like it's
Mike
perfectly
Dieter,
fine.
Good thing Mike Dieter's a professional football player.
Right.
He can go if you need him to.
All right, 27-21 Washington leading as we enter the fourth quarter. We'll see what the offense can do. They got a 3rd and 15 when we get back here. It's a Burning Gold game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. So Washington's offense came away with nothing. On a third down, they try a trick play. I was pissed off when it happened, Linnell. I saw the replay, and it was there. It's something they tried earlier in the season. It was supposed to be a throwback to Jaden Daniels. He threw it to De'Ami Brown, who was then going to throw it back, and Daniels was going to have a convoy of blockers leading him down the field, and it would have worked. It's just that De'Ami Brown never threw it back. He got pursued. He loses 11 yards, and then any hope of maybe going for it on a fourth down and short is then completely out the door because it becomes 4th and 26. They punt the ball back to Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is moving it thanks to George Pickens and Najee Harris.
Yeah, I mean, Steelers are moving it right now, but that last drive for Washington, the getting into that 3rd and long situation absolutely kills you. You're right, though. It was there. It was there. They got to throw the ball. They're saying that was a fumble.
Whoa, that's a fumble. Wait a minute, ref. I need a replay of that one. On a 3rd and 1, they send Najee Harris into the middle, and Washington comes out of the pile with the ball. They stop him, so it's 4th and 1. Pittsburgh's obviously going to go for it.
Probably, I would have to think.
But I need to see a replay here. Is that a potential fumble? Because there's a clear recovery if it is, with Big 96 for Washington coming out of the pile with it.
They're talking about it right now. Najee Harris is hurt.
Najee Harris is hurt, which leads me to believe this could potentially be a legitimate fumble, one of those situations where he gets hurt on a play, drops the football.
Yeah.
It looks like he's down in a lot of
my
pain
God.
with a knee injury, or a lower leg injury, rather.
Yeah. He just jumped
All
up.
right, he fine. Oh.
Yo, why did he jump up like that?
Yeah,
That
why did
looks
he jump up
crazy.
like that? That's not going to be called a fumble. Oh, God, Johnny Newton, though. If Johnny Newton just forced a fumble right there, I'd be over the moon. But that is
He's hurt.
why did he jump up
I don't
like
know
that?
because
What was he thinking?
denial.
If you get your
That
your
looked
ankle
nasty.
rolled up on, I'm
Jumping
not
up on
jumping
it
up
is
on it.
not what I would do. He's a Yinzer. They're uber tough. Remember?
I guess
Yeah, I was stupid.
that was
But-
a silly decision.
Man, Washington on offense. Gosh, that last drive kills me. It was another opportunity for you to put a fork in Pittsburgh, and
Self-inflicted.
the sack that Jaden Daniels has to take. It brings me back to my point. If Tyler Biotish ain't good, get Tyler Biotish the hell out of the game. That's all I ask.
If he can't hang, like there's no
If
point.
he can't
in putting
hang,
him
he
there.
can't hang. Straight up.
Like there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
put the best player in the game.
That's it. You don't have to be, tough Tony. It's just what it is. Get out. But they gotta get a stop here defensively.
Well, I was going to say, do you think they're going to – I'm expecting – we're at a commercial break because of the injury. I'm expecting that they're going to go for it on a 4th and 1.
Tomlin depends on the spot.
Because it's a 4th and 1 at Pittsburgh's 43. It's a 6-point game with 10 minutes left and 3 timeouts. I understand the philosophy if you want to go for it, but I also don't know if Pittsburgh, who might play conservative, needs to go for it. Because if you're
not going to have Najee Harris,
if you go for this and you miss, Washington has the ball at the very least at the 43, but probably the 42.
Yeah.
And that's already field goal range. Like if I'm Tomlin, I'm punting this thing away and I'm pinning them deep and saying, I trust that my defense is going to get a stop here and give us the ball back with a 6-point deficit rather than going. Because if you go for it and miss, Washington's going to score. It's either going to be a field goal
I
or
guess
a
you got
touchdown.
to have that mentality. Yeah.
But they're going to score. It looks like they're going to go for it. I see the offense huddling up, and they don't huddle with punts.
So they're going for it. Okay. This is a big down.
If Daron Payne, we haven't called his
Stay
name
on
a ton
sides.
in the second half. If Daron Payne wants to make a big play, Johnny Newton wants to crash the line of scrimmage. This is a big time play.
Yeah.
This isn't going to decide the game necessarily, but this is really going to play a role in the deciding of this game.
I don't think they snap it. They're trying to get Washington to jump.
You got to
There's
be
no way
smart.
they
That's a
snap this
good point.
ball.
You got to be smart.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
they
handed
snapped
it off. They got it.
Oh my God. I thought someone had a shot at him in the backfield. I don't know if that was Louvu, but Pittsburgh gets
God.
that
And
easily.
they're talking big time trash. Good gracious.
I mean, they get that with ease.
That actually just annoyed me that he was that demonstrative after. Pulling the big guard. He cleared it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's why he's acting.
I mean,
like
you
that.
had two DBs. You had St. Juice and you had Jeremy Chin in the hole, which if I'm a big guard, those are the two guys I want to see.
Yeah.
Because they're not blowing you up.
And Jalen Warren did a nice job just running hard, hitting the hole. Darn. This feels like Chicago. Oh! Wow. They outsmarted themselves. Dumb play call. Try to throw a screen.
Yeah, they go for a screen to Jalen Warren. It looked like Cleveland Farrell really pressured Russ there. He might have gotten a hand on it, but it falls incomplete. The score, if you're just joining us tuning in, is 27-21 Washington. There's under 10 minutes to go in the ball game, but Pittsburgh has it at their own 47. The defense has done a pretty decent job so far handling this Pittsburgh offense.
Big spot for them right here, though. You got to find a way to manufacture pressure on Russ. You cannot give up any more explosives. They got Benjamin St. Juice and press on the top of the screen against George Pickens, and there's a flag at the snap.
That might be an illegal formation.
And he caught it.
If the flag is at the snap, that more likely than not is either someone's offsides or that's an illegal formation.
That was a hell of a catch, bro. He caught that.
I mean, Pickens is a dude.
That's good coverage by St. Juice, man.
That's just a great throw.
Yeah, we caught it.
Yeah, he definitely caught that.
Offsides.
That's offsides. Damn it. We talk about no chunk plays and they deliver that. Oh my God, that's brutal.
I mean, what can you do though? That's good coverage, bro.
I mean, it's perfect. It's
that's
just
a dot
that
from Russell. Like, I don't even know what people want from St. Juice. That's just really good coverage.
That's just a great throw.
I mean, really good throw.
That's a great throw and a great catch by George Pickens. They got a guy that can make those contested catches just like Terry can. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And Jalen Warren is running hard right now. He's hitting the hole because he's faster.
So they're going to have a 2nd and 6 when we get back. It's 27-21. There are under 9 minutes to go. Washington leads, but their defense needs a big-time stop to get off the field, ideally with no points, but at the very least only 3 to give Jaden Daniels an opportunity to make it a 2-score game when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. We are presented by Rude. And I X'd out of the thing. But we're presented by Rude. Go to Rude, RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. I X'd out of the thing. I'm sorry. It is a Burgundy Gold Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. I'm doing right by our sponsors, Linnell, just the way that Quan Martin is doing right by the two of us.
Yeah.
Warren gets down to the goal line. He's at like the 1 yard line, and Quan Martin fighting, scratching, ripping the ball away. Jeremy Chin falls on it, and Washington gets the football back. They allow no points for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now they're going to have a long field to go here. This is going to be spotted at the 1 to the 2 yard line.
Dude,
you're going to be backed up, but what a defensive play, saving the rear end of the Commanders, saving the rear end of themselves, because Pittsburgh was in the midst of a 14-play, 86-yard drive that took up 7 minutes, and they come away with nothing.
I cannot believe the way this defense has played today. They've given up some explosives. They've had their mistakes. But the way Washington has played, coming up with that turnover and that timely spot, and it's on a chunk run, too. It's guys playing through the whistle, playing hard. That's why I love it, man. That's how you do it, bro. Wow. Love that. Love that.
Washington's going to run this thing out of the end zone. I think that's Chris Rodriguez.
Rod?
That's the guy that I would give the ball to. He picks up about 3 yards, so at least you have a little bit of breathing room because Jeremy Chin recovered that ball at the 1.
Man, I cannot believe that's a hell of a play from Quan and Fowler.
Everybody. I mean, what you want to talk about great attacking of the football? That is picture perfect.
Talk about running and hitting, playing through the whistle. Like it's the best when the things that you preach and especially in year one when you're trying to establish the culture. Yeah.
I thought Chris Rodriguez was going to break that.
He's banging and rumbling and tumbling. Is that a hold? Get out of here.
If that's on Biotish, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah, badass is struggling. Oh, this defense though, man. I love it. It is a hold.
Who is it?
John Bates.
John Bates.
Him and Pat Queen have been wrestling all afternoon.
Do you hit him with a play action here?
I don't know. I maybe run the ball. Pat Queen's hurt.
Pat Queen's hurting a little bit.
His elbow's hurting. I'm testing that elbow first. Make sure it's all right for real.
Well, it looks like he's walking around like something's dislocated almost.
Yeah, look at the way his shoulder pads and stuff are dislodged. John Bates was just mauling him.
Bullying him. I'm telling you what, man, don't take the helmet off of John Bates.
No, do not.
Do not do that. That is not going to go well for you. Washington now passing the football.
Jaden, he missed him again. Jaden has had some misses today, boy.
Oh, he's mad at himself, too. He knows it. Oh, my God. Luke McCaffrey open down the field. You get a first down. You got a lot more than that. Oh my goodness.
And he's complaining for a hold talking about Watt. So they may call the next one just because that would have been a holding in the end zone too. What is Trent Scott doing, bro? Holy cow.
Oh my God. That's brutal.
Yeah, you gotta hit him.
You gotta hit him there, man. Oh man. He's so open. That's a gain of at least 40 yards.
I just love that. At least the ball's going to the right place all the time. You got time here. Oh, get out. Oh, you power drived him. That's a roughing the passer. I can't believe I just complained for one of those.
I would have taken it, though, if they would have given it.
That was like a power driving hit.
Man, the offense had played so well in the third quarter. They're giving the ball right back. It's just those silly penalties. He definitely did power drive him.
And Jaden is always like laughing. Look at his face. He's literally talking to him immediately. He's that guy's got personality.
Yeah, he's a sicko in the best way.
I'm glad he's on our team, but this makes me nervous.
Oh my God, you got Pittsburgh is going to get this thing back with about 5:50, and they got all 3 timeouts, and they're down 6, and they're getting it past midfield.
Oh,
I mean, unless they can come away with another turnover, they're winning the turnover battle 2-1 thanks to that forced fumble and recovery.
Yeah.
At the goal line, but they got run on completely.
Yeah.
I'm nervous. I'm not feeling good right now.
Jaylen Warren, it seems like he just got a different pop about him in terms of running the football. Like he's hitting the hole hard. It makes me nervous though. I'm nervous about, like you said, their inability to stop the run and when they need to. They absolutely got to stop the run right now. Can they do it? I don't know if they can.
I don't know if they can. I'm going to rely on some of the big name players to make
Yeah.
some plays, but I don't know that they can. We'll let you know if they can. It's 27-21 with 5:46 remaining. Washington clinging on to a lead. They got to get a stop here against this Pittsburgh offense. It's Bernie Gold Game Day. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. How do you feel right now?
I can't find a word. I feel nervous. I have high levels of anxiety.
My heart rate is rising.
I don't know if I trust this defense to get this stop here on 3rd and 9, 4-down territory. So really, it's 2nd and 9.
Well, it depends what you do on this 3rd down. If it's 3rd and 9, let's just say if they stop them, it's still a 2-minute warning. You got 3 timeouts. They might be in a position to kick the field goal, but oh man, somebody got to make a big time play. They just burned a timeout.
Ooh,
wow.
Well, you can, which is because you got the 2-minute warning, like you mentioned, so you still technically got 3 clock stoppages.
But that officially makes it 4-down territory.
Yes.
You're not burning a timeout if you had an idea of kicking a field goal and then getting a stop, because that's still an option for Pittsburgh at this point. But after burning that timeout, this is 4-down territory. I need somebody on that defensive line, Linnell, to get a big sack.
Please.
I mean, Russ has looked like vintage Russ on this drive. He had a beautiful throw to Calvin Austin. That was Washington had him in the backfield, and instead he delivers a 13-yard strike on a 2nd and 16 to make it a much more manageable 3rd and 3. Backbreaking.
Man, this defense, though, to come up with the big stop that they got, forcing a turnover, they got to come up big again here. They've been awesome today.
They have stepped up when we've asked them to.
They have, man.
They need to come up big right here.
Scoreboard says they've given up 21 points. We know they gave up a touchdown off a short field. Like, think about how well this defense has played. Somebody got to get pressure here, man. And don't give up the big play. I'm scared. Oh,
They're
got
sending
him.
the pressure at Russ. No. Oh, no. And Russ throws a touchdown.
Benjamin St. Juice, bro. Yeah, St. Juice is, yeah. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, man. That's
Mike
rough.
Williams. Are you kidding
The newly
me?
acquired Mike Williams beats Benjamin St. Just, and they knew it. Russ knew it as soon as the ball was snapped. He's going to send Juice.
It's time for BSJ to go to the bench.
Oh, my God. What? Oh, it's so bad.
Sweet Lou is out there somewhere having a heart attack. Man, this is...
Oh, that's brutal.
Damn. It's always him.
It's always
him. I feel bad because I be trying to defend him. The fans are so brutal to him. And I be feeling like they're overly critical at times. At least we get a field goal, we win.
I mean, you're going to find out what you're made of as a team. You did the thing to Chicago. You're down 1 point.
Then
with 2 minutes, 22 seconds left, you get a 2-minute warning. You got 3 timeouts, and you got a guy at quarterback who we have said should be in the conversation for MVP, but he hasn't exactly looked great today. He's missed a bunch of throws. I'm going to be optimistic here, Linnell. If he makes some of those throws on this drive, all you need is one. You just need one of those throws on this drive.
You just need one.
And you put yourself in a spot where you kick a field goal with Zane Gonzalez.
Does that make you feel good? Does that give you confidence?
That does not.
I'm a nervous wreck.
I haven't felt these feelings.
He made that throw.
I haven't felt these feelings in a very long time.
I feel terrible right now. I have no confidence.
I'm so nervous.
So now I do have confidence because I told you as long as 5 is back there, I feel good. Man, this is a moment right now, though. Somebody in the chat, what's going on? Is there a penalty?
No, they're just
okay. The new kickoff just looks weird.
Kick it.
Someone put in the chat, David Ubico says JD adds to his John Elway comeback videos. Yeah, that's one optimistic way to look at it. Or Austin Eckler returns this for a touchdown. I'd love that more.
How great would that be? Wait, oh.
What if he would have landed on his feet and kept going?
Wait a second.
But think about it. That's a good return, right? And you only need a field goal.
Knowing that you only need a field goal getting it to the 35-yard line.
He said, welcome, baby. Russell, so corny. Welcome, baby.
So corny.
Welcome, baby.
He just delivered a dime, too.
Shut up, Mrs. Wilson. I mean, Mr. Well, that was me.
Mr. Sierra.
Mr. Sierra is
Here
what I
you
meant to
go.
call him. I called him Mrs. Wilson. Same thing.
Oh, my God. I'm a nervus wreck.
Yeah,
right now.
this is not good.
This is not good. I don't know how you guys did this against Chicago.
I know. This is awful. But I got confidence. Oh, my God. They've tried to run a screen right there. Oh my God, Alex Highsmith got hurt.
Highsmith's hurt. So they're going to be without one of their better pass rushers. He's done. It looks like he's done the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's hurt.
I'm with you though. I don't love the screen decision there.
Did he break his ankle? Oh, wow, I think he broke his ankle.
I think he broke his ankle.
Oh, no, I don't want to see it. Don't show me.
Wait,
I'm not looking.
I'll look for you. Oh,
he broke his ankle?
He didn't break it. He probably dislocated it.
Yeah.
He did. I don't know if it was Jaden that stepped on him. No, he stepped on Jaden. So really, I mean, what happened? If he didn't want to go after Jaden, he should just let him go. You know?
Oh gosh, Denton.
Let's see. It's going to be a 2nd and 10 for Washington.
I'm not prepared for this.
Oh my gosh, I'm not either.
And of course, that looks bad.
Oh, you look. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
he's done for the game. I mean, he can't.
Look like the ball touched the ground. When I say the ball, I mean
the ball, the ankle, which is not supposed to do that traditionally.
God, I hate this.
I mean, this is the pain of
being good.
Of being good.
I know.
Because in previous years we just didn't care.
I'm looking for where 17 is though, man. I'm calling on 17.
You got to
right
get
now.
a throw to 17.
I don't know why they called the screen. I didn't like that play call.
I didn't love it either. Yeah, I'm going to 17. I'm going to 85.
Yeah.
Those are the two guys that I'm looking for.
Oh, Denton. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. You're in good field position. Their deep safety's playing back so far.
Which means they're playing aggressive at the line of scrimmage.
Yep, 85.
He goes right
Stiff
to
arm.
85.
Noah. Love it. I love me some Noah Brown.
I love me some Noah Brown.
Noah Brown comes up clutch.
He is huge. That's going to take you to the 2-minute warning. All right, so after that play, a little bit of relief.
Yes.
Not a lot of bit of relief, but a little bit of relief.
I'm looking as to where we are on the field.
You're just past the 50. That's a big place. You're just past the 50 at the 49-yard line. All right, so you're still on your territory. You're 49-yard line. But you had a new set of downs, 2 minutes, 3 timeouts.
Jaden, I think the script says that this is the game that pushes Jaden into the MVP lead because Josh Allen's thrown like 3 picks today. That's everyone's other guy.
It's not him. It's Lamar.
Oh, it's Lamar.
Yeah, well, because Lamar has been balling.
You're right. That was
Lamar has a pretty sizable lead right now. He's been playing so well.
Yeah, he does. And Jaden hasn't played great today, I'll admit. He actually hadn't been – like I would categorize him as he was average today. Not average, he missed.
I would say
he made some wild plays because he's going to do that every week, but
there were misses, but there were
some balls.
There were some drops too.
Yeah,
I mean, that Zach Ertz drop, that Luke drop. I mean, Terry ain't dropping nothing. But some of these guys are the Diami drop in the back of the end zone. It hasn't been the greatest of days all around. Man, I mean, all will be forgiven if they lead a scoring drive here. I don't care if it's field goal. I would prefer a touchdown just for the safety of it.
Yeah, I don't want to see Zane.
I just want to see Terry or Jaden running into the end zone.
I'm terrified. I have confidence though. I know we're gonna win, but it's like, God, how do we win? How do we win?
Like, what is it gonna look like? Oh my God!
Because this is, But hey, you mentioned it. You said this is what? This is the pressure.
This is the downside of being good.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm gonna have a damn heart attack.
Because the games actually matter.
Yeah, this is not like our days of watching the football team and the old Commanders of Ron.
My heart rate is now at 92. It was at 68 when this drive started.
Really? Wow. That's your Apple Watch is giving you the.
Oh, I'm Team Garmin, but
okay.
Regardless, it's letting me know that, hey, Denton, you might need to chill out a little bit. I'm gonna get an alert here that says you're a little too stressed right now. And I'm telling you, Garmin, if you would STFU and let Jane Daniels go win a football game, I'll be good.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm losing my voice too.
Someone in the chat. If I see St. Juice locally, it's on site on my mama. All right, Jaden Daniels. I mean, woof. I told y'all though, Benjamin St. He's always in the wrong place. Janky Rondo calls him Mr. Penalty, which is interesting. Oh my gosh, what a stupid play call, Cliff. Let me not say that because if he breaks that tackle,
he breaks that, he's getting at least 8-10 yards.
Yeah. So they go a QB draw on 1st and 10. Keanu Benton makes a good play. Washington's right back on the line of scrimmage afterwards.
Yeah, you got to go tempo. Like the tempo was what worked at the end of the second.
Gosh. I'm terrified, bro.
This is not okay.
Is he hurt?
No.
Oh, he's hurt. Yes, he is. He's hurt.
Oh, goodness. Goodness. I need.
Ball's going forward. That's not a fumble.
It's not a fumble. It's a 3rd and 9 after that one. TJ Watt just destroys.
And this is those
Trent Scott.
moments like, oh, God, I don't know how to lose anymore because we're so good.
I knew things were going to go bad when they kept throwing that graphic out there about how TJ Watt had
And
been a
it seems like it's a damn away game in there. Shut up, Steeler fans. I don't know what to do.
Oh, my God.
I
mean, it's 4 down territory. You don't got to get everything at once. So you got to be smart about this.
Just keep my boy upright, dog.
Oh!
No. Yeah. I
Oh,
like
my
it, though.
God. Oh, my God.
Sorry.
Oh, my God. This is not good.
Oh, he got him.
Oh, he got him, and it's underthrown.
He underthrew him, bro.
Ugh.
Jaden.
Oh, my God. Oh, a 4th and 9 for all the marbles. This is the difference between 8-2 and 7-3. Oh, this has been such a winnable game for this team, too.
Yeah, I know.
It's just silly mistakes and drops.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
Oh, my goodness.
You still got 3 timeouts, by the way, so it ain't.
It's
all
not
the way
over, but
you only need a field goal. I don't know if I would you go for this? Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I definitely got to go for it.
Got it.
Got it. You better give him the spot. No, you got to challenge that. What an awful spot. Oh, as God is my witness. What are they doing?
That's the best spot, man.
No. You get that replay on the screen immediately. Oh, my God. He's short.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. No, wait. He's not short at all. I thought he had to get to the. No, that's a first down. That's a first down. I thought he had to get to the 40. He's clearly at the 39.
Yeah.
Or the 41, rather. Excuse me. They're going the opposite direction.
Oh,
That's clearly a first down.
I feel terrible right now. Golly, man. Is that a first? I think
That has to be a first down.
Oh, I would love to hear what the television's saying.
Oh, my God.
This is like, oh.
That has to be a first down.
I'm dying to know what they're saying.
Oh, my God. Life is not great inside this studio right now.
No, it's not. I feel terrible.
Oh, my God.
I have a sick feeling in my stomach.
That to me looks like a first down.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you give him the spot of the catch, it's in front of the stick.
It's a first down.
He moves backwards, but forward progress should give him.
Progress, exactly. Oh, my God.
Forward progress should give him the first.
I don't feel good about this at all.
Get your ass up. Oh, no, that's the first. He didn't get touched.
Yeah, he didn't get touched. Oh, God.
No, that's the first because he didn't get touched. If we're wrong, I'm going to be pissed.
I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled.
Yeah, he got it.
That should be a first down.
I think because he didn't get touched until the ball. It's like, oh, Lord. I'm going to tell myself anything. The ref needs LASIK. He clearly got it. Yeah.
I think the longer this goes on, it leads me to believe they're spotting the football, giving it to Washington.
Denton, dog. Oh, I can't take it.
Oh, my God.
Lord, have mercy.
How do people do this?
That's a first down
on
though.
a regular
and if it's not,
basis?
I'm not blaming the game on that either.
No, there were so many wasted opportunities in the second half.
Why did Jaden try to back shoulder that one? Stands. Wow. That's crazy. That's a terrible call. No way. We just lost. Oh, they're talking crazy to us, too.
That's terrible.
Their fans are talking crazy to us. We got 3 timeouts, though. You got 3 timeouts. You got to get a stop. I hope they've been talking to this defense. You got to get a stop here, bro. You got 3 timeouts. That's the one saving grace here. Get a stop, y'all.
Oh, my God.
Timeout. Timeout. You got 3 of them. So beware of the play action attempt on 2nd down when it's less obvious than the 3rd down. I don't know. I'm a nervous wreck.
That's so bad.
They just showed Saquon's backwards hurdle. That's
He
ridiculous.
clearly got the first down.
Yeah. It looked like it to me. You gotta get the stop. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's tough though, man. The spot is, man,
Abysmal.
it's a good throw. Good catch. Yeah, make the stop here though. You got to give yourself a chance to get the ball back, defense. I know this is hard. You probably don't feel the greatest about yourself.
Oh!
It's a big hit from Percy
It's a big
Butler.
hit from Percy Butler. I would have loved it if Percy Butler would have lodged the football loose.
Man,
That would have been really great.
Get one more. Wow. That spot's terrible, man.
That's such an
That's a
awful,
terrible. No, that's a bad spot.
That's a terrible spot.
Because he doesn't get touched until the ball goes back.
Ball is across.
Yeah, he didn't get touched.
That's an awful spot.
Yeah, that's the first down,
They can't
bro.
even get that stuff right with replay. I mean, are you
That's
kidding?
why they keep showing it. It's a first.
That's a first
It's got to
down.
be what they're saying.
Oh, my God.
They can't be saying nothing else.
Oh, my God. That's so bad. So bad. The refs just blowing up a game because they're inept.
Dog. Oh, this makes me feel so uneasy, bro. Cordell Patterson, they had no clue it was coming. They got it. They got the stop. They got
That's
the
a
stop.
stop. If they would have given him a first down, we would have lost all of our.
What if Pittsburgh fakes it and goes for it? I'd be aware of the fake right now,
I
man.
would too. I'd be aware of the hard count.
Beware of the fake. Beware of the hard count. Damn. They fooled Washington. Cordell Patterson's so slow. Golly.
Oh, my God.
That hurts you, man.
I mean, if they punt this away, Washington still has a chance. Not a great one, but a chance nonetheless. If they punt it, Washington gets it with a little under a minute left to go. If they go for it and they get it, the game's over.
They're going to fake it.
They've already, Arthur Smith is calling the play. They're going for it.
If y'all let them get this.
But you got to make sure, if you're Pittsburgh, you better get this. If you're going for this 4th and 1 now.
The feeling that I got in my gut, bro. I mean, seriously.
I mean, this place is going to explode. You just cannot fall for the hard count. You cannot fall for the hard count.
God, I'm sick to my stomach.
I feel awful
Look
right
at
now.
Jaden. Oh,
I tell you what, dude, do not let him get the football back.
Man. This is an uneasy feeling. I'm just making inaudible noises. Such bad radio. But like,
they can't be snapping this.
There's no way they're snapping it.
There's no way they're snapping this.
There's no way. Oh, they're trying to hurry up and make it. They're not snapping it. They did the fake rush thing. They're not snapping it.
Oh,
they're not
my
snapping
God.
it. I said it. Jesus Christ. They tried to hurry up to the line with 14 seconds.
How do you fall for that?
Johnny, dog.
Oh, my God.
Bro, did you see the little hurry up motion they did with 14 seconds on the clock?
How do you
They blew it and gave
that?
it away right there. Johnny.
Oh, my God.
Come on, Johnny.
Oh, my God. (800-636-1067), 800-636-1067. Jump on the phone lines. It's going to be a fun one with Doc Walker. The post game starts next. This game is over. Washington falls to 7-3, 28-27. Pittsburgh wins. That sucked. Doc Walker's next.
Opera music. Opera music. Dude, come open this door. This place smells like a locker room. This dude is so musty. Come open the door again. I hear opera music. I hear opera music. All right, my brother, I hear opera music in the back. You telling me I'm on? I hear opera music. All right, well, it don't sound like NFL music. Sound like opera music, like I'm on Symphony Hall. And I'm not in the mood to be effing around today. I'm in a terrible mood. You know, this is what happens. You let people hang around in the game. Am I happy that I'm convinced that we got a legit team. We got a really good football team. No doubt about it. I don't know how good that means the Pittsburgh is or isn't, but it's pretty good squad. I hate it. I hate the fact that we don't get a W, but you get what you earn in this league. And if you don't play, the later you get into the season, can't give plays away. Played hard. Got some guys that really deserve game balls, but you won't get one tonight because you don't give them out when you don't win. This is a feeling that I had almost forgotten what it felt like to have this pit in my stomach. It's not embarrassing to lose to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a good football team. Don't get me wrong. Big Tony, I haven't heard from him because I know he was a nervous wreck. And it is somewhat, well, it's disheartening because whenever you have a game that you know you feel like you allow someone to take it from you, you got to get over that. But hail to the victors. I've already moved on, and I will move on at the end of the show. Don't have a choice. You got the birds in a few days coming upon you. Shout out to everybody that was involved with the Burgundy towels, the support, and doing the whole 9 yards. But it's just an empty feeling. AMAC and I would be chopping this up about now. I'm not even dishing on Jones and on him because I know he's not in the mood. I'm definitely not in the mood. But I appreciate all of you that supported and fought, man. It was a great look. No doubt about it, man. Major props for all the folks that represent Burgundy and gold. I can't wait to hear from your perspective the vibe because it was a lot of great play, a lot of hard-earned play, guys going after it. And so we'll see what happens. I mean, it's never easy to justify a defeat, and I don't justify them. You know, had we played better, we would have won the game. It always comes that way. You can't help the opponent beat you and then bitch about why you didn't win. It's that simple. We had it within range. We weren't good enough to earn the W. And that's the way it goes. Oxon Hill looks like is our first stop. And is that Ronnie? Let's go to Ronnie. Get a perspective on it. We got to take it either way it goes. What's up?
Yeah, this is Ronnie, and I'm going to take it either way it goes. But, you know, we didn't lose this as a team. St. Juice is killing us. St. Juice is the Dak Prescott for the Redskins. He's going to kill us every time we need a big play out of that guy. We got to get rid of him. I refereed some football last night, and it was some 13 and under cornerbacks that could play better coverage than that guy. That's all I got to say. Get rid of that joker. Send him back to Canada.
Well, I'm never going to be that hard on the dude. I like him. I mean, a lot. It's not like he's coming out to tell you that he is Lamar Parrish or not. It took a perfect ball, good route. I mean, he's not a bum. I mean, the dude has length. It was an excellent. I mean, the execution was flawless. That's what it takes to beat you. That's the way it ought to look, in my opinion. Clark in the District of Columbia. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold postgame.
Hey, Doc.
Yes, sir.
I second that emotion, buddy. Hey, this guy here, man, he cost us the game against Chicago, if we really want to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
He cost us that game, man. This guy, you're going to get at least 3 or 4 pass interference in the game with this guy, man. This guy cannot cover a bed if he was a blanket.
Mm-hmm. What does that think it tell you? So what do you think it tells you when they keep putting him out there? It tells you he's the best they have.
Well, you know what, Doc? I'd rather have Forbes out there than him.
Well, you say
At
that
least,
now.
at least I know Forbes will go at it. This guy here, all he wants to do is hold you, pull you, grab you, and just talk mess like he really did something.
Here's
This
the
guy
one thing
can't
that I
do
know.
nothing, man.
And we go
he's
through
a
this
bum.
every time. If we lose a game, we go through it. When Forbes was out there, they were beating him like he was a ghost. And y'all ran him out of there. He was terrible. And I tell you what, I'll take what we have right now over what I saw of Forbes. Maybe the new version of Forbes may be better than we've ever seen. The old version was pathetic. So I'm gonna hang with St. Juice as long as I possibly can because of his length. He's where he ought to be. Perfect ball beats him. If a Pro Bowl ball beats you, that's okay. I got to live with that. I got to hope my pass rush gets there. He has never come out and said that he was the next version of Deion Sanders. Don't hate your roster. If the best you got is all you got, I got to run with it. I never go against my own. That's the best I got. Don't hate the player. Hate your roster. Bonesy in the District of Columbia. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold post game. Bonesy, you there?
You hear me?
Nah, I got you.
Yeah. I live right around the corner from the building, man, Northwest State. So I just got home, man. And, we dropped a lot of passes, Doc.
Oh, I know. It wasn't no specific person, in my opinion,
that
takes this W. This was a team effort in this loss.
Yeah, and then we couldn't tackle good. We wasn't tackling good, and we dropped a lot of passes, man. Simple as that. Jaden can't do it out. He's by himself. But I'm trying to understand, Cliff, man, why y'all ain't roll this man out the pocket, man? You should got to figure out a way to get him outside the pocket, man, for some off-schedule plays. I didn't see any off-schedule plays, man. Everything, he was back there in that pocket, man. I'm saying, man, you got to let him roll, man. You got to use the weapon. We got a weapon, use it. You got to use that weapon. They dropped a lot of passes, Doc.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can't criticize the coordinator because if you got people wide open and they can't catch, that's not the coordinator's problem. That's a player problem. That's a you problem. A lot of passes. The man has schemes. People open. If they can't catch, that's not his problem. That's an us problem. We just got to deal with it. I mean, don't be sore losers. For God's sake, you've been terrible for 2 decades. Now all of a sudden, who you think you are? Kansas City?
We're going to be.
Well, you're not.
It was too many.
And if you were, you would have won. Because they can play poorly and still win. That's the difference between when you are really legit and when you're trying to establish yourself. You don't win unless you earn it. Kansas City can play really bad and win with a few people. I thought maybe we might have been able to sneak one out. Didn't happen. Get over it.
Yeah.
You know, the nice guys, you finished last. You didn't have enough dog in you. We needed somebody to come out there and snatch victory from Kansas City. And you didn't have it. Now, you had some outstanding performers. And there were some moments I was going, ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Boy, you got it's a nice team. Matter of fact, I've only looked at 2 games this year where I said, okay, let me judge you. Baltimore and tonight. And I'm proud of you. I mean, we got some guys can rumble. Now, if they start to put their thinking caps on and play smart, we're going to be hard to beat. Hard to beat. We'll see what happens. Spencer, Pitt, Commanders fan. Spencer on 4. Welcome to Burgundy Gold Post Game.
Yes, sir. What up, Doc?
First
of all, I go to the University of Pittsburgh. This is going to be a long week for me. I'll start with the good, though. We lose by 1 to a really good team with the amount of mistakes we made. I feel like in years past, we're losing that game by like 20 points. So I think that's an encouraging sign. I think they needed to see those mistakes on film. We might be riding high a little bit. But what I will say on the bad, it's just too many drops. I can't blame Jaden. I can't blame Cliff. Cliff had guys open all game. I mean, there were three or four plays where if Jaden connects or a guy doesn't drop the ball, they're going for 75 yards to the house. So I'm not going to put anything on the offense. I just think it didn't click today. It wasn't our day. But, I mean, overall, I'm trying to stay positive and realize we lost by 1 to a true Super Bowl contender with the amount of mistakes we made today. And to your point with the Chiefs winning games where they played bad, I mean, I see us getting closer to that point, and I kind of think that's an encouraging thing.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. It depends on how you want to accept it, which everybody has the right to accept this any way they choose. It's not for me to tell you how to feel. I share with you what I feel, and if 40 years of experience or whatever has anything to do with it, then it does. If it doesn't, so what? I'm not running for office. I'm just giving you the facts. And I stated throughout the game on X, it was the same bad feeling I had against the Bears. We're in position, man. We're knocking on the door. I'm thinking, this might be a rout. And then we don't have killer instinct. When I think we got enough dog in us, and I realized that today we didn't. We were nice guys. When we really need to thug up, and we just didn't have that in us tonight. If we had it, we would have executed it. Didn't have it. Left points off the board. Had some guys played their butts off. Man, we had some dudes that flat out laid it on the line. Some dudes, not all dudes. And only the film will tell the truth. It will reveal that. It's not everybody's best night every night. So you need some of your teammates to pick you up. Am I worried? Not at all. I can't wait for these guys to see the film. They'll adjust to this. They got a lot of pride. As a matter of fact, I'm almost more encouraged by them. I just hate having to hear Big Tony's mouth now for the rest of the year. But again, it goes by. It was fair and square. They were on the ropes. I think he'll understand that. Only a fool would be bragging and beating their chest. If you're still a fan right now, you should be relieved, have a nice drive home, but by no stretch of the imagination should you consider that your best work done.
Yeah, I agree with you, Doc, man. I mean, I think, look, we had every chance to put that thing away in the fourth quarter. I mean, we were up, 10? They go 13-3 to end the game. I mean, I think for us, you get a few pieces in there. Like you said, guys played their butts off. But at the end of the day, I think we're missing a few key pieces. You see, the Steelers trade for Williams, and he has the game-sealing touchdown there. I don't know. I agree with you that I'm encouraged. Like, I think we're getting there. On the scale, losses suck, but I think that's not the worst loss in the world. And I don't know. I think overall we're still a good team. That solidifies that in my mind. Still hurts, but
it should hurt, and it makes Thursday. It amplifies Thursday now, even more so. We're gonna find out how much this team hates losing, because I don't want to hear about it. This ain't nothing to discuss. You can't prove me right, wrong. I don't want to hear nothing from any of them. Show me Thursday night. Thursday night is only time I want to hear from you. I'm going to put my hands over my ears all week. I don't want to hear anything from them. I want to see the game Thursday night. Because I know your effort's going to be there. Your effort is always there. These guys are very well prepared. They're in great condition. I know their strength and conditioning coach personally. I guarantee they're going to be in the best shape anybody in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about between their ears. And when you lose focus, balls bouncing off you, that's a lack of concentration. Or maybe you want it too much. Sometimes you want it so bad that it hurts you in the performance. But whatever it is, I'm not going to beat it to death. We've been in 10 weeks, the best 10 weeks we've had in 20 years. And I said it throughout the broadcast, doing my K9 cast on X. And I said, and people got pissed when I said, we're just too nice. We do not understand. We don't have enough dog in us yet. That's okay. It's that process of going from puppy to killer. And I believe we'll get there. Appreciate the phone call. We're going to Falls Church
my call, Doc.
next on 3. What we got here?
Doc, what's going on?
My vision going off?
Hello?
Yeah, it was Eliza? Oh, Nzea.
Isaiah.
Yeah, you
What's
say
going on,
Nzea,
Doc?
but you don't type it like Nzea. What's up, Nzea?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. This is one of those painful losses, right?
Yeah.
Because it's one that it's almost like, it's like they took it. We had it in our hands, and they kind of like bullied us. Because to me, it wasn't anything that they did to cause us to lose the game. It was, like you said, it was more about concentration and sealing the deal. And the last play is indicative of it because it's a growth game. You know what I mean? The young puppy ain't been in the game to know not to jump at any cost. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
But because of this loss,
Yeah.
right? He gonna learn from that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that means we're gonna be better because of this loss. So, that's how I build on this. I feel this loss. This is okay. Put this mark down. This is the type of guy I'm looking for in the draft. This is where I can need help here. Because right now they're fighting and they're giving us everything we got. And I'm like you, like we can't throw guys over the bus, off the bus. I mean, it was a hell of a pass. And St. Juice to me, he's competing. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna win them all.
St. Juice, love him.
Yeah.
Love him. You know what? Because he's the best we have, and he's never said that he was Lamar Parrish. He was not Deion Sanders. You want to help him, and we had good pressure. It's not like the guys up front didn't sell out. They gave you the best they could. We weren't good enough tonight. Now they've made some moves. AP, they made some moves. Maybe next Thursday will be better because of how we've acquired more talent. Talent wins in this league.
Yes.
The Chiefs are the Chiefs because of their all-pro players. Their best players outperform other players.
And Doc, people forget, okay, we all know we just had 4 years of bad drafting. Like,
yeah,
you don't think it's going to show its head during the season? Like, come on, guys, we got to know that we're building something here. And to me, you got some losses are building blocks. And to me, this was a building block loss.
Baltimore and Pittsburgh. I'm with you, brother. Let me tell you what.
Yeah,
I've never felt better about this team than against Baltimore and Pittsburgh. Because now I know we can walk down any alley and we ain't got to call for help.
Exactly.
We ain't got to call for help. Our people are built that way now. With that other clown show operation we had here, we needed to call for FBI, SWAT. We needed everything. This group we got now, they built for it. They're built for this, man. I'll take this group over anybody's group right now.
Right.
And all we got to do is keep getting better. Keep building. Keep building.
We're so close.
Yep.
And when you play these type of games, the next time you have an opportunity, you remember this loss, and that can help you get over the hump.
Yep. Amen. Appreciate the call. I love that. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you are prouder. It depends on the course you took. That heavy metal, he was a 4.8 student. And so maybe in some of those chem classes, when he got a B, he was probably teed off. But for the rest of us, a D would have been great. He's a brainiac. Look, it passed my eyeball test. What I know about Burgundy and Gold football, we're tough. We're grit tough. We play hard. We may not get an A for smartness tonight, but I'll tell you what, our effort and our heart, I'm all in. Break time, we come back, and you can join us 1-800-636-1067. Burgundy and Gold post-game show here on the team.
He catches it as he tries to turn. Look at the tackle right there by Minka Fitzpatrick, 39. He does not allow Ertz to turn into it. As he's reaching, it's too late. He's already on the ground. But as he catches the ball, he's right there at the unofficial line. And what a tackle by Fitzpatrick to not allow him to go.
NFL music and sounds, man. That's a great feeling. Burgundy and Gold Game Day presented by RUUD. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. That's the sound of the game. Big Tony has emerged and claiming victory as he should. And that call was a call they got. If they said they got it, they got the call. If you want to take it out of the decision of the Stripers, get over the yard marker. Don't make it close. You know, it's on us. And we do it over and over and over again. Take the Zebras out of the conversation. And we had chances, and we didn't get the job done. Period. Little on one. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold Post Game.
Legend. Shout out to Heavy Metal. Doc, I was telling Heavy Metal, the way I look at it, New York got us. We on 2. Because you mentioned Baltimore game, which I thought we had a call that went against us. A couple of calls in the Baltimore game. And the Pittsburgh game. We couldn't even get a measurement, a legend. What the hell, like what my man said on the sideline in the bottom, what the hell is going on in here?
Lombardi.
We couldn't even get it. We couldn't even get a damn measurement.
You don't think
After the
referees
replay.
are you don't think they're human?
Well, you know, Doc, mistakes happen. But here we go, Doc. This is where I look at stuff like these, calls like this that's hindering us early in the season. We'll get them back when we need them. Now, Big Tony, you need to look in the mirror and slap yourself in the face because y'all ain't went by double figures. We gave y'all the game. Well, guess what, Big Tony? New York was on your side today, buddy. That's the way I look at it. I was at the game, Doc, and I told him I had $1,000 laid out there for him if he had showed up. That's how I look at it, Doc.
Well,
New York
little,
0-2.
everybody
New
gets
York
to do. Yeah, everybody gets to do it the
New
way
York-
they want to. They won the game.
New York, yeah, they won the game.
won the
I
game.
give them credit.
Yeah,
But
held
New
to
York
victory.
owes a couple, Doc. We couldn't get a measurement,
They
man.
don't owe us anything, and they never will
Well,
pay
that's
us up
all right.
until we can kick
The way I
everybody's
look at
ass
it,
on the field. Little, here's
I've been
my
riding-
suggestion to us. Let's not
Hey,
make it
hey, Doc.
close. All right, let's be up by
I know,
21.
Doc.
All
I know,
right,
but look, Doc, we was a little sloppy today.
right.
We
And
was
so
a
we
lot of-
deserve
we
what
was-
we got.
Yeah, we was a little sloppy. Right, we was
Yeah,
a little sloppy.
We
today. We
deserve
had
it.
some drop
Got to
balls.
run, man. Appreciate you, little.
My man. Hey,
Yeah,
look, God
everybody
bless
gets
you,
to do
man.
this the way they want to do it. You get the opportunity to come on, do your thing. But don't try to talk me into none of this crap. We were sloppy. I said it during the X-Cast. I said we lack killer instinct. And some of y'all who was soft as jelly shot back at me like I was wrong. Now, how you like me now? I tried to warn you during the damn game, and you act like you playing Madden. You're not playing Madden with me. I'm trying to give you some insight on this. I told you during the broadcast, I don't like what I feel right now. This is not good. We lack killer instinct. And y'all trying to jump at me. Okay, you can do that. You got a shot at it. But when you decide to leap, you better not leap empty-handed. See, because this is where I was trying to avoid this. Trying to avoid this. I sat next to a very knowledgeable man for a dozen years. And he would say things I would go, I was trying to figure out what he was talking about. Now, Coach, I understand exactly what you were saying. Fattening frogs for snakes. Now I get it completely. I can see it now. And you will be able to see it too. This is on us. The hell with the Steelers. They took advantage of us. We allowed this to happen. Jason out in Laurel. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold Post Game.
Hey, Doc. Always a pleasure. One of my favorite all-time skins. You
Oh,
know,
man.
I hate that we're not going to have a victory Monday, but I got to tell you, not loser talk. I'm not destroyed today, and I'm not destroyed today because two divisional leaders fought, and it was a 1-point difference. We could have won the game. We should have won the game, but we weren't at full strength. We didn't have B-Rob. I'm not making excuses.
Yes, you are.
But I played it.
You sound like one big excuse, Jason. You call me and you tell me what you're not doing, and I'm telling you what you sound like. B-Rob didn't play. So what? Are we not supposed to win a game that B-Rob doesn't play in? Are we hooked to an umbilical cord? Are you telling me suppose the Miami Dolphins had taken that posture? They went 17-0 without their quarterback. So we supposed to say, well, B-Rob don't play. Why don't we just forfeit?
No, we sure forfeit, but we were only 1 point down.
Okay.
We were right there, and I want to see how this team responds. Look, I'd play the Tampa game again. Tampa that day was better than us. Baltimore is a better team than us.
Amen.
I'd play that game again. We hung with them.
Okay.
The Steelers were not better than us. We just didn't finish.
No, I agree. That's part of the thing that what pisses me off is that now I have to accept what I hear from Big Tony, realizing that that's the worst.
They're not better
That's
than
the worst. You're right. Of the good teams we played, that's the worst one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm so angry about. Are you kidding me? We lost to these dudes at home?
What I hope, Doc, is that this team, and I think we'll get it from them, because I think we got a good coaching staff.
Oh, we got a great
I want to
coaching
see
staff.
how we respond Thursday.
But unfortunately, none of them play. You can't suit any of them up. Appreciate the phone call.
Thanks, Doc.
Jack K, thank you. Jack K and Frederick on 3. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold Post Game.
Look, hey, Doc, let me tell you this. I was at the game. Let me tell you this. We're not going to put nothing on our defense today, period. We're not going to put nothing on our defense because you know why? The defense gave us several opportunities.
Yeah.
This is just one we got to accept. Our offense failed us, and it's okay. It's okay. Like you said, Pittsburgh really is not the better team.
Not at all.
There's a few things that kept us from winning this game. And me personally, I don't understand why they kept the kids back there, because that was 7 points we gave up. But listen, Doc, it is what it is. It's now time for us to move on to Philly. But let me tell you this. Don't let nobody tell you the defense let us down. It wasn't the defense that let us down today. I'm sorry. We got to put blame where it's at. Don't blame the refs. We got some ghost calls, but don't blame the refs. Blame who really let us down. If you hit Luke McCaffrey, guess what? He wide open. Even if he don't get a touchdown, we're in field goal range.
Yeah, he stay open.
Jaden had an off day, and that's okay.
Yeah, he likes.
But guess what? We got to just take care of business on Thursday night. All that other stuff, it don't even matter.
I got
Thanks for taking my call, baby.
Appreciate the effort y'all gave out there, man. K9, I felt y'all, heard y'all, felt y'all. Appreciate that.
Yay, we tried.
Do you know you did better than try? You got the job done. Paul in the District of Columbia.
What's up, Doc? How you doing?
Hey, Coach. What's happening, brother?
Hey, man, listen, I don't know what everybody's talking about. We lost to a better team because they beat us.
Yeah.
They were down 6 points.
Yeah.
And my thing is, I do agree with the young lady that just called, and I'm going to tell you why. Once again, series makes a game. It can help a win or lose a game. When Austin Eckler ran the ball to the 45-yard line off the kickoff, we were 27-21. One field goal probably ends this game. All you needed was 20 yards. And we're doing a trick play on 3rd and 16. Now, even if the play worked, it's just about the mentality that you feel like you got to do that. Then on the last drive, you got 3 timeouts coming out of the 2-minute warning. You go 5 wide. Why not put Eckler in the backfield? Then that way you might get him slipping on the flat and you can get 15 yards on the run. But all Jaden got to do, once you go 5 wide, they know you throwing. And the strength of Pittsburgh defense is what? Their pass rush. So I didn't understand Cliff Kingsbury's play calling that last drive especially. And then when Austin Eckler got us to the 45-yard line, I didn't understand that, those play calls then. I thought we should have ran the ball a little more. We was having great success with the running game with Eckler. He was killing them with the draw play. He was finding little creases and holes, and I just don't understand. They keep talking about B-Rob, Of course, we would love to have B-Rob, but Eckler did his thing. He had 2 touchdowns today, and he ran the ball really strong. So it wasn't the defense. The defense got the fumble on the one. And even on that drive, all you need is about a good 10, 15, 20 yards so you can get the field position back.
Yeah, Eckler's a beast. I love him, and you can catch him on Grant and Danny, 106.7 The Fan, on his weekly appearance. It's a great listen if you want to really get inside their locker room.
Oh, yeah, I hear him all the time. Yeah, I hear him all the time.
He's a terrific player, man. And, Paul, you're on the spot. But when you lose, everything sounds right. And so I agree with everything. But right now, we just got to hope they can apply it against Philly.
And like what the young lady said about Jaden missing Luke McCaffrey, I mean, come on, man. It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. I mean, Joe Theismann missed passes. Doug Williams missed passes.
Everybody does, yeah.
Everybody does. I mean, so I'm not going to blame the young man for that. I just think that they put him in a really precarious situation on that last drive with 3 timeouts. You only needed a field goal, so you could have still ran the ball. You didn't do that. You passed all 4 downs. You played right into the teeth of their defense.
Yeah, and when you lose, everything that didn't work sounds great. So, everybody's going to be right tonight. Here's what we're wrong. We're wrong on the scoreboard. We did not win. We did not win. Even some of the games we've won, we could have done a lot of things better, but we didn't care because we got the job done. Hey, Paul, always a pleasure to hear from you.
Always a pleasure, brother.
Appreciate that, man. We got to run the break. When we come back, I know sooner or later, when I say it, you know what it means. Big Tony will call. We may or may not let him on the show because I would suggest one thing. I'm sure Pittsburgh has a post-game show. Don't you all agree? We'll be back.
And there is a jump. Washington played into their hands. Wilson celebrating.
Offsides will do it every time. And since Pop Warner, all you youth coaches know, see the ball. Don't go on sound, D lineman, see the ball. But hey, man, you never know. That's why we practice. We call them stress moments. That was certainly one, and we did not get the job done. Now, in terms of Brother Newton, been playing well, man. Playing bully ball, foot healing, doing well. No one wants to hear this right here, right now. But oftentimes, you do a deeper dive with self-analysis following a defeat, more so than when you win. Now, you know this staff is thorough. These guys don't cut corners. These guys are really serious about their work. Now, in a short week, with an opponent within the division, they might not even go home this week. They may all do a Coach Gibbs and sleep at the park, because there's going to be no stone unturned. I don't think we'll ever have to doubt the effort and preparation. But what we got to do is we got to nail down the little things. And sometimes when you say, what does it look like to try too hard, to want something so much that you squeeze just a little too tight? Maybe that's it. Drew leaving Northwest Stadium right now on 4. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold postgame.
Hey, Doc. Good to
Drew.
talk to you again.
My man.
Hey, this is what I have to say. There's an old saying that the guy who hates to lose will win more than the guy who likes to win.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been having a good time winning, and it's good that we have a team that can win, but now we got to learn to hate to lose. And then we can put our foot on their necks when we got the team down. So I look at this as a learning opportunity, and now we got to go to Philadelphia and beat those Eagles. But we got to learn to hate to lose a little bit more than we do.
I appreciate that, and I understand what you're talking about. North Carolina is our next stop. Peter, welcome to Burgundy and Gold postgame.
Hey, Doc, I'm so proud of this team. We just didn't have enough today. It wasn't our day. I think we're a good team. Are we as good as Pittsburgh? Who knows? That last play really hurt us. And I thought I saw Wagner tell everybody, don't jump, stay still. And they knew what was coming, but my man jumped. But you know what? I'm so proud of this team. It's a great team. I'm not going to sit there and nitpick at each and every player, because they're all good. They all win as a team and they lose as a team. Okay, and so we should win as a community and lose as a community. Everybody can have all their opinions. They get rid of this, that. Listen, this is our team. They're a great team. It's the best team we've had in many, many years. And I think they can beat anybody if they play a perfect game. And that's what they're going to have to do Thursday. Doc, I would never, ever try to get you to change your mind the way you feel. I've been listening to you for years, and that's not going to happen. But hey, it's disappointing.
No, I never get personal. I want to win. I want to win every game, and I understand what it takes to win.
Yes, you do.
And so some of these splinters have started to happen. You can't let any loose ends get by. And now we're going to even be more diligent in this. This is on us, and I'd prefer that to be on us than rather having the Steelers imposing their will on us. They didn't impose their will on us. Maybe they frightened us, but it wasn't no physically getting beat up. We just didn't make plays. Appreciate you, Peter.
Thank you.
Manassas is our next stop. Jim, thanks for being patient. Welcome to postgame.
Hey, Doc. How you doing out there?
I've had better moments, Jim.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the veterans out there, and also for everything you've done in the community in the past.
Thank you.
And given bright lights to me growing up and watching this team. But what I would like to say is there was no embarrassment today. This was a hard-fought game. I think it came down to really, and not to put it on one point, but, there was a couple muff punts.
Yep.
And that put us behind the sticks. And it put Jaden in a place where he hasn't been before. but we lost by 1 point against one of the best teams in the NFL. So I thought to put us under that kind of pressure and at the last point of the game, still having an opportunity, I thought it was an impressive performance.
Yeah, it is. I don't know where the Steelers will end up. Russ showed you. I'm happy for him recovering his career that deep. I mean, he showed you what he's good at. We allowed him to get away with that. He took it. His line has been, they've had some injuries. The Steelers were not 100% healthy either. Very few people are. So I give them their credit. I give them their credit.
Yeah, it's this time of the year.
I give them their credit. But I still expected us to win. And
Well,
I didn't accept the fact that we lost till the game was over. I could not believe it. I said, you got to be kidding me. We lost to the Steelers?
But
at home? I mean, I'm embarrassed as much as I was losing to the Bears last year at home.
Yeah.
Because I see it up front. I mean, there's just no reason in the world we're not supposed to win the game. It's just no reason, and I can live with the fact that why would we have lost to that group? I'm thinking I can't figure that out, and that's the frustrating part.
That's the way sports flips in professional sports.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not taking anything from them, but I'm just going, you got to be kidding me. But it happens. It happens.
I just want to see what happens on Thursday.
Yeah. Well, Thursday, now that's going to be one of those, we talk about a manhood issue. If this does not get them going enough, then nothing ever will.
I think we're going to crush them on Thursday.
Yeah, well, we'll let's get through Sunday. Appreciate the phone call.
Thank you, Doc.
All right. Metal, let's make this quick on line 4. Who is on line 4? Somebody from Pittsburgh?
Somebody from Pittsburgh.
All right. Caller from Pittsburgh. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold post game. Hang up on him. He must have a bad line. That's okay. I don't know why people from Pittsburgh wouldn't be calling Pittsburgh Station. It doesn't make any sense to me.
They may not be the smartest, right?
If you're in Pittsburgh, call Pittsburgh. Don't they have a talk radio station? I would think they've won a lot of ball games. They're a great franchise. I don't understand it. You got to pay some bills? Okay, let's pay some bills.
Yeah, let's
we'll
do
come
it.
back. Burgundy and Gold post-game show right here on the Fan. Welcome back. Burgundy and Gold post game show. And we will have the hardest working player of the game, which you have a shot to help us figure that out. The hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. Also, the pivotal, and this is a good one to highlight, the Commanders' window of opportunity. Well, we've had some fun with this. Well, the pivotal moment that either propels them to victory or, in this case, failure that sealed their defeat. Kind of obvious what kind of sealed the defeat tonight. But again, you are included in on this. It is presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate or at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. So we love the fact that it's interactive and we don't hog the show, but we give you an opportunity to have a voice. Whoever you pick, we have some definite candidates in it. And look, let's not kid ourselves. It would be very difficult not to be proud of this group based on the past teams we've had over the past 10 years or so. This group fights. This group has pride. They're in great condition. It was rock'em sock'em. I mean, it was blow for blow. And I think both staffs could look at it and really see a lot of room for improvement for both teams. But the key is to win it. And we had opportunities and did not get the job done. And so hail to the victors in that. But boy, are we still in the game. And do we have a lot to look forward to? And do we have a lot that is promising? And after years and years of dead last place finishes, how can you not be excited to some degree about where we are now based on where we have been in the past? You know? So I'm frustrated a bit, little angry a bit, but man, I see what is there. And I think that the sky is still the limit. Super Dave in Waldorf. Get it off your mind, brother. What's up?
Hey, Doc, man. What up, though?
Hey, man, you know what time it is.
Real quick, man, I just want to say shout out to all the veterans, past and present.
Marines.
I am a United States Air Force veteran.
Air Force, okay, my man.
Yes, hood. So I just want to say shout out to all the veterans. Thank you, everybody, for your service. Hey, Doc, I'm leaving the game right now, man. And I just want to say we lost that one, man. That was a tough loss. Them 1 point, 2 point, 3 point losses, those are tough losses, man, because when you know you had the opportunities and you didn't take advantage, I'm going to tell the Commanders Nation today showed me why we need a number 2 wide receiver. I don't care what nobody say. The short hands on this team is number 17. Outside of number 17, 85 show up when he wants to, but we don't have for short hands outside of 17. Too many drop passes today, too many opportunities we missed. But I'm not going to beat my team up because they still put themselves in position at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Johnny made the rookie mistake, dog. Like, do you blame that on coaching or do you blame that on Johnny? Because we know they was not going for that 4th and 1, Doc. You know that. So, like, didn't they tell him, don't jump off sides, you're coming for the hard count? Like, we put ourselves in position to get the ball back, and we didn't take advantage of it. So I just want to say we need us a number 2 wide receiver this all season. That's very important, a number 2 wide receiver, y'all, for sure. And Lattimore, we definitely going to need him in the trenches coming up this next couple of weeks. I feel like today, Doc, before I go, one last mention I want to make, Doc, before I go. Thank you so much. One last mention. I want to say I feel like we was playing with house money today. I mean, of course, we want the W. But, hey, listen, we need to get on that bus. We need to get on that airplane. We need to be headed to Philly tomorrow. And we need to be practicing and getting ready in Philly all week, man. Hey, Doc, thanks for taking my call. Hail to the Commanders, man. I love y'all, man. Doc, thanks for all you
Appreciate
do,
you,
bro.
Dave.
I'm
I
out.
don't want to go to Philly. I'm not going on there and breathe that air for no more than 24 hours that I have to. Why on earth would I do that? Now that we have to arm wrestle over. Philadelphia? More than I have to? Somebody convince me why I would want to do that. Will out in Brandywine. Can you convince me to go to Philadelphia for 3 extra days?
Hey, Mr. 88, nah, I can't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. I can't do that. But look, tell the truth Sunday, man. I'm disappointed. That's it. I'm disappointed. If you feel anything more than disappointed, you haven't been watching this team. Tell the truth Sunday says we need to refocus. Everybody, at the end of the day, we've won 3 games where we haven't focused, but we got lucky in 2 and lost 1. It's just refocus.
Yeah.
It's a grind. The NFL is a grind, Doc. You know that.
Yeah.
That's the message this week. If I'm damn it, let's refocus. Let's relock in and get ready for Philly.
Yeah.
Disappointed, Doc. That's it. Just disappointed, bro.
Appreciate
you have a
that.
good one, Doc.
And you get disappointed in this, but you don't get down on yourself.
Nah, I can't do that. Can't do that right now.
No. Just like my boy. Look, I love my boy, my fighting the lion eye. Hey, man, I'm so happy that he's on his toes. His foot is healthy. He's a killer. And he jumped, and he's a baby. And he's a baby.
Refocus, Doc.
You know what? But looking at Deron Payne playing a little DN, shutting down that edge, man, there was so many things. Luvu. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you what, man, we've got some absolute killers out there, and this would have been an excellent way. Fowler, it would have been so nice, but we didn't get the job done.
Like
so
said,
now
Doc,
that hunger, that pain, that thirst. Now we're going to be some hungry dogs on Thursday. And if we, I don't think we've misread this team. No. I would be stunned if these guys don't bounce back like true champions. That would shock me. And we regain our poise and really get to make a run. I would be shocked. Appreciate the call, Will. Our next stop, we're going to Tim, who's leaving the game. Tim, I hope you're not driving.
Hey, how we doing, Doc?
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm just leaving the Skins game right now, man.
But are you behind the wheel?
Yeah. My buddy's driving.
Oh, okay.
But,
there you go. Dude, I know you've been out there tailgating. I know you've been out there all day, dude. I don't want you. Okay, I don't want to lose you tonight. Okay.
No, you won't lose me. I'm right here. Here.
All right, good.
But listen to this. Eckler played a hell of a game.
Yeah.
He's a great player.
Yeah.
I'm happy to have him.
Yeah.
But we need B-Rob, and you know it too.
Hey,
we
man,
need him.
You know, I'm B-Rob, dude. I like C-Rob. I love Eckler. I love, but we cannot be dependent. Even if JD has to miss a game, I expect to win.
He's been playing MVP. He's been playing MVP caliber game through in and throughout.
I understand.
And then he has an average game and everyone freaks out. Like, come on, guys, relax. He's a fucking rookie. Pardon my French. He's a rookie. First time listener, you got a great radio going on, man. You got a lifelong listener right here.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. Stay strong. We're going to be tested. Okay, yeah, but look from where we've come. I mean, come on, man. Mitch out in New Jersey understands what we've been through. Now, Mitch, I agree. Jaden's going to have a normal game every once in a while, but he didn't do it alone. And if they simply catch the damn ball, what would his performance look like as a result?
A little better, Doc. How you doing?
Well, I've had much better Sundays, but I'm encouraged because Thursday will be here in a blink.
It's going too fast. We're batting 700. That's pretty good, but I guess not in football.
Yeah.
It's got to be almost perfect. I guess one team is doing that somehow with less talent other than the quarterback. But that's kind of his worst game of the season, which still was not too bad. We had that game, but that ref, from the TV, from the naked eye,
he was there. I wish they would just, to be safe, go a yard beyond the marker instead of depend. You can muster your way through. If they throw beyond the first down marker, then I think we would have had that game, at least a field goal. But it was a defensive battle.
Yeah, I mean, if you count whatever, like I said in sports, Grumpy just put it back out on X. I said it in the second quarter. We lack killer instinct. If you have to yell at your dog to get him to bite, he ain't that dog. It just it happens. It happens that way. I'm just sorry. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But the one that you don't have to warm up to bite, that you don't have to warm him up. He just wake up mad. Not everybody has that. It is what it is, but they've been good enough to get you where they are so far, and they're going to even be better now as a result of tonight, or they won't be. And they're not as what we thought they were. We'll see. Nobody, they got to prove it, man. Nobody gives you anything. You have to take what you want.
Well, but defense shows up like they did today on Thursday, I think it'll be a different outcome.
Yeah, well, defense, we got some dogs. I'm telling you what, man, we have some dogs. These dudes love to fly around. They compete. I guarantee you right now, no one feels worse than they do. I guarantee you, man, these dudes, and I'm proud of that effort, and I believe that they will show up and show out. And I'm definitely not going to be the one that's not there behind them. You can believe that. I'm going to be standing strong and tall for them. Jonesy,
I know you will.
Thank you. Jonesy in the District of Columbia.
Doc, hey, look, I'm leaving the stadium, man. I mean, it was off the hook, off the train. We should have won that game. I'm riding here with Jackie from Frederick now. I agree with her. We cannot blame the defense. I mean, yeah, but I pretty much will put all this on, fundamentals in the game is what got the best of us. I mean, punt, kick, whatever, you got to catch the ball. The kids, you cannot fumble the ball. We cannot help the opposing team score touchdowns. You put them right in in touchdown range, right there in the red zone. You can't fumble no balls right there. They don't get that score right there. We might be talking about a whole different game here. With that being said, I'm with you. As far as going to Philly on Thursday, hell, that's a bus ride up the road. I mean, I don't need to jump on a plane and stay there 3 days for that. I mean, and believe it or not, we should have some dogs that's pissed off for real because we should have won this game. Fundamentals got us. We've got to stay on sides. We cannot jump off sides. It's just little stuff that got us. We beat ourselves, if you ask me. I'm sorry. We did every other thing right. Jayden, yeah, I could sit there and I can even build the case for him that he was due for just an okay game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But hey, it's a team effort,
yeah.
Not just a one-man effort. It's a team effort. Everybody got to play their part. Want to win the game? That's how it's done. That's the formula right there. Everybody got to do their part. With that being said, I hope they pissed off enough because they know they let one get away. As far as Big Tony go, don't even let him on. I don't want it because I got enough mess to deal with when he called me all next week anyway. So
yeah, well, I told him to call Pittsburgh. I mean, they won the game. You should feel good enough to call Pittsburgh, and I'm sure they'll have a sports show that would love to hear from him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If they even know who he is at all. But anyway,
well, I doubt. I mean, they probably banned him from their stations years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's probably got stuck with us.
That's okay. That's all right. All right, but it's on the Philly. We need that game right there. We need that game.
Yeah, but we will never let him. We will. He's like we basically, he's like we adopted him. He's ours, and we will take care of him. Yeah, appreciate you calling, brother.
Indeed, I'm out.
All right, good deal, Dozy. And Mac is coming in. I'm not even going. You know what happened to his team today? You know what? When there are times like this, and we think about our team and what has happened to us, all I got to be mindful of is the fact that we could be Giant fans right now, and that would be Lord and whale manure. I mean, that's as low as you can get. So, just when you think it's bad, just remember it could be worse.
You'd rather be a Cowboys fan or a Giants fan right now?
There's nothing worse than being a Giants fan. You know, matter of fact, just think on that note, I think maybe it's a good time for us to say goodbye for a moment. That boy.
The South Alabama product, left-footed kicker. Zacchaeus moves forward, they crowd him, and he loses the ball! Pops free, the Steelers were there. Pittsburgh's got it.
Every post-game show, I don't consider it official until I hear from the 757. So we check in with the dean of Vibe, 757, hail to the W. So, Brother Paulie, tell me what you saw.
Hail to the W, Doc. Hail to the W, man. What I seen was the Steelers are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Yeah. That's a great one. That's a great one. That's a great one.
We didn't play good enough to leave the stadium with a W, man.
Right.
From player-wise and some of the coaching decisions, man. You know, we had too many drop passes.
Yep.
Too many missed passes by the quarterback.
Yep.
You know, too many penalties.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
The special teams turnover was big. You know, when you play in the Pittsburgh Steelers, man, you don't throw no wide receiver quarterback throwback.
Nah, man.
You gotta play solid football.
Yeah.
Especially when you have some momentum going. That should have been a two down play right there. Third and fourth down. Third, and give yourself a chance of fourth down if you want it. If not, you kick it and you play some good defense, man.
Even the Steelers went yoky doke on us, you know, faking things.
Man.
Yeah.
That's what they do, because they fake bullies. And we went out there and we let them off the hook, man.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about this game, man. St. Juice. And people talking about moving Stanfield into the inside when Lattimore start playing. I'm leaving Mikey where he at. St. Juice is playing with no confidence. They slow cooked him the whole game. You know, so happy Thanksgiving, Pittsburgh. That's what I say about that, man. But look, hey, like you said, 24-hour rule. We got to get ready to go to Pennsylvania on Thursday and come home with this victory. But
yeah.
I hope they got the same bad taste in their mouth that I have in mine, Paul.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Gave it away.
What do you say to Big Tony? Because you know he's going to be a pain.
I already thought of Big Tony. You know what I told Big Tony?
Okay.
F you.
Okay, yeah. I think that's the sentiment that most of us have for him. You know, he's been a ghost up in this town. He wasn't even at the game. And here he is supposed to be Mr. Stiller.
Right,
he wasn't even at the game.
Right.
What kind of guy?
Right. Hey.
How can you call yourself Pittsburgh Stiller Tony and you're not even at the game? Think about it. And we'll let you go. Bob out in Springfield. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold postgame.
Hey, DOC, this is Bob, man.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, I've been looking at them bad, good, and the ugly. You know what? They're a contender, man.
Yeah.
You know what? Some of them need to drop them gloves, though. But that's all I got to say. And I salute America for all the service they did, Doc. Keep it up, Doc. You're doing a great job, bro.
Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate
you, know
man.
I can't knock the coaches. I can't knock the players. Just a bad day. We got it out of our mouth. Let's move on.
Yes, sir. Do, man. You do your job, man, and you're a good American, man. Do your thing. Let's go to Chantilly. David.
Hello, Mr. Doc Walker, number 88.
What's up, brother?
It's great to talk to you again.
Good to have you.
So this game is the game of two P's for me. I'm both pleased and pissed. I'm extremely pleased of where we're at.
Yep.
But I am pissed that we lost to the Steelers in a game we could have won. And I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, Newton on that last play. Yeah, Newton jumped the count, but Newton played pretty good. I'm putting the blame on the offensive line and McCaffrey. McCaffrey, you got to catch those balls, and the O-line, you got to block better for JD. I want us to beat the Eagles, but I need that O-line to step up.
Well, again, you were playing the Steelers, and they make a living creating havoc. Let's not act like we were playing Boys Club number 2. It was one of those games where I think both coaches would like to see their teams play better, but they got the win. And I think we saw – see, the only 2 games that I've evaluated this team are Baltimore and now Pittsburgh.
Exactly.
This is the only 2 teams that I evaluate us against because these are the kind of teams you have to be able to beat if you're going to be playoff bound. All that rest of that stuff, to me, that's for the fantasy people and all the other stuff they do and all the stats people. Y'all can have that other stuff.
That's why after the Baltimore game, I called you and I told you how proud I am of our team after that Baltimore game. But this game, I don't want to say I can't say I'm proud. I can't say I'm proud. You know why? Because we beat ourselves.
Yeah, we did.
We beat ourselves.
We're better than that.
That's what pisses me off.
Yeah, we're better than we show.
We are
appreciate
better than
that.
this.
Hey,
Thank
Dave,
you.
I appreciate the fire, man. Love that. Love that. Hey, Mac, what you doing, man? Our people are passionate. I know you're not used to getting your ass kicked every week with New York fans. You're a little bit surprised at how passionate our people are. That's how we roll. Annapolis, our next stop. Jake, welcome to Burgundy and Gold Postgame. Hey, Jake. Hey, Jake, I'm just trying to break in a New York Giant fan that we have here working at the station, and he's kind of amazed at the passion that our people represent our team with. So I'm just trying to break it in.
We've been waiting too long, Doc. We've been waiting too long. This is fun.
Yeah, no question.
I just got 2 questions for you, and then I'll leave you alone.
Okay.
I just want to know what you think about our special teams and Olamide Zaccheaus, and then I want to know what you think about Jaden Daniels tonight. Looked like he was a little rattled. That was Steelers defense, best defense played all year, but I just leave it at that.
Let me just say this to you. You're playing the Steelers defense, okay? And you don't have your starting right tackle. You think JD had a little thing on his brain?
Or B-Rob.
Yeah, you got no B-Rob, and you got no starting right tackle. And, I think JD did okay. How about time of possession? All the scholars will understand this. And if I had my old dog, Tank Johnson, I know he would throw this out. Steelers, time of possession, 36-11. The good guys, 23-49. All right? What else determines victory? Rushing, Steelers, 140 on the ground. The good guys, 60. You were lucky to be in it as well as you were.
The turnovers, it was gameplay, man.
Yeah, hey, man, come on.
Lucky to be in it.
It's a formula. And that's still a football. I
appreciate you, Doc.
Hey, no, man, appreciate you. That's called winning football. Annapolis is our next stop. I think we got unhooked up. But, that's what it is. If you don't win time of possession, you don't run the ball better than the opponent, and then you don't catch the ball, and you turn the ball over, and you expect to win? You were lucky you were winning that long. That's what it comes down to. If you're playing a good football team. Now, if you're playing garbage, that's different. You might have squeaked that out. Black and gold, I don't think so. Annapolis, we having a phone problem? There we go.
Yeah, you got a team. Well, you got a team that hasn't had a losing season in 18 years that came in here today, and you let them off the hook, like Paulie said.
Yep.
It's focus on the fundamentals. Focus on the fundamentals. Okay, you got away with one muff punt, but then you did it again the very next drive.
Can you believe that?
Okay, yeah, and then De'Ami Brown. Okay, you got off the hook with one drop pass. You still score, but then you drop 4 more passes.
Yeah, can you believe that?
The thing. Yeah.
No, seriously.
You got to believe it because that's what we saw.
It happened. We were lucky to be as close as you were. You playing the Steelers, and you're at home, and you let them get away. And so that's what really irritated the hell out of me. I'm trying to educate the canine community during the game on X, and I said, we lack killer instinct. I said in the first quarter. Second quarter, people got pissed. What are you doing? What do you mean? You lack killer instinct.
Yeah.
Trying to educate y'all. I'm putting on a clinic. I'm putting on a clinic. trying to take you into the depths of what it takes to win, not to score points or win a wager, but to win in hand-to-hand combat. I felt the same way of playing the Bears. You can't let opportunities get away. Everybody in this league can beat you. It's the NFL. You're not playing a team that you can play. In college, you can pay a university a few $100,000 and to tear their behinds up. You can actually pay money to tear somebody up. They'll let you say they sacrifice themselves to their team so they can get a check. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But hey, make ends meet.
Hey, at the end of the day, in spite of everything we've talked about, they still had a chance at the 50-yard line with 2 minutes left and all of their timeouts. And what did they do? They got 1 yard the first play. Steelers came through there the second play like a Scud missile and blew it up. Third play, ball hits Noah Brown in the shoulder pad. Okay, so another drop pass. And then the next play, you can't put that on Ertz. And it ain't on Newton. Newton ain't the first defensive tackle to jump off sides when you know exactly what they're going to do. It's just a game of missed opportunities. But guess what? It better just get the bad taste out of their mouth because they got some division games coming up. And like I've said to the boys on 980 before, we can play with anybody. But guess what? Anybody else can play with us. And because you've had games this year where we haven't punted, they haven't punted. 7 field goals, one play away from a drop or whatever from losing. So we got some serious stuff to clean up, but we can do it. So I hope they remember how bad this feels and they take it into Philly on Thursday night.
Well, now that is the best thing you've said. If getting chastised a bit right now is what it takes for us to clean this up for Thursday in Philly, then it's worth it. Maybe this is the lesson that was needed. I would think we don't need more lessons. How many more lessons? But sometimes you don't know. We're still relatively young. But the principles of the game don't really change. Time of possession, who wins the ground game. Steelers won the ground game. Ground and pound. And again, well, we have to look ourselves in the face and go, I would like to be B-Rob's agent. I'm going to tell you this right now. Because when you look at your team's personality, now in order to be better, you have to take self-criticism. You have to be self-coached. You got to be able to coach yourself from within. Otherwise, you're a sissy. Did what? Big who? Who is Big Tony? Oh, you mean the guy from Pittsburgh? Oh, okay. So he called back again. Big Tony?
What's going on, dog father?
Hey man, congratulations. I hit you up on X. I said congratulations. You okay? You get in a car wreck?
Nah,
I know you're excited.
Here,
and you got your behinds. Well, you know what? You did a good job. You control the time of possession. You control the ground game. You overcame 10-point second half leads. And so, you did okay.
This is what I got to say to all these people, because the first thing they hit me was, "Oh, y'all shouldn't have won the game." Da da da. After we fumbled on the goal line, y'all could have stopped us on the next drive. Am I not correct?
Well, first of all, this is the Burgundy and Gold post-game show, not the black and gold.
No,
we
just
don't
saying.
care what you think.
I'm saying because you said you was going to give me my chance.
I did.
And then they saying Ertz. Why can't Ertz run past the sticks? He's a veteran, Doc.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you 100%. How many times is Ertz going to come up short, and then we try to talk our way through that? That's becoming a habit.
I'm telling your fans that because they saying, "Oh, well, the ref marked them short." No, run past the sticks and don't leave it in his damn hands. Yeah. You could have stopped us when we fumbled on the goal line, but you didn't. Right. And then they say, "Oh, well, Jaden missed some throws. Yeah. Well, so did Russell."
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Then we missed a fake punt. Your man fumbled. I mean, it's a wash. Fair and square, they won, and they coming with this woulda, coulda, shoulda moral victory. Nah, Slim, you lost.
No, you won. You won the game. Congratulations.
Say goodbye.
It ain't the last time you're going to see us. Yeah. That's what happens when you lose. We let him off the hook. See what happens? Now we got to put up with this crap until the rest of the season, because they'll end up around 9 and 8, whatever they always do. But now we can't say anything. We let them off the hook. Just unbelievable, man. So that's why when I'm on X and I tell you what we lack, you might want to write it down and retweet it. Back in a moment.
Did Jeremy Chin come out with the football?
Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Ripping right there.
First down, Washington.
And the ball comes out as he's going down, and Chin picks up the football.
Well, when I heard that, saw that, I thought, okay, wrap. No way in the world we dodge a bullet like that and don't turn that around. Game over. I thought at that point we sealed the deal. Not so fast. Coach Corso would say we didn't do it. We didn't bust a grape from that point. And that's disappointing because if you're at home, you got to squash the roach. You got to get the job done. Burgundy and Gold Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Certain things that happen at home that are supposed to take you over the top. And when you fail to cash in on those, you seldom get a second chance. It was one of those things where I just felt that we didn't cash in. Now, we know how the Steelers travel. So I would want to know about the home field vibe and atmosphere. And that's important. So I think that's what I want to know now. I want to be able to gain a feel for that. And again, we have to nominate and present the hardest working player of the game. Man, we had some candidates. I know defensively, we had some animals coming through there. I thought the whole emphasis of this might have been on defense, but then again, it kind of shifted. Then we know there were opportunities that were missed, but hopefully there were more that were saved. Jordan out in Annapolis on 6. Jordan, welcome to postgame. Jordan going once, going twice.
Doc, I'm here.
Okay,
Doc,
boy,
Doc,
you were
Doc,
almost out of here.
I'm here.
Okay.
I know, man. I'm sorry. I was dropping off my daughter. I'm
Okay,
sorry, man.
Good
Hey,
for you.
I've
And
been
I
on the
look,
line.
can you, a good parent doing the right thing, girl, dad, going with your bad self, dude. What's up?
Hey, all good. Hey, man. First, I just want to shout out Jake from Annapolis. That's my homie. That's one of my best friends.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah, I know he was a little loose last time he called in. Yeah, it sounds like he didn't celebrate that much today. But hey, man, I think we came up short. Obviously, we shot ourselves in the foot. I agree with a lot of the other callers, but I'm not worried about it because I think those are fixable things. The penalties, the drop passes obviously killed us.
Mm-hmm. It don't help. It don't help.
There's no moral victories in this sport, right?
None.
In this game, but
None.
I think obviously I'm upset that we didn't win. It was right there in our hands. We should have finished it, but I think the things that we came short on are very fixable, and I know the guys know that, and I'm not too concerned. Obviously upset we didn't win, but I'm not concerned going forward. Man, thanks for taking my call, Doc. I appreciate
you, man. Take care, baby girl. Good deal. Tony, not Big Tony, thank God, in D.C. Welcome to Burgundy and Gold postgame.
Nah, Doc, this is Aries Tony. You know me.
Hey, what's up, baby? I'm just reading the screen, brother. Okay.
I understand. I'm disappointed like you are. I expected to win. I think we left a lot of opportunities on the field. So on this Pennsylvania Turnpike tour we 0-1. So hopefully we can go up there and Philly and can rectify that and at least be 1-1 on this Pennsylvania Turnpike tour. And like I say, it's not going to be easy, Doc, going up to the link. They're going to be prepared and ready for us. You know, it's going to be a hostile environment. So I'm just hoping that our team regroups, have that bad taste in their mouth, and go up 95 North and hound their business and come back with a victory so we can move forward.
I like that, Aries Tony. Have a good one, man, and stay true to the Burgundy and Gold, Louisiana. Brandon, thanks for being patient, and welcome to postgame.
Oh, no problem, man. Y'all got a great post-game show. I'm originally from Baltimore, so I'm really a Ravens fan. But
good for you.
Yeah, man. I've been following y'all since our game we played y'all. Jaden really impressed me. Your team really impressed me. So, today, man, y'all just got Tomlin. The Steelers weren't better than y'all. They just did the fundamentals a little bit better in key moments. As a Ravens fan, I've been there plenty of times.
Yep.
Don't hang your head. You fought hard. You could have won. On to the next one. Division games coming up. Show them how you can grow as a team, and show them how you can go from this loss. And I got a lot of Commanders fans that's friends and family of mine. So y'all are doing good this year. I'm proud of y'all, man. Hopefully we can have a Super Bowl DMV versus Baltimore.
Well, see, you're speaking now like a veteran. You're not talking down. You actually want us to be good enough to play you when it matters.
Absolutely.
See, that's what I love. I mean, my dream scenario is Nats Orioles. I'm
with that too.
See, I mean, for the money. Too. And nobody I would rather play in a big game than the Ravens.
I agree.
Dude, see, we're on the same page. Ain't no hate. I want y'all to be who you are. Exactly. And I love watching 8 play. I mean, I just thought that your offensive coordinator, I don't even know how y'all brought him back.
I agree.
But I don't want to go through that because and you lost your defense, you're restructuring, you're developing a new version of the Ravens. But I love the way you approach football. So you and I, bro, we ain't got no problems. I can't wait for us to grow up so we can accept your challenge, because I think that's where we're headed, because I think our organizations are smart and we're grounded off physical football, and we have mobile quarterback. And no, I think we have a lot more in common than we do being apart, and that's good, man. Hey, man, Brandon, you take care of yourself down there, man, with those
be blessed, man.
My crawfish. Good deal, Louisiana. B. Mitch and his crawfish, man. That brother, man, he can cook it up too. Landover Hills, you are next in postgame. What's up, Mark?
Oh, not much, Doc. I'm a little disappointed like you, buddy, because I bleed burgundy and gold like you, idiot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But
it's supposed to hurt. Doc, if it didn't hurt, we wouldn't care as much.
That's right, Doc. That's the way life is, buddy. It does hurt.
It's got to be a little painful.
I got to say, Doc, that I really, really enjoy listening to you and heavy metal, because you guys, like the gentleman you just talked to from Louisiana, it's not about hatred and nastiness like that guy from Big Tony that calls in and is snarky with you. He should know better than to do that to a good man like you.
Well, he's been doing it close to 30 years, so I mean, he gets a pass. You know, he's family, and you know, in some people in your family, you can't get rid of them.
I understand.
You know
buddy.
what I mean? Yeah, he's there. He's permanent. So I just have to deal with him. And listen, we've gone up to Pittsburgh and had some roadkill moments ourselves. So
yes, sir.
It's not like we haven't won in the Berg. We won there. They've won here. Look, they stole one. And believe me, they're having that was the best ride home ever, because they know they got out of here with one today, but they deserve it. They took it. They did not cheat. And they took it. They took it. And now we need to live with that. We need to live with the fact that we let them get away with it. Because, homeboy, we would have been partying. Correct, you would have thought it was New Year's Eve up in this joint had we won tonight. And then maybe it would have thrown us off from Thursday. I'm going to take the direction that this is the best thing could have happened to us since it already happened. And let's not take it out on the Eagles, period.
A learning experience, and there's growing pains with new coaches and a new team.
There you go.
And
Appreciate that.
It'll pay dividends in the end, like you were alluding to, Doc. Believe me.
Hey, Mark, next week, man, same time. Let's do it again. Captain Todd in Florida. Welcome.
Hey, Doc. DOC, man.
What's up,
How
baby?
You doing, buddy?
Hey, man. You know what? I'm literally not as teed off as I was when the show started, because listening to you guys, I play off y'all, and we're all on the same page. And we realized that we gave it away more than it was taken from us. I can live with that more so than had they come in here and bum rushed us and physically punked us, I would have been devastated. That didn't happen.
Yeah. Also, I'll tell you what, man. You know how we know that we have the best sports talk program in the country? You got Steelers fans calling Doc Walker for postgame.
Well, but there's respect there. See, the thing with me, I respect the Steelers. They are a class act as they travel. I guarantee there was no fisticuffs. There was no throwing beer. There was none of that crap that happens when Philadelphia comes up.
No, but you know what? When you play the class of the NFL, you can't make mistakes.
Yeah, no question. No question.
You know,
and let me say this one thing, because I got a lot of Philly people that we got a great relationship with. It's a few knuckleheads. The majority of Philadelphia people, classy act. One of the best towns to go in, cigar bar. I love it. But they get away with murder. And not all of them, but a few of them that law enforcement looks the other way. And I will never let them off the hook for this, because they've turned it into, they act like they've beaten the system. And they have, for the most part. They got people scared to death to go there for road games. And that's, for a league as smart as the NFL is, it's amazing to me how ignorant they are when they allow fans to be bullied by another group. But nevertheless, I've said it. We'll handle it on the field Thursday, and we'll go on. Captain,
I'll tell you what, man.
I appreciate hearing from you, man. My people are telling me that we got to pay some bills, or all of us might get run up out this joint. So until we meet again, appreciate you. Folks, we're going to step aside, pay some bills. We will come back. We'll continue to take your calls here, and we're going to give away the hardest working player of the game. You can jump in on this. Nobody has mentioned one candidate, not one. Let's change that narrative when we come back. Coach Thompson, I can hear him, boy, right now. You're watching Terry McLaurin. He be saying, "Oh, sucky." I mean, that kid just competes, man. He fights, he competes. But he wasn't the only. There were two guys that really stood out. I mean, just fierce competitors. How you like Dante Fowler? I mean, Fowler 2 sacks. And many believe that he could have, and I woulda, shoulda, coulda, I know, drawn even more holding penalties. But he was a beast. I mean, he just kept grinding. And got to get Russ. I mean, you know, Russ cooks. Russ did some Russ-like things. And when he gets going that way, it is tough. And trying to evaluate this game and who really pulled it off. Was it the fact that Jayden Daniels was held to a season low 4 yards rushing? Can you believe that? Wow. That's got to be a key to something. That's got to be pertinent. It's got to be involved in, you talk about a window of opportunity, a pivotal moment that propels or seals a defeat. I'd say that. What say you? I'd say absolutely. So you hold JD down, taking away his ability to advance the football with his legs. Job well done. By the Steelers. I have to give it to him for that. Hardest working player, no doubt. The former Ohio State Buckeye. 5 catches, 113 yards. And I'll bet you right now, Rabbit's foot, he's going to catch and score on one of these before this season is over. You with me? This dude, man, just breathes life into this offense. The hardest working player of the game each week. The hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. So congratulations to our recipients, the former Buckeye, Terry McLaurin, of course, Dante Fowler, who was an absolute savage coming off on the edges. And our panel of heavy metal, and for the final few weeks of his fandomship with the New York Football Giants. Hey, Mac. What's up, Mac? What's shaking your head no for? Mac, you lost to Carolina today, dude. Seriously.
I mean,
join us.
Listen, it's bad, but, you know, that's what it's all for, right? You see the bad, you see the good, and the good is that much more sweeter because you're seeing the bad. You know about that, Doc.
Here's what I'm going to do for you, because I know right now it's painful. You lost to Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, and it can't be, look, we had a tough one today, too. Both of us right now in a little pain. Maybe we can get Metal to open up his bag and pour us a shot apiece, and then maybe we can celebrate it and welcome you to Burgundy and Gold Nation.
Not happening.
And then so not tonight.
Not at all.
Okay. All right.
Ever.
All right. Oh, no. I don't think you want to say that. You want to take that back?
No.
What makes you so sure that you're not going to become a part of the tsunami?
I don't know. I just love my team, man.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that. If you can love them now, as ugly as they are, then do you a good dude. You know what? I'm off. I'm going to back off you. Jeremy out in Bowie, welcome to Burgundy and Gold Post Game.
Hey, what's up, Doc? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, you agree with me? I got to let him go. I got to let him go. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I got to be. I got to look at the big picture. You know, this was a tough loss, but we're still in a good situation. If you look at where we were when we played Tampa Bay, our defense has come miles from there. You know, Tampa Bay embarrassed our defense. Yeah. The defense held their own. So that is a positive, and I think we can play with anybody. I mean, we go up and beat Philly, and beat the games we're supposed to win with the next 7 games, next 6 games, we're still in good shape playoff wise. Eagles, they that's the only team we got to worry about in our division, and they still got Philly. They still got Pittsburgh. They still got the Ravens. So we're in a good situation, but we just got to win the games we're supposed to win from here on out, and I think we can do that.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but we do have to answer some questions. Appreciate your phone call. We got to find out why this happened. In other words, they got to go back and evaluate, was it the week of practice? What happened? Why all of a sudden we get the yips? And that's something that I need explanation on. And I'll feel better about it once I hear from J.P. Finley, who's inside that locker room. I need that vibe touch. Jim from Reston, welcome to Postgame.
Mr. Walker, God bless you.
Hey, Jim.
As a tight end and a great one, I was curious. It seemed at least 2 or 3 times that Zach Ertz would catch an 8-yard ball when he needed 9, and he'd catch a 9-yard ball when he needed 10. Is that throwing or is that route running?
Well, you always like to be over the sticks. It's so close, purposely he wants to succeed. But when in doubt, you really would like to be over, but I can't question the man's effort. The main thing is to catch it. And he catches it. He makes the grabs. But if we're this close, they've got to figure it out because it's not winning. And when it starts happening in bunches, you got to fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's supposed to be a great player, but
I love the dude.
It seems
but
to
this
me
is
that
happening too often.
I got to put my foot in the ground at this yard line to get far enough that I need to get.
Yeah, if he thinks in his mind he needs 10, he needs to calibrate that at 12. You got to split the hair because it's happening too often. It's not like this is once in a million. This is happening it's happening too much. Yeah. Yeah, I love the dude, but it's happening too much. They have to fix it. They got to work it out because now it's costing you games. Not him, them. It's a together thing. Hamid, out in Poolsville, welcome to Postgame.
Hey, thank you, Doc. I love listening to you and all the wisdom you put on all these fans and your commentary after the game. I think you're right on point on a lot of aspects. We played a great team. Let's not take anything away from what we played. And I think at the end of the day, we're missing our left tackle, we're missing our right tackle. We had little pieces, but we just came inches short from doing it. And I think we got to be proud as a team to look forward to add those extra pieces and be competitive. Steelers have been competitive for 20 years. But the last thing I want to say, Doc, and it really upsets me, is for those Commanders fans that sold all their tickets and we gave home field advantage to Pittsburgh. Doc, did you ever play a game at RFK where you gave up home field advantage at RFK just for a few bucks? Did you ever have to play a game like that?
No, we didn't. With I think 53,500. No, they didn't. But I don't begrudge their tickets, their money. Also give Pittsburgh fan credit for not putting a ceiling on. They'll pay whatever they have to pay. And you make an investment and you make a decision to recoup some of your money back before Christmas. For a lot of families, it's a financial decision. And I'm not mad at them. They got to make that decision. Well, we ought to have it. And it's just up to people. You can't make people invest in you. But it sure makes you remember those that did permanently. But I never spend other people's money. They do what they want to do. And there's so many of them. Don't forget, your prior owner sold large blocks of tickets to other cities before our people could even get them. And that's what I was told. There's some kind of things that have been going on that our old fan bases never allowed to happen because you never got access to our tickets. But I got a feeling we're going to fix this. The one thing you know for sure, if you don't believe me, ask the Hoosiers, the good people up in the state of Indiana, and how that football program now, same thing happened at JMU. When you get the right people, and I've experienced this, and we went through it with Coach Vermeil at UCLA, it is amazing. I'm sold on people, not concepts, people. You get the right people together, you can change the world. You can change anything. Seen it done, been a part of it. And we're experiencing it right here, right now, and we're all going to be a part of it. Appreciate you calling. Telly in the District of Columbia. What's up, Telly? All right, let's go to Pennsylvania. Dre, welcome to Postgame.
What's going on, Doc?
Hey, Dre.
Pleasure to be
hey,
on
man.
with you, man. It's an honor.
We just chopping wood, man. It's tough, man, when we lose.
Yeah. I just got off giving Fred and them, how I felt about it. So I just figured I'd jump on with you, man. It's an honor. But listen, a wise man once told me that if you leave a door open, anybody can walk through it.
Yeah.
And that's what this game was, man.
Very well said.
Opportunities to blow this thing wide open and shut the door on them, and we just simply did not.
Yeah.
As much as I'm upset about the spot and all of this different stuff that I'm upset about, you can't go past this thing without looking in the mirror first. And for as well as Pittsburgh played on defense, and they had 2 weeks to prepare for this, we still controlled the game to a certain standpoint. And these self-inflicted wounds, it goes to that game plan. Like, their game plan was to stop Jaden from running. He only had 4 yards, but he only had 4 yards because he didn't run.
I never felt overwhelmed. I never felt we were dominated. I never felt we were playing out of our class, and it wasn't like we didn't step up to play the varsity. I felt comfortable the entire game that we could have controlled it, but woulda, shoulda, coulda. If Tom Verbanek is out here listening right now, my old coach that I volunteered for at Fairfax, he taught me this, words of losers. What we should have did, we didn't do. That's why you got your ass whipped on the scoreboard. That's what happens.
I agree.
We did it. We allowed it to
Doc.
happen. I'm not taking anything away from the Steelers, but I know this. And I've said it, and I'll say it for those of you who missed it earlier in the show. We've played 2 games this year that I focus on and watch and have watched over. And I watch this one over and over. Baltimore and this. They're really the only 2 games I focus on. Because I trust who we played, because I trust how they build their teams. And now I know we can play. We can play football.
Right.
We can play football. Now, will we play? That's yet to be determined. But I know we're capable of playing. But if you think I'm going to judge our program of playing the Giants, no disrespect, but that ain't going to happen. I judge our program based on the Steelers and the Ravens. And I think that we got a pretty good chance to be a daggone good football team if we will play from our neck up. And if we'll do that, we're going to be hard to beat. Appreciate the phone call. Thank you for your support. We're going to be very difficult to beat. And I know, Mac, I know you think this is funny and you think it's geared to you. It's not. Even in defeat, and I hate to even feel good in defeat, but deep down inside, I know now that this is a good football team that can even be better, but it's all on the brain. If they decide to crank it up, we can be pretty good. You got toothpick. I think you meant toothpick in Fort Worth. Am I right?
Yeah, that's right, Doc. He did mean toothpick.
And thank you for your service.
Not a problem, Doc. I said it was just another team that I joined. That's all. Doc, you nailed this on the head, man. And I'm gonna tell you something. Last night I was visiting an establishment for a little nightcap, a little adult beverage before I turned in, and I'm halfway through my drink, and I saw something crawl on the counter, and it got away. I politely told the manager.
Oh.
Yeah, I told the manager, hey, you got some things crawling around. I'm out of here. And he just he came up with an excuse, right? It's the temperature's changed and the things is coming. No excuses. It's unacceptable, right? It's unacceptable. There are no excuses for that to happen, and there are no
But you're
excuses
in
for what
Dallas.
happened at
You're
Norfolk.
in Dallas.
Doc, it's no excuses whatsoever. You take care of the problems and you handle your business, and things like that don't happen, right? So, needless to say, I didn't finish my beverage and I left out. Well, we got some unfinished business with Pennsylvania, with the state of Pennsylvania. So the question is, how anxious are we to get that taste out of our mouth? The best part about this whole thing is we don't have to wait till next Sunday. We get to take care of it this coming up week. So I hope they sleep terrible this week. I hope they can't wait to get this taste out of their mouth and get back on the field and erase this from their memories, because that's the sign of a good team, is how you bounce back. Let's bounce back. Everybody keep talking about we're a good team. Let's bounce back.
All right, my brother. And give the First Lady my best and tell her congratulations on Kansas City's continued success. That's a good deal. Chiefs won again. Hey, Mac. Oh, they did. I heard again.
A block field goal.
Hey, man, just win, baby. That's what Al Davis said. Just win. I wanted to ask, I don't know if he can hear us, but if Metal can hear us, the Raiders. I always pay attention, growing up on the West Coast, and I can't believe it. I can't believe, but again, we got our own problems right now. Cali Commander, is this real? Is he ready?
I'm ready, man. I am still angry from the loss. I'm not used to it anymore. It's funny how, one season can change the way you look at this thing. I'm sad, I'm depressed, angry, all emotions. But I don't know, man. I just feel that, I don't know if it's just me or not, but two things. I felt Jaden Daniels, JD5 was off a little today. When he had Luke McCaffrey over on that slant, I think he overthrew him a bit, or was that Luke McCaffrey, that catch that he didn't make?
Well, I don't know, but we got a locker room report. The one and only J.P. Finley, B. Mitch Finley, Landfield, and Brother Walker will join us after the break, and we'll give you some insight that no one else in the country can get his hands on. So stay with us.
For Johnny Newton, I mean, obviously the wasn't the sole mistake in the game, but coming off that one at the end of the game, what is sort of your message to him just to keep his confidence up and go, especially going into a short
Yes. That's a scenario on that one where we call it, do they even have a play up, to work the cadence? But man, we have so much belief and love for this guy. And so it was a hard mistake. It was one to learn from. And as it goes, those are hard ones. Like you said, there's other plays in the game that come up. That one just, happened to showcase it more at the end. And, for sure, this is the type of player that is hurting from it and going to learn from it.
DQ, it happens. We have all been highly thought of, highly regarded, and been the youngster, the rookie, the new person on the job, and have a boo-boo. And when it's on national TV, but that's what you're grown behind man for, or a woman, you just have to deal with it. It happened. That hard count, how many hard counts have we seen? We see them all the time. Everybody tries them. And every once in a while, it works. It works. But you do it all the time. And so I'm never taken back by it. It's one of those things in the game. Part of what makes that young man good and what is going to make him great is of how fast he gets off the ball. And in his mind, he was going to blow that bad boy up. It was going to be a function at the junction. And it didn't work for him. Just got word from J.P. Finley's agent. He is in makeup, and he should be, with that face, it's going to take a minute. So hopefully in the 7 o'clock hour, he'll be made up and be able to join us. So we'll go from there. In the meantime, let's go out to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, in Arlington. Hey, Jimmy,
yes,
what's
sir.
up?
Yo,
How
Doc.
you? Hey, man, what's up?
Doc, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think we outplayed them today?
No, I don't think we outplayed them. I think
Come on.
No, I don't think we outplayed. If we outplayed them, we would have outscored them.
Yeah, I get you. I feel you. I'm on your side, but I feel like we played a better football game than we did.
Well, you know what? Now we're talking about a hair, but I can't say I outplayed a man.
Come on, Doc.
They outscored us.
We were better on the front line. Come on, Doc.
No, I felt that until we didn't outscore them. You're right.
Come on.
I felt it,
Doc.
but we didn't outscore them.
Come on, Doc. You're my man.
I know, but I'm never gonna lie to you. How can I say I outscored a guy who beat me?
Doc, you're my dog.
We got a fumble, dude, on the 1 yard line, and we couldn't score. Yeah. We let them drop a ball in a bucket from 50 yards away, and they got it.
I feel you, Doc. Doc, we were the better football team today. Better football team today.
Oh, I think we were the better team. Yes. I really believe that. Yes. But we didn't win the game.
I do.
And better teams don't advance. We didn't win the game.
I'm on your side, Doc.
No, here's the thing. If I could play the Steelers 5 more times, I'd rather play Steelers. They tell me you can play the Steelers, give them to me. In other words, I have no fear of the Steelers. I don't fear any of them. Bring them on. I think we can play with anybody. But if you tell you want to play the Steelers, I'll play it. We can play with anybody, any team. This team could do that.
Agree.
Now, would we beat anybody? That's the problem. Because if we're going to come out here and mess around like this tonight, I have to consider that. I don't think that we get it yet. I don't think we're nasty enough. I think we got too many nice guys. To be honest with you, we ain't got enough dog in us. Because a real savage would have never let the Steelers left here today with vision. They'd have been blind. There's no way they left here. We let them off the hook. We let them off the hook. Who does that? Who lets somebody come into your stadium, take over your stadium, waving their flags, and win the game? Who does that? So, yeah, I'm disappointed as hell about that. I cannot lie to you about that. I said it during the game in my X cast. That's what I call it. How you going to take somebody fumble? They give you the ball, and you don't shove it down their throat. We got guys ball bounce. Hey, man, the ball bounces off people. Not everybody catches everything. Everybody who's played has dropped a pass, fumbled a pass, thrown up on themselves. Everybody's done it. This was a bad time to do it. We were challenged in our own stadium. You got to own that. That's what the young people tell me. You got to own it. My son tells him, Dad, you got to own it. Yeah, well, own this. Own the fact that we let him off the hook. You had him. You're at home. And you let them get away with a victory. Now, have we done it to others? Yeah, we've done it. But it was done dirty. We got done by ourselves. Anthony in D.C., what up?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Listen to you all the time, man.
Hey, Anthony, I apologize, man, but I just got to keep it real. And we got to teach people how to win. Y'all have lost so long, and you've been sold a bunch of garbage, and now you don't even think about when you're just so into individual wins. You win individually. But collectively, we were starting to feel good about ourselves because we were talking playoffs. Yeah, we were talking playoffs around this place. We were talking more than fantasy. We were talking about real football and doing well at it. And I love fantasy. I ain't got nothing against it. But all I'm saying is that it's not a team sport. Our team is now recognized throughout the league as being a football team that kicks people's tails, that's not getting their behind whipped every time you see them. And that feels good. I was really starting to enjoy that. And then we're hosting here a proud franchise like the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then we lose our killer instinct. What happened? How could we turn soft that quickly?
We didn't turn soft. Russ you got a confident number 3 on the other side. The game ain't over when you got a player like him, period.
Okay. All right. Hey, look, I'll give them – if they take it from me, I ain't mad. I get it. I just don't want to give it away. I think we gave too much yardage up today. Our defense, we have to be balling out. You saw Dante Fowler. You saw Lou Vu.
Yeah.
You saw Payne, House of Payne.
Steelers has always been about D. Now that they got the offense, you know, when they got an offense, they can score at will now. So that's like a two-headed monster now.
Let me tell you what, Najee's real. But, you know, and again, I don't want to keep saying this, even though I keep saying it, but it's real. There's only one B-Rob. The brother's special. And look, we got other backs. We got outstanding backs. But there's only one B-Rob. And if you ever needed a muscle, dude, you need against the Steelers. And even without B-Rob, we could have won the game. But we were there. But we didn't.
Yes,
we didn't.
But you got Russ.
But we didn't.
You got Russ in there, you know.
Well, we did. Well, I don't know. You know, like I say, this is the part where I hate to be the dude saying what we could have, because we didn't. That's why I'd rather just let it go. We didn't. We got stuffed. Right. We couldn't get what we wanted to get when we wanted to get it. And when we get the trick plays, even if they work, I don't like them. Right. I was embarrassed to see the Steelers with a fake. I mean, come on, man. What? Steelers?
He dropped that joint. Yeah,
they dropped it. But it's like it's not their personality. It ain't our personality.
Right. I think Commanders, we had the game. But, you know, well, like I said, when you got a confident number 3 on the other side, it's like you got to close it out when you have the chance.
He's a champion.
He's an opportunistic dude. And he's gonna kill you.
Yeah, but we needed to shatter his confidence because where he's weak, he's mentally shattered. This brother's been through so much brain damage. I sure like to get paid like he gets paid while he struggles.
Yeah, I think being in Denver humbled him a little bit.
Oh,
now
no,
he's like,
Denver told him, we don't want you. And we'll give you away.
So
well, you can humble me too for that many millions of dollars. But deep down inside, Russ is a competitor.
Yeah.
And I like I don't know him like that. I covered him in college. But I'll tell you what, he proved tonight he still got it in him.
Yeah, he always got it.
He still got it in
It was
him.
a bad situation in Denver.
Yeah, man, he still got it in him.
He got humbled.
He was humbled. And and you know what? That's not bad for any of us. You know, y'all can get checked. But I'll tell you one thing about us. When I say us, when I say the Commanders.
Commanders, yes.
I like them even more now. Because I think this is going to be a good lesson for them. Right. I think they looked at this, and now the coach ain't got to tell them nothing. When they cut that film on, they're going to throw up in their mouth. And they're going to say, you cannot believe we let ourselves down. They let themselves and their own teammates down because they could have won this game at home and kept the momentum going. But everything happens for a reason. And I believe this reason is going to set up Thursday night's war in Philadelphia. And I said it before the broadcast. If I could only win one of the two, obviously I'm taking the Green War because it's within the division. I wanted them all. I want to beat everybody. But we weren't smart enough, and that's what it comes down to. We weren't smart enough to win tonight. I think we were nasty enough. I think the dudes really wanted it. I think they got that dog in them. I really do. I do not want to cast them off. They do. They just didn't do it at the right time. And sometimes you want it so much that, the ball squeezes out of your hand because you want it so badly. So I'm not giving up. As a matter of fact, I'm even more invested in them now. They got me all in now. I need you to beat real football teams before you get me all in. You got to beat people that I really respect. Well, you came Ravens and Steelers. I'm in. Now you passed my test. So now let's go out and shock the world. We'll take a break here at 6:57 in the nation's capital. It's not the night we want it, but it's the night we have. Let's deal with it.
How did the locker room respond to everything after that game?
I mean, it stings. And you can see that the guys are very passionate about wins and losses. And it means something to them, matters. So that's where I kind of took away, like, hey, everybody's mad. It matters to them. Like, there's nothing we could do about it. We could just go on to the next.
That is your quarterback, Jaden Daniels. And the voice that you heard, no, it wasn't Walter Cronkite. It was the next best thing, and that is J.P. Finley, who's in the locker room. He's a gym rat. He's a media mogul. We're lucky, man, because he gives 10% of his time to charity, and we're the 10% of that every week, and we do appreciate you, man. What was, obviously, there's no fun in the losing locker room. What was your takeaway, and why did we not win in your mind?
Mistakes.
Self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah, bad. You know, you get beat deep by a guy that just got traded. You know, like it's just they didn't all year. They have played clean and smart, and they did not do that. They were sloppy and dumb. Not a ton, but enough of it that against a good team it's going to hurt you. And you know, Pittsburgh's a pretty good team. Russ was not great today, but he threw a couple great passes when he had to. They run the ball well. I think, you know, the injuries are starting to kind of pile up offensively. But even with Robinson out, I don't think your run game should suffer that much. They could do nothing on the ground. I mean, how about Jaden? He came in averaging about 50 yards per game on the ground. He finished that game, I think, with 5 rushing yards.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Patrick Queen did a really good job on him.
Yeah, well, they're really good. I mean, it's like it's the Steelers. So, and then when you come in shorthanded, I didn't even know if the game could be continued. If you told me that Wiley was not going to start or play, I would have doubted if the game could have been continued. Yet it was, and so they did get through a game in which I thought they would win. So how were they able to get that close? Based on Allegretti, we had guys playing hurt. What in your mind kept them as close as they were?
Doc, I tell you what, being in that locker room after, the O-line is beat up. You would call them warriors, and they deserve that tonight. They played through some serious pain. Biotish, I think, was in a lot of pain. You know, they did a really good job end of half. And then at the beginning of the second half, I mean, they scored 2 touchdowns in maybe 3 game minutes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that the big play to Terry made a huge difference.
Yep.
To open the third quarter there, and they did take advantage of, you know, great field position with the fake punt that went bad early. They weren't bad. Really, neither side of the ball was bad. They just weren't. I think they had inopportune timing for big mistakes. I think defensively, and then I think offensively, they never got in a flow. They never, I mean, Doc, all year they stay ahead of the sticks and are really good on third down. And they had long third downs all day today, which is just something new for them. And it never really operated at a high level like we've gotten accustomed to.
The defense, I mean, Russ got to cook, but I'm going to tell you what, that defense tried to boil him like a lobster. Dante Fowler, a couple sacks. What impressed you about us defensively?
I thought Fowler was really good. Mm-hmm. I thought Chin was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, to rip that ball out at the goal line from Quan Martin.
Yeah.
I think they could really, really use Lattimore. And I think today was a good example of why you make that trade and you're willing to part with a day 2 pick, because if you can put a real star corner out with that group, you might really have something. I think, you know, the penalty at the end is a tough one. I think, you know, the spot for Ertz is a tough one. Like there's a million little moments that just sometimes you almost wonder too, Doc, like they hit a Hail Mary 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
The odds of that are really, really slim. like the way the ball bounces, you know, like some days it just goes the other guy's way. Today felt like that a little bit. I mean, the fact that OZ had not one but 2 muffed punts and only lost one of them is pretty telling. My only takeaway from today that needs action, there's a lot of things that you got to keep an eye on, but I think you need action at the punt return position because, listen, you want dynamic players and good returns. Like, I understand all of that, but that job number 1 is to catch it. It's just ball security. And that has to be because this was the first time OZ had lost one, right? But it hasn't looked particularly secure all the times back there. And I think this has got to be a pretty big eye-opener. I would, for me, it would be.
I'm not trying to be funny, but you and I both know a guy that's lost a lot of weight here recently who I would guarantee you for the right amount, he'd catch every one of them. And if you give him a bit of daylight, he's going to score. So at some point, I'm just saying, let's not fart around and blow the whole season when we got a guy who's actually at the stadium. That's all I'm saying.
I'll let you should text Dan Quinn with that idea.
All I'm saying. Now, he don't want to go to practice because he's got a job. So he can't practice because he got a job. But he's definitely on game day, I'd bet on him.
He'll catch him. I know that much. I think.
And if he lower that head, if he dropped that weapon on him, he going to blow somebody up.
I think that's one option, right?
Yeah.
I think you got to see what's up with Crowder. Who's on IR. And I don't know. That's something I'll try to find out this week. But I think you got to at least look at your options there. And I applaud Dan Quinn. He sent Zacchaeus right back out there. But I also noticed, I got to go back and check. I don't believe he made a play on another punt. I think they let it bounce. And maybe that was just because it was a shorter kick and, you know, it was the right call. But
that's a weapon. You can't give up a weapon like that. Right. But JP, you've been out there almost 14 hours. You've got 3 lovely women at home waiting. I don't want to be the reason that you're late. We appreciate all that you do, and your charitable time is much appreciated. Thank you so much. And if we hope to hear from you next week, if possible. If not, we always understand who you are and what you represent. Thank you.
Doc, I always call. You know that. Oh, how late you going to be working Thursday night?
As late as they pay.
You just stay on until the junkies come on.
Exactly. Yeah. No, he knows that. If they need me to be there until the junkies show up, I'm in. Yeah. That's all on the company. Like that's the boss.
I like it.
Yeah. All right, brother. Thank you.
All right, Doc.
Be good.
Have a good night.
JP Finley, B. Mitch and Finley, of course, my boy Landfill, and Jeff Walker, the DJ. Oh, boy. It's not as much fun when we don't win. But we win so often. I mean, look, what's the 3rd time? Can you believe it? I'm getting cocky now. You know, it would be getting our teeth kicked in for like a decade, and now I'm cocky. But it does feel good to win. No, hey, Mac, dude, I'm leaving you alone. I'm not piling on. Any team loses to Carolina, I don't have the heart to pile on, man. You're at a low mark right now, and we've been there. We've been there. I get it. So I'm not going to pile on. How's Charlie doing out in the District of Columbia? Charlie, you still up?
I'm here.
You know, it's almost past your, well, it ain't that late yet. It's just getting dark. Charlie, as older I get, man, it start getting dark early. I start thinking it's time to go to sleep.
Well, you know how old we are, Doc. We met at the parking lot at the old RFK station.
That's right, man. We are aging. Gracefully, I might add.
Well, yes, you are. But today, Doc, it was a loss of depth on the chart. You know, when you're rolling out Trent Scott to try and block TJ,
Yeah, and it didn't destroy the game. To their credit, patchwork or not, the Steelers defensive line did not. They changed our patterns, but it wasn't a dunk. They didn't wreck the game.
But they changed Jaden.
Yep, they did, but they didn't wreck the game.
He wasn't the same guy, and you can't blame him when TJ's bearing down on you, even though he's not on the stat sheet today.
Right.
He missed by a whisker how many times?
No, you're right. No, you're calling it straight. He was a factor. He was a big factor.
And when you've got you said it before, when you knew Wiley wasn't coming out.
I said it. I said, hey.
It changes.
I said, and look, and we were still ahead. And we were leading at a time. And I still think we blew it more so than they took it from us.
Well, I'm not saying you're not wrong about that.
I'm just saying,
if we had our
because
guy,
we had opportunities.
We had our new guy.
Yeah.
If we had our new guy defending their new guy, though, Doc, we might have could have stopped that play.
Well, but see, we can't put people in that aren't there. Nobody can.
He's not right.
They like to put Terry Bradshaw in. You know, if they had Terry Bradshaw, they'd be pretty damn good. So we can't do that. But I'm just saying, I had a sense of pride going, we're up against the Steelers. And we're winning, or we're in this. We might win it.
Empty-handed. We are so short-staffed.
Yeah,
that's the part that's impressive to me. And then how they came up and hugged on Johnny after that boneheaded play. That really says a lot to me about that team. That
we've got good kids.
No wonder that they want to play for that team.
Yeah, we got some good grown men. Coleman coming off concussion. Alleghetti playing. Tyler Badass playing hurt. You just heard Finley say how he was beat up. Cosme and Cosme. You look, Wiley, you know, the guy could probably lift his shoulder, but he's out there. All of us have done this, been there. You throw your body on the line for the guy next to you, man. We got a good group of people that represent us.
I'm impressed.
And we just got to hang in with them, man. And Thursday night, they're going to need us, desperately need us. And I know we're going to have a group that's going to go up to Philadelphia, protect yourself.
You're on your own.
Yeah, don't take your wife and kids with you. Please don't do that. Full metal jacket when you go up in there. But it's going to be interesting. We have to correct some things in a short week, and let's get after it. Got to go to break, my brother. But thank you, as always, for stepping up. Those of you that are there, hold tight. Try to squeeze as many of you in as possible before we cut this bad boy off. Stay with us. boom, 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 boom. We don't get a chance to say Victory Monday. But looking forward to that. We'll have to get over it. Got to deal with this reality check. And we'll do it together. We'll figure it out. We'll work it out. The beauty about this short week is that before you know it, it's upon us. It's within the division. No time to cry, spilt milk. We got to man up and take on the Birds, who are devouring. Well, let me say, they're in the midst of a big upset in Irving, Texas, 34-6 upset over the Dallas Cowboys, if you can believe that. Uptown Mo, what do you say about them Cowboys? Uptown Mo.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What up?
Oh, I know you. I'm not gonna be long. Look, Zacchaeus had a tough game. He dropped a over route over the middle. We just missed opportunities. But I will tell you this though, Doc. I think Coleman is gonna be good as a left tackle.
Yep.
9-5 made a ton of plays. So, for him to jump off sides, he's trying to make sure they don't get a yard.
Yep.
I'm not mad at that guy. But I will say this. Everybody keep on saying that everybody's going to go to the right position when Lattimore comes. Listen, the best three is Lattimore, Zero, Sanders, Noah I. 25 might have to go to the bench, Doc. I'll sit back and listen to you.
All right. Well, that's him and his coaches. That's between the coaches. I don't coach them. I just report what I see. Time will tell. Bo in Fredericksburg. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you, Doc.
Hey, Bo.
Listen, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, sweet. Listen, I hear you. I just want to make a couple comments, and I'll be quick. I thought that the offensive line played pretty well, especially considering the situation, and I'm worried about next week when it comes to that. I hope we can get right. When it comes to we didn't get enough running yards, and that's understandable against this defense, which is one of the best in the league. I thought the secondary played well, but too many drops on the receivers, and I gotta look at special teams. I mean, listen, it's not just the turnover; it's the fact that we're not getting yards back to put the offense in position. And you get a turnover on the 1 yard line, it's tough to get it out of there.
Daggone right.
But I'm proud of the boys, and I hold my head up high. Now, listen, I'm not as old as you, but I'm 46, and I remember the greatness. And this is where it starts. And it starts with a good culture. It starts with kids that care about a loss just as much as they care about a win. And you know what? I want to go 1-1 this next 2 weeks. We got one loss. Let's go get it back.
All right, brother. I appreciate that. We are dwindling down on this edition of Postgame. Telly, thank you for being patient.
Hell to the Redskins. DOC, what's poppin'?
Man, I'm chopping wood, brother. What's up?
All day, man. You know what it is, man. Hey, look, what I want to say, man. Hey, look, it don't even matter. We've been in the locker room kicking over doors and kicking over file cabinets and all that. But whatever I say to you, man, I ain't never trying to change your mindset or whatever. You know what I mean? This is what we do. So on another note, as far as this game, hey, look, man, I thought some type of way when we was up, we had the 27 lead, the 20, whatever. And I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. You know what I mean? I thought that we should have been pounding the rock in a different formation. Different formations. And we didn't, and that's cool. But at the same time, they did what they wanted to do, and we had a whole rack of drops. Catch with your hands, man, not with your chest, not with your face mask. Catch with your hands.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic. It was uncharacteristic.
Yeah,
it's not who we have been, but it was who we were in the moment. Always appreciate you, Telly, always
day,
appreciate
man.
you, man. My last call of the day. Shane, Oxon Hills. What up?
What's going on, Doc, man? I appreciate it. I just want to say this, man. I want to hammer this point in, man, with our tight end position, man. I feel like, we have another option with a young guy on the bench who may be a little more dynamic with the ball in his hands after the catch. And I hope,
yep. Yeah, Cynic.
my boy Ben Cynic.
Yeah.
He runs a 4.4. He done played hockey. And I just think that he'll be a little more physical. It just always seems like Zach Ertz is a catch and fall down guy. He's too big for that, So I hope going forward, we can just start implementing a little more youth at that position, man. And I think he's a little more physical and has a little ability to run after the catch. And like you said, we lost because of those drops from those encouraged. We haven't done that all year.
Yeah, Shane, you are calling it, brother. You are nailing it. And we're going to go with everything you mentioned. I want to thank all of you. You were outstanding. You're even better in defeat, man, because it's harder to be good in defeat than victory. So we couldn't have done it without you, man. For Heavy Metal, for our next edition, the future Burgundy and Gold DOC, we out of here. God bless you.